Community-focused, conservative-minded. This is AM 1100 and 92.3 FM, WZFG, Dilworth, Fargo, Moorhead, USA. It's 7 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. After months of campaigns, promises, debates, and interviews, the time has come. The polls are officially closed in Cass County, and that means we're on the air to give you the results. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your best June 2022 post-election coverage. Tonight's broadcast will serve as the end point in the process to name Fargo's next mayor, as well as the name two people to sit in the next to the mayor in the city commission chambers. The face of the school boards in Fargo and West Fargo will also possibly change drastically tonight, while their statewide primary results will produce clarity on what choice you will have come the November general election. Thank you so much, of course, for coming on this journey with us throughout the entire election process over the past number of months and to see it come to a head tonight. I am News Director for Flag Family Media, Kyle Cornell. Again, I am proud to be joined tonight by our president and political connoisseur, Steve Hallstrom. He joins us live in the Flag Family Media studios here. Steve, thank you so much for giving us some of your time and your busy schedule to break down the election of 2022 here in June, the primaries with us tonight.
Yeah, I love it, Kyle. And you said it well, I think, in your open there. This is a night of a lot of anticipation. You and I are both big sports fans, and this feels a little bit like we're waiting in the final 2 minutes of a basketball game to see what's going to happen, because we've had the campaign, we've had the first, second, and third quarter, and now we're getting down to crunch time. And this is really a fun primary election for us. Of course, it's a primary for some of the bigger, statewide, national races, some of the statewide campaigns. But this is the election for the cities and many county races as well. So excited. There's a lot of drama, especially in the city of Fargo. We're watching a number of different races. And for the first time in forever, Kyle, I'm kind of going to be refreshing my page on the school board. And school board does not usually get top billing, but there has been a lot of debate, a lot of discussion, a lot of really highly charged emotions with the school board campaign this year too. So it's going to be a really fun night.
Really is, Steve. And I want to mention too, our senior reporter, Tom Tucker, and our junior reporter, Ty Schonert, out and about amongst the candidates tonight. Different parties happening across the entire city of Fargo. They're going to be joining us live throughout the evening, talking with some of the candidates leading up to the results pouring in, of course, here, folks. So let's break this down a little bit for everyone so they kind of catch up where we're at to this point. As far as the city of Fargo is concerned, we have 7 total mayoral candidates. For the city commission, we have 15. For the park board, we have 5. And for the school board, as Steve just mentioned, again, could be a big deal. 15 spots, and the most available spots in any of these races, 5 school board openings up for grabs tonight. That is a big deal. That is the majority of the school board.
Yep. So you're going to have 5 winners and 10 losers, and that's a big number. When you have 5 open spots, typically you don't have that many people who'll be on the outside looking in. In West Fargo, Kyle, there's a lot to talk about there too, but not quite as much because just sheer numbers there. And in the mayor and the city commission races, pretty much all the drama is over because the people that are running unopposed there, even though there's some changeover on the city commission as far as a new face that will be there. But they have a race on the school board too, and so we'll be watching that one tonight as well.
Definitely 7 total candidates for 4 open positions on the West Fargo school board as well. So definitely a lot happening locally tonight. Also statewide, the primary is going to kind of wrap up. We're going to kind of see how this November election takes shape. One of the main races, of course, we're following is for the Senate. The U.S. Senate here in North Dakota, of course, that is the only current race where we have 2 candidates, both Republican, both Democrat, vying for that spot to win the primary and go and move on to the general election. Of course, this is the seat currently being held by U.S. Senator John Hoeven. He is taking on Riley Kuntz in the primary tonight. On the other side, we have Katrina Christensen and Michael Steele as the 2 Democratic candidates. This is a big deal for Senator Hoeven. The favorite, obviously, for a lot of folks in this race, especially in the primary amongst Republicans. But it's going to be telling to see how much he possibly wins by tonight or how close this race is when it comes to his prospects coming up this November.
Yeah, you don't expect that he's in any real trouble tonight. But there is a groundswell among conservative North Dakotans and conservative Americans where some of the people that passed as acceptable establishment candidates in the past are now people that are even kind of getting a sideways glance from people within their own party. And we saw a little bit of that in the convention where Rick Becker was going for the nomination, did not win it over John Hoeven. He said that he would not advance to the primary, but Riley Kuntz has decided to show up there. And so there is I wouldn't say a significant, but there is a faction out there in North Dakota Republican politics that is unhappy with John Hoeven, feels like he's been one of those get along, go along with whatever the Washington, D.C. establishment is doing. And they do not like that. And so I'm curious to see as I said, I don't think John Hoeven's in any real danger, but does Riley Coons end up with 10, 12, 15, maybe 20%, maybe a little bit more? I don't know. The people in North Dakota are going to speak about that tonight, and I'm going to be really interested to see what happens there. Christensen and Steele also on the Democrat side, two candidates that have not done a lot of active campaigning, at least in the Fargo market. We haven't seen a lot of advertising, haven't seen a lot of campaign events for them. And so we'll get to find out a little bit more as time goes on about one of those two folks that will advance to November to likely take on John Hoeven.
So again, an update for you folks. Mind you, we have senior reporter Tom Tucker and we have junior reporter Ty Schonert out and about all throughout the evening tonight to give you guys updates with the candidates themselves. They are going to be live at certain parties. Coming up this hour, we're going to hear from two mayoral candidates here in the race for Fargo. Hakoon DeBar and Arlette Preston will join us in this hour. Also coming up at 7:20, Deanne Buckhouse, Cass County election coordinator, will join us. She's going to give us kind of a telltale of how the day went. A couple different things popping up here or there. To the most point, early voting went fairly well. The approval voting process was concerning for some folks. So there was thought about maybe it being confusing. It's only for two races, of course, for the mayor and the city commission. Was that going to confuse people when it came to the school board race? The importance of that race, the park board as well, not being able to vote for as many as you want. You can only vote for the number of openings in those two races compared to you can vote for all 15 city commissioners. So there was a bit of concern about that, but Deanna reassured us. We talked to the city auditor in Fargo, Steve Sprague, as well, yesterday on my show, WDAY Midday. To this point, not a lot of calls, not a lot of concern for folks. The ballot, the electronic machines that are in their second cycle now of use here in Cass County, a lot of success apparently with those. There was a concern about a little warning light popping up.
I heard about that too.
Yeah, if you did only have a vote for one mayoral candidate and two city commission candidates, you did get a little notification, almost like an "Are you sure?" option, because you can vote for more. Some people mixed bag about that feeling. I know we talked to Tony Gehrig today, city commissioner, on Midday. He had mentioned that he felt it was kind of insulting to the voter, as far as, hey, I'm an educated voter. I'm here. I'm putting my vote in. I know how many people I want to vote for. I don't need this popping up. Some people saying, hey, I appreciate the heads up that, I'm for sure I want to do this. So maybe they thought, oh, I do want to vote for more candidates. Thank you for letting me catch that. So curious to see how that played in to today as well with Deanne. We'll talk to her at 7:20.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going in and learning about this for the first time. People like yourself, Kyle, and me, we're around this business all the time, and we remember it from last time, and now it's back again too. But it's a different beast when you've got the machine that you're putting in the vote saying, are you, like you said, are you sure? And I know that some people that saw that today felt like, okay, that is being prompted to vote for more candidates. And I think probably most of us would say, you should know what you want to do when you get in the polling place and let that stand. So it just depends on your perspective. I'm sure, like you said, though, some people appreciated the note about that and maybe hadn't heard that or were familiar with the approval voting process. And so they might have appreciated that as well. So you're going to get some strong opinions on that. That'll be one of the themes coming out of the election is that the appropriate time to remind people about how the election works? And you'll have some people that feel very strongly both ways on that.
Also reminding folks, too, the newsroom has 4 people in it. Bonnie Amistadi was out today talking to you, the voter, as well. We're going to have clips of her talking to voters throughout the show tonight as well, hearing from you guys. Any problems you noticed during the election process? Was it more complicated because you had so many candidates that were for the mayoral race? It's a record number for the mayor and for city commission. Did it feel more difficult? Did you have to do even more homework this year, which we did provide a nice little election guide for you up on our websites, WDAYradionow.com and AM1100thefly.com, with full interviews with all the Fargo candidates from every single race, as well as the West Fargo School Board as well, because that is the main race out in West Fargo, the only race where there are people running opposed as far as incumbents. So you had a chance to go in and find more of that full information. So Bonnie went out and talked to a bunch of folks today at different polling locations around Fargo. We'll play that for you a little bit later on in this hour, as well as throughout the entirety of our coverage tonight. Reminder again, folks, coming up 7:15, going to be joined by our junior reporter, Ty Schonert. He'll be live with Arlette Preston. She is, again, the mayoral candidate and current city commissioner. Then at 7:20, Cass County election coordinator Deanne Buckhouse will give us an update once again on the, overall voting prospects of what happened today, any issues at the polls when you headed out there. And then also at 7:35, Hakoon DeBar will join us with our senior reporter Tom Tucker live at his election party in South Fargo. Going to find out really how this whole process went for him. And we talked a little bit about the push that Hakoon had made. If we can kind of dive into one of the candidates right now for mayor and what he did kind of differently from the different mayoral candidates. We saw, obviously, Mayor Mahoney, again, has the great record. He's been mayor multiple times. Now he's been reelected. He's run unopposed. This year, obviously opposed. We've seen the backing of Shannon Roars Jones, as well as kind of the two main cogs in that race. And I've asked them questions about that too. They obviously played coy and said, hey, everyone's done a really great job. But the only name I've heard out when I've been at Hornbachers in South Fargo, when I've been at certain places, has been Hakoon Dabar. He has been the one where you've heard his name in the community from folks just walking around, just doing normal things. He went door knocking throughout. Chris Berg has talked about that story as well, as talking to him, what are you doing? Well, I'm out door knocking. It's like 85 degrees and it's like getting too late. You're going to go home? He's like, no, I'm going to keep going. It's a different mindset for at least the mayoral race that we're seeing from someone who did have some funding. He had some money to spend and do some different ad campaigns, but really took the connection with the community part serious in this race. Now, whether that comes to fruition at all for him, it's yet to be seen, right? But still a different kind of attack or plan of attack when it came to the mayoral race for Hakoon.
I think Hakoon ran the kind of race that we'll see more and more people running in the future. He is a political outsider, and you could tell. He didn't do the typical, send a flyer in the mail to somebody's mailbox like most candidates do. He was out knocking doors and running connected TV ads. One of the stories coming out of his campaign is that he had went to 15 homes in a row as he was knocking on doors. And in 15 homes in a row, they said, I've seen your TV commercial. Well, the only TV commercial he ran was a connected TV campaign, which now runs on the streaming. Us old people are still trying to figure out how all this works. But if you've cut the cord and you're not on satellite or dish and you're using connected TV, it's those commercials that stream there. And it can be you and me can be watching the same TV show, Kyle, and we are seeing different commercials because it's being targeted toward us. So that was, I think, a really interesting story. And Hakoon has come out and done a really nice job. And I would say a lot of the same about Matur Alir as well, who's run a very sophisticated campaign. And in this community, we've had minority candidates run for office before, but they generally have not fared very well. Well, the demographics of our community are changing, and a candidate who can appeal to people across the area, but especially mobilize the Black community and the people of color in this community, get out and show up. And I was at West Acres voter today about 3:30, and there was a lot of diversity in line when I was voting. And so I think those guys are, if they choose to, who knows what happens tonight. Probably both you'd say are long shots. But if they choose to be part of this establishment and they choose to run again and make a name for themselves, I think they've formed a really nice beachhead tonight, something they can certainly leverage for future success later on.
That's one of the talking points we had with Hakoon when we had him on midday as well was, hey, so is this kind of like a building block, even if you don't finish where you want to be, for a future city commission race, for possibly the state house or state senate maybe in North Dakota? I mean, it seems like he has a political future. And again, obviously, you want to focus on the here and now, and you want to try and get this race done and hopefully have a positive result. But it seemed like he has aspirations for future in politics, whether it is locally or whether he moves to a regional or a statewide level. I mean, and we've talked about it. Bright young man with a lot of potential, again, well-spoken, willing to go out into the community and connect with the folks here in the city of Fargo, which is something a lot of folks have asked for. They want that communication aspect. Yes. Something that I'm sure our Ty Schonert will talk with Arlette Preston here shortly about as well, as the communication aspect of this process. And of course, her being a city commissioner, kind of having the foot kind of halfway in the door already, being able to see firsthand as she makes the decision, some of the problems that face the city of Fargo and how she can kind of deal with that even more in a step up into that mayor's seat.
Yeah. And Arlette Preston could be a big story tonight as well. She is a experienced politician. She knows the game. And while I think most people say maybe she's third in that race at face value with Mahoney and Rose Jones, who've spent a lot of money, been out there and have big name recognition, Arlette Preston knows the game and knows how to be a good candidate. She's been successful many times in winning elections. And you know that she's been shrewdly working behind the scenes to work the not work the system, but do the political maneuvers that it takes to be successful. So I'm interested to see where she finishes. The other candidate I'm really interested in, I'm interested in all of them, but for a particular reason, Dave Pepcorn. Dave has been an in-your-face kind of a city commission member running for re-election. And there's a lot of people that love Dave Pepcorn, and there's a lot of people that hate Dave Pepcorn. And he has been extremely brusque in a lot of his mannerisms and his behaviors on the city commission. A lot of people think it's time that he finds something else to do just because they want to restore some kind of decorum to the city commission. But there's a lot of people that say, I like it. He talks the way I do. He gets frustrated and impatient with foolishness on the city commission. And when things happen in the city, that if you make a promise and you renege on it, Dave Pepcorn's going to get after you, and he's going to be direct. So we're going to find out. It's a little bit of referendum on styles, I think, too, in the city commission tonight. Will Dave Pepcorn win re-election?
And we do have Dave's cell phone. So when the time comes, if the votes come in.
Always a great interview.
I'll tell you what, I asked him where he's going to be tonight. He told me, well, Kyle, a bar.
Okay.
I'm like, all right.
Well,
Simple
hopefully he has
enough.
a few beverages in him when we talk to him. Be better radio.
I'm sure he'll love joining us. Dave's always been great with us, of course, throughout the
Yes.
process. You want to head over now? We're going to go to Beer and Fish in downtown Fargo. Our junior reporter, Ty Schonert, going to go to him live with Fargo mayoral candidate and city commissioner Arlette Preston. Ty, take it away.
How you doing, Arlette?
Good.
Good. Oh, can you hear me, Andel?
Not real well. No.
Okay, so we'll stand a little bit closer together then.
Okay.
So tell me about what the experience has been like so far. Polls have just closed. So what's your feeling right now?
Actually, I feel really, really positive. The campaign went really well. We did a lot of door to door, and the reaction at the doors was really positive. So I'm going into tonight feeling really good.
And so at its conclusion, that's the kind of the vibe you're getting here too. A lot of people are showing up and kind of showing their support as well. And I think that's exciting in itself too, because you have people who are coming here to support you and the election results, whether they positive for you or at least neutral. Well, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think by all means, people have been very supportive. Had a lot of people involved in the campaign, and yeah, it goes to show.
And so I want to talk to you. What happens when you get elected? So we're going to pretend that we've already decided you're elected in the position of you're the mayor. Congratulations.
Well, thanks. Glad to hear it.
So I want to talk about your priorities. What do you think is the first step? What is the first thing you want to prioritize, focus on, get done if you were to become the mayor of Fargo?
Yeah, so part of this is just related to the timing. Our current city administrator, Bruce Grubb, is retiring the end of June. So there's an opportunity to fill that position. So that would be one of the first priorities, is getting the administrative structure all figured out. And to be honest with you, looking at how the work gets done inside of City Hall. But beyond that, looking at some additional issues. Special assessment was a big issue through the campaign. I think there's probably not a real good understanding necessarily of how specials get used, but there is some tweaking that could probably be done there. Certainly, there's other issues. Street racing has been an issue. Neighborhoods, affordable housing is a big issue that we're going to be dealing with. Planning for the future when it comes to using the land going up to the diversion, the development that happens from now till we build up to the diversion. So there's a lot of long-range planning issues that need to be dealt with.
I want to tackle kind of those point by point, because there's a lot of interesting topics that we can talk all night if you really wanted to here. And so I want to talk, this is one I haven't really heard too much. Where does Fargo have room to grow? Because the diversion is going to be a solid boundary depending on where you are. We can't go west Fargo. We can't really go east anymore because Moorhead and the river are a very solid line. Are north and south valid options? Can we go up? Like, what are the options for expansion in Fargo these days?
Yeah, you're going north. The airport's up there, as well as Riley's Acres and Industrial Park. So for residential, going north isn't really probably a really good option. We'd have to jump quite a ways to actually do some residential up there. So going south is probably the only option for the next 3 or 4 decades. So what will happen is land will become more scarce and land costs will go up. So we've got to be very intentional about making sure affordable housing is built. Mm-hmm. That housing is within the price range of the residents to be able to afford. So that's where the challenge is going to be.
And so on your website, I kind of browsed through there, as I did with all the candidates we're talking to tonight. The core neighborhoods plan is something you hyped on. It's the first thing on your list on the website. And so what does that mean to you? I want to hear what that means, because I know there's an official definition some candidates have been using and tossing around. I want to hear what it means from you. So what is the core neighborhoods plan?
Well, it's an actual plan that was developed with the help of some consultants. It addresses the 9 inner core kind of neighborhoods that surround downtown. And they have very unique kind of challenges to deal with compared to some of the newer neighborhoods. So having a stock of starter homes where people can actually afford to get into the housing market. And we've been slowly seeing those starter homes get eaten up or bought by people that turn them into rental housing. As well as there's some homes that need some upgrades and people can't afford to do it. So some of the things that are in the plan. A fund that would be available for people to redevelop or to renovate their homes. Another thing is, rental licensure, so that we have a handle on homes that are being converted into rental housing. And there's a number of other, looking at the streets to make sure that they're friendly to neighborhoods, those kinds of things.
And so we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, I imagine there's going to be a lot of things we wanted to talk about and various things. And so we're going to hand it back to Kyle Cornell and Steve Hallstrom back in the studio.
Okay.
Ty, thank you so much, brother. Appreciate that. Catching up with Arlette Preston here on in our special June 2022 post-election coverage here for simulcast on WDAY and The Fly. Thank you all for joining us via StreamYard as well on our social media platforms and the website, as well as on the air, of course, 970 WDAY, again, AM 1100 The Flag as well, 92.3 FM, as well as 93.1 FM here at WDAY and The Flag. Steve, some good stuff from Arlette, kind of just reiterating some points she made throughout the campaign. Definitely something that we talked about when it kind of weighs in with her race. She has the inside track. She's been in the commission for some time now. She's been able to kind of get the bearings about her as far as what could be issues with the city of Fargo. Core neighborhoods plan being one thing she's emphasized a lot during this campaign, touching on it again with the interview with Ty there.
Yeah, she's going to be really solid on the issues. She knows, how this community works, how the city works. She's been a pro-business, I believe, in some of the pilot and TIF votes where they've asked for some tax abatements. And so she's been on the side of development that way. And so I think she's got a lot to talk about. She's got a lot of issues that she's going to be able to be articulate about because of her experience that she has had on that city commission. And as we mentioned, we could have the first female mayor in Fargo. It could be Shannon Rose-Jones, or it could be Arlette Preston.
Definitely some options out there. Try to get in touch now with Deanne Buckhouse, again, Cass County election coordinator, having some issues. Here's some reports. She's actually headed out to Horace. So we're going to do a little bit of digging on that and see what's going on with that situation. Again, just trying to get through to her. Hopefully no issues. We've gotten, for the most part, through this election process, fairly smooth. Early voting went fairly smooth as well. And now election day, for the most part, haven't heard too many rumblings of any problems. So we'll touch base with Deanne as soon as we possibly can. Coming up, of course, after the bottom of the hour, 7:35, going to catch up with a pair of candidates in South Fargo. Our senior reporter, Tom Tucker, is on hand to talk with Hakoon Debar, as well as Matur Alier, mayoral and city commission candidate, both at the same establishment down in South Fargo. So we'll touch base with them coming up here in just a short bit of time. I want to talk, you mentioned, Steve, if we can switch gears a little bit about the Fargo School Board again, how important this race is when you talk about the spotlight that's been on the school board over the past number of years, the pandemic kind of shining a whole new light of importance on what we notice when we talk about school boards. I always kind of told and made the reference to folks when I interviewed them. I was like, hey, this we're doing this 10 years ago, this wouldn't even be a thing. It'd just be, we want to do what's best for the students. That's the same kind of song and dance you would get. A lot of things have changed over the past number of years, and we're seeing that with A, the number of candidates we have right now, and B, of course, with the real uncertainty. Who's it going to be? Who's going to get these 5 spots?
Unheard of that you'd have a group of 5. First of all, you have 5 open spots, and you have a group of 5 candidates who sees themselves as kind of the outsiders, the anti-establishment coming in and changing things. And during their campaigns, they were very careful to talk about all the issues that matter. They were talking about test scores. They were talking about safety for teachers. But this group is woven together by its formation. And this was a group that came together because they were upset about the way that health was managed within the schools, about masks and school closures and things like that, and very verbal in their attack on the current Fargo School Board members. Try to do a recall petition. And this will be another interesting storyline there that, not all 5 of them, but there was a group of them that were on this campaign, if you will, to remove some school board members through a recall. And they had a number of petitions. And I actually interviewed Alexa Scott about this. And I said, what do you say to the people that question your credibility because the first time they heard about you was when you tried to do the recall petition and you didn't do it right. And so they threw it out. And so it didn't work. And I thought her answer was very good. She said, you know what? I'm a mom. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a school board member. I'm not a school board president. I don't know all of the rules. We thought we were doing all the right things, but we didn't. And if people believe that explanation, they won't hold that against them. But Not everybody does. And you're going to get people that are going to say, first of all, you should let public health decide what happens in the schools. And that's something that the school board should be talking with public health to get their information, make the best decision possible. And that's how this should be done. They just had a very different opinion about how that should be managed within the schools. And so these are the 5 quote unquote anti-maskers. And I know they want to be wider than that, and they likely are, but that's how I think most of the community sees them. And it will be really interesting tonight if people come together and remember that acronym that they were talking about, AADDS, I think it was.
A plus ADDS.
Yes, something like that. And if the posse, if you will, is going to be elected tonight, and it'll be really interesting as the results come in. I just refreshed my browser. Nothing loaded in yet, and no results in from any of the precincts yet. We're probably still an hour away from maybe even getting some of that in, Kyle. But yes, you're right. That Fargo School Board election is going to be something that will be fun to watch. If you don't have somebody you're really pulling for, I know there are people who are very much vested in this race and feel very strongly about how they want it to go. But for someone like us, Kyle, who's just watching it from the outside and just enjoys the sport of it, I think it's going to be fascinating to see what happens and what the people of Fargo say. What is the statement they make tonight? Because I think they're going to make one way or another.
You know, Steve, it's kind of interesting, too. You mentioned, obviously, the 5 in that group. There's another 5 in the group, too, the FEA-endorsed candidates. It's 5 separate candidates now, all that are not incumbents. You talked about Melissa Berkland, Katie Christensen, Greg Clark, Nia Malday, and Lynn Telford. Again, all outsiders, not a part of the current school board. We do have
not incumbents.
4 incumbents running, by the way. I just want to point that out, including the board president and Rebecca Knudsen. But, again, all getting FEA-endorsed. None have any experience with the school board.
And isn't that interesting that the board did not endorse any current candidates?
No, and one of the candidates too also not having any kids in the district as well, and Mr. Clark. Different kind of aspect. His wife is a teacher in West Fargo. They have a lot of friends that are teachers. He's emphasized that teacher first type approach. Curious to see how this all plays into effect. You've almost got 3 different kind of like factions of people. You have the group of incumbents to an extent, obviously, David Paulson, a part of that group of 5. You mentioned it first there. You have the FEA bad candidates too. And then you have some of the incumbents, kind of like what's going to happen with them. You talk about the Robin Nelsons. You talk about, again, Brian Nelson too. Obviously, Rebecca Knudsen. What's going to be their story tonight? Really curious. And then you have Zach Ecola too, the other candidate that's not really been grouped with anybody yet. I think there's a reason for that still, but he's not in one of those groups yet. So it's interesting to see how this all plays out. Are we going to get a mix of these different races?
We could have a Jerry Springer show, couldn't we, in the school board if the group of 5 gets in with the current incumbents, and that could be an interesting spectacle for sure when the school board meetings start up.
This is we talked about this a little bit too during Chris Berg's show today here on the Flag. One of the most unpredictable local races as far as not even just school board, but we're talking about even commission as well. And to an extent, mayor, we think we know maybe who the front runner is, but you never know because of the amount of effort and time put in by multiple candidates. I mean, this is one of the tougher city elections I've had to cover and try and figure it out. And again, talking to everybody, a lot of people making a lot of great points, stuff that seems obviously when you're talking about yourself that it's going to help. But I mean, it's tough to figure out who really has the edge when we're talking about it in almost all these races.
Yeah. You know, you think Tim Mahoney, if you take a look at the mayor's race, Mahoney has been, I think, by and large, a fairly popular mayor. Those that are strong conservatives and strong small government people thought he overreached when it came to COVID. But that could be said of Doug Burgum. It could be said of a lot of Republicans as well. I don't think Mahoney has a fatal flaw, Kyle. I don't think there's anything where you look at Mahoney and say he did that or he voted on that or handled the situation poor where the community is going to rise up and make a statement. Generally, when that's the case, the incumbent wins re-election. But Shannon Roars-Jones has come in with a big name. She's put a lot of resources into this race. She's been very active on the campaign trail, and the Roars name means something in Fargo. Now, not everyone's a fan of the Roars name when it comes to business, and we've certainly seen that on the city commission with some of the dialogue that's going on there. But the Roars name, generally speaking, is one that has a lot of clout in Fargo, and the fact that she's a sitting member of the legislature, I think, gives her some name recognition as well. And so it'll be really interesting to see what comes there. But you're right, Kyle. I could see that race going really to either of those or potentially someone else that we're not talking about, like an Arlette Preston. I think Hakun Dabar will have his moment. I don't know that he's going to get it now, but I like you said, I think we could see some real surprises tonight.
A lot of different possibilities. That's why we're here, and we're glad you're with us on this election coverage, our June 2022 primary, post-election coverage simulcast on WDAY and the Flag. I want to thank you so much for staying with us. Quick break. On the other side, we're here for some more candidates out live at their parties as they break down this whole process and what it means to them. That coming up here on WDAY and the Flag, folks. Stay with us.
Fix it forward auto care. The name you trust for car repair.
When your car breaks down, it can be a huge inconvenience. Our team at Fix It Forward understands that the longer you have to wait, the more difficult it can be. That's why we promise to get you in fast with after-hours key drop, free loaner cars with repairs, and text quotes. Just approve your repair with a touch of a button and pick up when ready. Fix It Forward Auto Care, the name you trust for car repair.
Fix it forward auto care.
The team at North Star Ag knows that no two farm operations are the same. They take pride in learning what makes yours unique, and through years of experience, bring the know-how and understanding that your farm deserves. North Star Ag is North Dakota's largest and most trusted full-service short-line machinery dealer with parts, service, and a huge inventory. From planting to growing to harvest, they help farmers and growers all over North Dakota, and they want to do the same for you. Learn more online at northstarag.com. North Star Ag, committed to quality, committed to you.
This week, Greta Van Susteren is back on cable news. On Tuesday, Greta's new show launches on Newsmax, America's largest growing cable news channel. Each night, Greta is proving that people want real news without the media spin. Her show is called The Record with Greta Van Susteren, and everyone is talking about it. Tune in at 5 p.m. Central as Greta broadcasts from Washington with the real news, giving you the facts you need to know. She's asking the tough questions the big media won't. Find out why millions are making the switch to Newsmax. It's on all major cable systems and streaming platforms. Make the switch and watch Greta Van Susteren tonight. Check out your program guide or get info on her great new show. Just text the word Greta to 39747. That's Greta 39747. Switch to Newsmax today. It's real news for real people. Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
We've got your game.
Hey, Ryan, what do you get me for Father's Day?
Well, Dad, when the family owns Osted's Golf, it's easy to find the right gift. Hannah, what are you getting your dad?
I'm working on a coupon book for free hugs and kisses. Wouldn't that be wonderful, Dad?
Hannah, your papa can help you out. Rangefinder's up to $50 off. Golf balls on sale. Lots of great golf shirts your dad will love.
Since my allowance is 50 cents a week, I think I'll stick with the coupon.
Let Dad know you care. A gift from Osted's never disappoints.
Hello, this is Matt Lehman and Mike Walski with Fargo Roofing and Siding.
We are excited to announce that we are expanding our footprint. This spring, we are opening offices in Fergus Falls and Grand Forks.
If you know someone that is looking for commercial or residential roofing, make sure to tell them about the amazing experience they will receive when working with Fargo Roofing and Siding. We have set the standard for roofing in our region.
For more information or to schedule a free estimate, please visit fargoroofing.com.
Premium quality, premium service. Daddy, can I sing this song?
Sure, honey, go ahead.
Fargo Roofing and Siding, yeah.
Tioga Chamber of Commerce is proud to sponsor programming on WZFG AM 1100 92.3 FM Red River Valley. Tioga is an active community that offers great activities for families like Freedom Fest, Drone Camp for Kids, Robot Camp for Kids, Farm Festival, and Pumpkin Fest. We have a vibrant downtown Main Street and a brand new community center with new library, indoor play area, and outdoor ice skating rink. Tioga's average yearly household income is over $73,000 a year and supports nearly 140 businesses. We welcome new business and industries with active community groups that support business environment. Tioga is a driver of innovation and local education with technologies like drones, 3D printers, electronics, coding opportunities to prepare students for success well into the 21st century. If you're looking for opportunity, please visit us in Tioga and experience a different point of view. Or for more information, visit www.tiogand.org. That's tiogand.org. We want you to consider Tioga, North Dakota for your business or a place to raise your family and realize your dreams.
And welcome back, folks. Your June primary 2022 election, post-election coverage here on WDAY and the Flag, streaming on StreamYard as well, live on our websites, WDAYradionow.com and AM1100thefly.com, as well as on our social media platforms. Thanks so much for joining us again tonight. Again, myself, Kyle Cornell, News Director for Flag Family Media, joined by Again, Flag Family Media President Steve Hallstrom here with us, Spencer behind the board, handling all the duties for us there. And out and about, again, our reporters, Tom Tucker and Ty Schonert. That being said, Steve, it's time to head back out into the field. Our senior reporter, Tom Tucker, joins us live now in South Fargo with Fargo mayoral candidate. Tom, take it away.
Kyle, good evening. Great to be with you. An exciting night here on this primary election night. We are at the Global Plaza in Fargo, which is serving as the campaign headquarters for mayoral candidate Akun Dabar and city commission candidate Matur Alir. We're going to talk with Akun Dabar first, just to get his thoughts on how he's doing tonight. Congratulations on your campaign so far and getting to this point. Akun, how are you feeling right now that all the votes are officially in, or at least should be at this time?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for coming here. I'm so excited. I cast my vote this evening, and we're waiting for Fargo people to decide who will be the next mayor. Hopefully, I'll be, and that's where I am right now.
For a newcomer running for office for the first time in Fargo, it seems as though you've made some pretty significant and considerable inroads into the community. We've heard a lot of people talking about you, a lot of buzz, but you're also up against a couple of formidable candidates, including incumbent Mayor Mahoney and certainly the state representative Shannon Roars-Jones. What are your thoughts with regard to what it's going to take to prevail over those two strong candidates and others in the race?
Before I announced my mayoral race, the current mayor told me that I have a name in this community. You can't defeat me, right? And I told him that the people of Fargo will vote. Names doesn't vote. And tonight the people will decide. And I'm very hopeful that we'll knock a lot of doors, better than all of the candidates combined. We reach out to more than 10,000 voters here in town. And I'm hopeful that we're going to win this race tonight.
Tom Tucker out and about with Akun Dabar and Matur Alir right now. A little bit of a connection issue there audio-wise. So we'll get back to them here shortly once we get that sorted out. Again, appreciate Tom heading out to South Fargo, catching up with Akun. We talked about him. We can't talk enough about the process he's been into this point and the effort he's put into the mayoral race this time around, Steve. Again, truly impressive to see the amount of boots on the ground time, door knocking, the ability to go and connect with the community from Akun, as well as Matur joined him as well right now at their location out in South Fargo, being able to kind of have that mindset in this race when you have some candidates that maybe won't put in that kind of time into the race.
Yeah. And it's always good in any democracy to have new ideas, new candidates, new blood. And certainly Akun gives you that. He is someone who came here as an immigrant to this country not too long ago and has made a successful way for him in this country. And as in other parts of the country, Kyle, it's pretty common to have candidates of minority who are in the political process, who are there and who have that same kind of name recognition. It hasn't happened that way here in Fargo. I'm trying to think here, Fargo. In Moorhead, we had Jonathan Judd, the mayor of Moorhead, who now works for the state of Minnesota in the legal system there, a great legal mind, and he's a judge there. So we had that in Moorhead. Haven't had that so much on the Fargo side, but as our demographic continues to change, we're certainly going to see more people like Akun that are involved in the process. And as someone who was voting today, I saw a lot of diversity at West Acres Mall, the place where I voted, and I thought, this is great because this is what it's all about. Everybody in our community should come together to make their opinions heard, and that's the way we know that our community is being represented by our elected officials.
So, Steve, we are getting some messages on our StreamYard and our platform on social media, so we can respond to some folks as well. If you want to get involved in the chat as well, feel free to throw your comments down below, of course, on our social media platforms, AM 970 or the 970 AM WDAY, of course, and 1100 The Flag, WZFG on social media, of course, Facebook, and that's where we have our live stream now, as well as on our websites. Getting a comment from Ronnie Lee, of course, producer extraordinaire for the Jay Thomas Show. So we're like a Men's Warehouse ad with the suits. I see it.
Yeah. Well, I thought
you're more than me at this point. You're obviously.
Hey, I don't have the tie clip, my man. You're looking sharp with that one. But yeah, either that or the NFL Today, Fox NFL Sunday, that kind of thing. It works either way. So, well, it's a video, right? I mean, these days it's not just radio, it's video. So
definitely is.
We got to look good. And if I had known you were going to go full out, I'd had to up my game a little bit. So I'm glad I didn't know.
Now,
very
see,
solid.
Our coworker Janae White, of course, who does the Coffee Club with Paul and Janae every morning on the WDAY. We had talked about you kind of being my Robin in the situation. We're going to get you a costume. We're going to do all sorts of things, but unfortunately, other things obviously came up, so we have to put that on the back burner for now. But
that's fine. I'll take it. I'll take it. You're doing a heck of a job as being Batman, buddy. So
I appreciate that, Steve. So we're going to head back over to our news line now. Tom Tucker, our senior reporter, going to rejoin us on the phone. A bit of a better connection here, catching up again with Fargo mayoral candidate Akun Dabar. Tom, reset, just kind of start over with Hakoon. Talk to us about himself and what's going on right now as the votes and the polls are closed. And a tough, hard-fought campaign came to a close today for Hakoon.
You got that right, Kyle. I just want to confirm you do have audio but not video. Is that the case?
Looks like we may possibly have both. I believe we for sure have audio, Tom, so go ahead.
Okay, well, I want to presume that we do have video as well, so I'll pay attention to how things look. Hakoon, back with you again. Sorry about that technical glitch, but again, it's great to have you with us. We were talking about what it will take for you to prevail in this election up against a couple of formidable candidates and the incumbent Mayor Mahoney and the state representative Shannon Morris-Jones and others as well. What will it take for you?
We have different strategies, and what was the standard was candidates used to announce and send press release to the media, and then go to billboards and all that. Well, that's what we did was we were knocking doors of every resident of Fargo, make sure they come out and express their rights. We share our platform. That's why we're different. I met so many folks that told me that, thank you for coming to my door. There's no mayor candidate that came to my door. And that will make difference tonight. I'm very hopeful about it.
You certainly have knocked on a lot of doors based on the information you have shared with us. You talked with a lot of people. What are some of the most significant issues that are emerging in those conversations?
Workforce issues was the number one, and the second one was the special assessment. And for our campaign is we want to end special assessment.
I want to thank Tom again for heading out to talk to Hakoon Dabar, mayoral candidates here with us on WDAY radio, and of course the flag. And some just connection issues with Tom. We'll get those sorted out as we move through the evening. Again, I appreciate Tom and of course Hakoon for giving us some of his time as well during his party to talk with us. He's with Matur Alier as well as Ahmad Shiel, again another city commission candidate down in South Fargo as they celebrate a hard-fought campaign, of course, coming through. I got some word from Deanne Buckhouse. She's in contact with our producer extraordinaire Spencer. Again, just really busy. I could believe that story, honestly, right now, as far as what's going on. So she's going to get in touch with us as soon as possible to kind of give us an update on what's going on with the whole election process. Possibly maybe an issue or two out in the Horace area. We'll kind of dive into that with Deanne when she gets hold of us here shortly on the program. But definitely something to keep an eye out for with her as well. But even in some of the words we heard from Hakoon again, man, just having that ability to go out and connect with the public is a big deal for him. And it shows, again, looks confident, looks like he's ready to see the results, whether it be good or bad tonight. Seems like he's just ready.
Yeah, first of all, I'm curious to find out if there's some irregularity or some malfunction going on in Horace, because she was scheduled to be with us right off the top of the show tonight. And she said, guys, hang on, I've got to get out somewhere. And that's still taking up her time. So we hope to be able to bring you some information on that as the evening goes along. You mentioned Hakoon Dabar, and one of the topics that he has been talking a lot about, and that is special assessments. He's not the only one. Just about everybody in this race for city commission and for mayor has talked about special assessments and how can we do that differently. Now, when you really think about it, it's someone's going to have to pay the expenses of developing the property. And this is where I am curious to hear more about some of the plans. I've heard a lot of people say we need to fix special assessments, we need to end it, we need to do it differently. And that's one thing that I've not heard every interview from every candidate. But I think that's the biggest trick. It sounds good to say it, but either the developer is going to pay the expenses of developing that property, or the homeowner is going to pay that. One of the two is going to pay it. The city's not going to pay it because the city is where the money goes to. And so there's been some talk about how the city does it and they're financing, making money off of interest and so forth. But in order for someone to really come up with something that's going to stick and have the credibility of someone who's going to fix the issue, they're going to have to come up with some way to make this seem like this is a better solution than what we have right now, because it's easy to say we want to do away with special assessments. It's much harder to figure out exactly how you're going to do it.
Definitely is. That's been the one blow up topic we've had right now over the past number of weeks. It seems like it was kind of one of the main issues we had originally when everyone announced and it was official and the candidates were set. But it really seems over the past maybe 2 to 3 weeks, the special assessment thought process is just blown up with all the candidates. We've seen candidates make different boards talking about how they're going to deal with certain assessments and how they're going to get rid of them. Yeah. We had mayoral candidates come out and say, blankly, you can't. There's different kinds of assessments and we need some of these. Infrastructure, Shannon Morris-Jones talking with us on midday as well about how the city is 5 years behind possibly on some of the infrastructure projects and the key infrastructure it needs. Mayor Mahoney discrediting that a little bit to an extent, but
sure, just which you'd expect.
Of course you would, right? So it's one of those hot button issues that's kind of taking the shape. Even Tony Gary today talking more about it seems like every decade or so there's a different main issue that pops up towards the election time we see. And he's just curious to see how it all plays out and if folks are going to listen to certain things and if these topics are going to stay important when possibly new leadership takes place in the city here in Fargo.
Damon has a comment for us watching the video stream tonight. Thank you, Damon, for watching the program tonight. When did Fargo allow multiple choice for mayor? So this is a new concept, approval voting, and we've not had, I think this is the first mayoral election where we've had it, Kyle.
That's correct.
We had the city commission last election, but this is the first one for mayor. This was a group that came in that was not headquartered here. They came in from out of state, but they did a very solid campaign and got a lot of people thinking about how do we handle the way that we vote for our elected officials. And instead of voting for just one or two or however many seats are open, you could vote for as many people as you want. And the theory is that everybody who you like, if you really like two people, you'd be okay with either of them. You could now vote for both of them. But this is the first time around. This is not used very many places. I think I heard San Jose, California, and Fargo are the two places, or it's somewhere outside of Fargo anyway, but definitely Fargo, one of the first places to adopt that. So, Damon, that is a great question, and it is definitely a new phenomenon here in Fargo politics.
Well, Steve, right now, 7:45 here on our special election coverage. Still waiting for some results to pour in, of course. Busy times right now for the Cass County Election Board all across the state. Of course, when those numbers first start coming in, we will inform you folks as far as where the numbers are falling. Right now, again, want to go to some special coverage. Our Bonnie Amistadi was able to get out and about and talk to you, the voters, at different election polling locations across Fargo. A couple of folks she talked to. We're going to hear more about what was troubling you and maybe some of the different challenges you faced at the polling stations today. Let's take a listen.
What brought you folks out? Do you vote in all the elections, or was this an interest in particular?
We vote in all elections.
Did you feel like you were going back to school this year with the number of candidates running? Did you have to do a lot of homework?
A little bit, yeah.
Any confusion with the ballot? I know there were some typos, and then,
None whatsoever. Everything worked like clockwork. It was very easy and very understandable.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys already have your mind made up who you were voting for, say for the mayor and commission, or did you listen to the interviews, read up on the different candidates?
We did all of that.
Yeah.
We had our candidates selected before we came in, and like I say, it was just absolutely run perfectly.
Do you vote in every election, or was this a special occurrence for you?
No, I vote every election.
How much work was it to do your homework ahead of time?
I spent some time researching the candidates. We had quite a few options this year. So, but yeah, I definitely kind of knew who I was going to vote for before I got here, for sure.
Yeah, but you did some homework ahead of time.
Absolutely.
Did you think anything of all the candidates that were in the commission race and park board race or school board race?
I mean, it was definitely interesting. We had a lot of choices this year. So,
and voting for as many candidates as you wanted to, do you think there's going to be any confusion and some spelling errors on the ballot or anything like that?
I think with the ranked voting for city commission, but not for school board, might be a little confusing for people, because I actually didn't know that until I started to do some research. And with so many options, I also think voters don't necessarily know that you don't have to vote for as many as you can. If you only want to vote for one, you just vote for one, even though there are 5 options. So I think some people get confused by that sometimes too.
Yeah. Is this probably the most homework you've had to do for an election over the years?
I think so. Yes, definitely.
Yeah. And no big deal though. I mean, you think the more the merrier in the races?
Yeah. I mean, there may be a few more options this year than we probably would have been good, I guess. But I think that, having choices is always a good thing, for sure. As long as people do their research and know what the choices are, I guess.
What do you think are going to be our biggest issues moving forward for the city here?
I mean, I think right now, kind of the biggest thing for me is the school board. There's obviously, with the pandemic, there was a lot of crazy stuff going on. So I think moving forward, that will be, I think the school board is the race I was most interested in this year, I guess.
Okay.
Kale Dunwoody.
Okay, Kale. And do you typically vote in the primary elections or the regular elections?
Both.
You do. So
Yes.
you like your voice heard.
Yes. I work in public policy, so it's pretty near and dear to my heart for this opportunity to vote. So.
Well, I would imagine then you did a lot of homework and you were paying attention. How did you prepare to cast your ballots?
Yeah. So there's a few different websites out there. The one I use is Vote FMWF. And so I worked at the Chamber of Commerce, and they worked, it was one of our leadership groups that had put that group together, put a website together, and had a lot of great information on there, as well as we had a website that I actually helped create. So I had to dig into a lot of that background information on there. So
there you go. You did a lot of the research yourself.
Yes, exactly. So I got to see kind of some of the background information on people, and before we put it on our website. So it was pretty informational, and all of the stuff that I saw was pretty leading to tell me which candidates I would vote for. So
well, hopefully others do as much homework as you did before they cast their ballots.
Yes, I think that's the one biggest thing is in elections, it's hard for individuals to get that information out, and I'm so glad that our leadership group did that, as well as the Chamber of Commerce pushed out that information, because one, I think it's so important to be one, an informed voter, but two, also getting out and voting. And I think sometimes it might be scary for people to get out and vote if they don't know who's on the ballot or what's on the ballot. So just really being an informed voter, I think, is one of our biggest challenges as a community and as a nation, is just making sure everybody understands the true issues and what people stand for as they are entering into these offices. So,
you bet. Any concerns, you think, with the number of candidates on the ballot for some of these races this year?
No, I think it's good to have competition. I think we've seen in the past that there's been some, a lack of candidates, and I'm always encouraging people to run for office no matter what, whether they stand on the right side of the aisle or left side of the aisle, or on a nonpartisan race. Just being able to get out and have their voice heard on that election, and allowing their mindset to be on the ballot. I think that's the biggest thing, is everybody has their own ideologies, their own thought processes, and so having a wide variety of candidates is a good thing, I think, for our community. It shows people want to get involved.
You bet. What do you think the biggest concerns, or what are you most interested in seeing the city do moving forward?
Yeah, I think that as we grow, as our city is growing, so it's growing very rapidly, both on the southern side and then also on the West Fargo side, and just as a community as a whole is providing our residents with those resources, and providing businesses with the opportunity to establish more of a foothold in different areas of our city, but then also attracting workers. I think that's the biggest thing, is our city needs to attract workers, and it might not be a city issue, but they play a part in that. So somebody that's going to really focus on business and workforce attraction. So
you think we're going to be surprised at all when the votes are all cast?
I think with this approval voting, it's a little bit different. I don't think it's going to be quite as easy to count noses like it has been in the past. I think it's a little bit more of a coin flip. I obviously have my favorite candidates, but and I hope they win. But it just kind of depends on who utilizes this approval voting process, and if somebody votes for multiple candidates for the mayor's race, or only votes for one candidate. So it's hard to say. It could be a toss up. I can't. I've been trying to predict. People have been asking me, but I haven't been able to say for sure this is who's going to win, just because I'm unsure.
Do you support the approval voting? Do you like it?
So on my personal stance, I got to make sure I separate myself from my official work at the chamber. Is I don't necessarily like the approval voting process. I think that it's confusing for some individuals, and two, I think that it's not really the way it should be. I think we should, if there's two candidates open, we should be voting for two candidates, not voting for all that you approve of, that really kind of muddies up the waters and things like that. And I think it's, if you've gotten 50% plus one, then you should be able to move on and be elected officer. So.
I want to thank our Bonnie Amistadi. Great opportunity to catch up with some Fargo voters. We're going to have more from her throughout the rest of the program, Steve. But again, great stuff. Just get in touch with the Fargo voters, seeing what's on their mind. Some conflicting kind of opinions when it comes to approval voting this time around with this many candidates in the mayoral race. Seems like some folks are kind of on the brink of this. So is it going to stay? Is it going to go? We'll find out after this whole process kind of irons itself out.
Yeah, in time. Well, we'll get a better sense of it.
Definitely will. We're going to head back out now to South Fargo. Again, our senior reporter, Tom Tucker, once again joined by Hakun Dabar and Matur Alier. Tom, again, going to give the floor, man. Take it away.
Thank you, Kyle. Hakun is here with us. Hakun, you have talked frequently about special assessments. The incumbent mayor, Tim Mahoney, says a lot of his opponents have talked about special assessments and wanting to end them without providing specifics on how that can be done. So if you do prevail in this election, how would you go about eliminating or reducing special assessments?
And Tom, the first thing I'm going to do is forming a metro task force for special assessment. Fargo alone cannot eliminate special assessment. We want Morehead in and West Fargo in. So we're going to form a task force. And also, what we're going to do is we're going to bring also state on the table. We pay them 130 million sales tax every year. We need to get 1% back for our city to rebuild our infrastructure. The current mayor, he did not do any plan for this city infrastructure. And special assessments, people like us started, it didn't come from heaven. We can end it. We don't want to burden people. We don't want to burden our seniors who have fixed income. Once get elected, special over will be over.
All right.
Special assessment will be over.
All right. As mentioned earlier tonight, you have created a bit of a buzz in this community with your door-to-door efforts, and it seems as though your campaign has made some inroads. How is it that the case? So what it is about you, your message in your campaign, do you think that has resonated most with voters?
The difference with us and the other candidates, what we did for us is like we were knocking doors. We're reaching out to people. We are talking to them. We are listening about their challenges they're facing every day. And I think with that, tonight, I think the people of Fargo will decide who will be the next mayor of Fargo.
All right. Lagoon DeBar, thanks so much for the time tonight. Wish you all the best moving forward. And thank you for that conversation. We appreciate it. Joining me now as well is Fargo City Commission candidate Matur Alir. Matur, thanks for joining me. And how are you feeling tonight at this point with the election now finally over and vote counting underway?
I feel pretty optimistic, pretty happy, and grateful. So I'm hopeful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you two did a lot of door knocking. What were some of the most common messages, most common concerns that you were hearing from citizens?
Most of the one concern that I heard a lot was to do with spatial assessment, because most I knock on the south side a lot, and it has to do with the spatial assessment. Mm-hmm. And to me, getting into this race, I know myself, I start my new home now with $46,000 on the spatial assessment. It is a burden to families, and I can't imagine how hard it is for the people that are living on fixed income.
You are head of the Fargo Human Rights Commission. Also, you're directly involved with inclusion and diversity within the Moorhead Area School District. A few weeks back in the campaign, there was a forum put on by a Republican group here in the county with maybe about 8 candidates, one for city office invited, but you were not included, and you alleged or charged that maybe that was somehow a racist with regard to you not being invited and your other fellow candidates as well. Your thoughts on that and how you feel about that at this point?
Actually, that was a lie from the forum. And to be honest with you, I did not know there was a forum that had went on by United Republicans. It was raised by David Popcorn. And I say if that had happened and I and Ahmed were the only two that were not invited, I think that Fargo needs to do more to be inclusive. That was my correct statement, and I think it was recorded and it was taken out of content to however they interpret it to be alleging races or whatever. You can take it however you want, but that was my statement, that Fargo needs to be more inclusive in inviting everyone so they can learn from everyone, even if you don't agree with them.
When you say that was a lie by the forum, are you referring to the local newspaper?
Yeah.
Just
correct.
for clarity.
Correct.
Okay.
It was report first. It was changed. Like they changed the story like 6 times. First, they say 2 black men were not invited to that forum, and then they changed it again. And then the last one that they updated I was alleging racism. No, I did not say that. But to be honest with you, I did say we need to do more to be inclusive.
Okay.
Because this is a nonpartisan race, and how do you know that who is Democrat and who is Republican? With
other brief thoughts you'd like to express?
I think this is a great campaign. We got involved and we have door knocked enough to many people that we're flashing for their votes, and we'll see what's in there. So,
Matur Alir, thanks so much for the time tonight. We appreciate it, and best of luck moving forward to you.
Thank you so much, Tom, for having us.
All right. Ahmed Sheel is also here tonight. He too is running for Fargo City Commission. Ahmed, your thoughts with regard to your campaign and how you're feeling tonight?
I feel really, really confident, because I say that because of the communication with the door knocking, from the door knocking, a lot of people that I talk to, that engagement itself is satisfying. Getting to know the community is satisfying. That is how things can get done. So I do agree with.
Go ahead, you're good.
Oh, go ahead. As I said earlier, I think that collective mindset is something that works. When you bring people together, you can achieve whatever the challenges that are in the community. So,
if you win and are sworn in, what's your first order of business?
I want to hear the residents. One thing that I actually do want to do is really extending that time for the commission meeting schedule. It doesn't meet with every person, and that's something that came up a lot from door knocking. That they want the opportunity to attend, but the timing doesn't work because individuals get up work and it started already. So I think as a city government, you need the residents involved, and you need to make that flexibility.
Okay, terrific. Any thoughts you'd like to express in closing with 1 minute left?
Fargo is a great community. Fargo has grown, in diversity for the last, 4 or 5 years that I have been here. I've seen a lot. I know the challenges in the community through the work that I have done in the community, and that's something I'm really looking forward to really take the lead on.
All right, Ahmed Shiel, thanks so much for the time tonight. We wish you all the best moving forward. Thank you so much, sir.
Great. Thanks, Tom.
Tom, thanks so much. Out in South Fargo, folks, your best June 2022 election coverage continues next. Stay with us.
Community-focused, conservative-minded. This is AM 1100 and 92.3 FM, WZFG, Dilworth, Fargo, Moorhead, USA.
It's time for the Richardson Report, your ag weather focused on the field with NDSU ag meteorologist Daryl Richardson.
We did not officially do it in Fargo, but other locations in the southern Red River Valley did hit 90 degrees this past weekend. Those were not only the first 90-degree readings locally of the season, they were also the first ones in North Dakota. Waiting until this time of year for the first 90 is not unusual at all. Overall, pretty close to the average. If you didn't hit 90 yet, you will likely do it later this week. There's been a big bubble of heat to our south that will transition north into our region this upcoming weekend. The crops will probably struggle a bit, but with all the moisture in the soil, they should be able to survive the heat.
That's the Richardson Report, your focus on the field with NDSU ag meteorologist Daryl Richardson. Heard 5 times each weekday right here.
This week, Greta Van Susteren is back on cable news. On Tuesday, Greta's new show launches on Newsmax, America's largest growing cable news channel. Each night, Greta is proving that people want real news without the media spin. Her show is called The Record with Greta Van Susteren, and everyone is talking about it. Tune in at 5 p.m. Central as Greta broadcasts from Washington with the real news, giving you the facts you need to know. She's asking the tough questions the big media won't. Find out why millions are making the switch to Newsmax. It's on all major cable systems and streaming platforms. Make the switch and watch Greta Van Susteren tonight. Check out your program guide or get info on her great new show. Just text the word Greta to 39747. That's Greta 39747. Switch to Newsmax today. It's real news for real people. Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Cybersecurity professionals safeguard our lives and businesses from malicious attacks. At the University of Mary, we educate those ready to face these challenges in our local communities and across the globe. Through our cybersecurity administration degree, which can be completed on campus or online, you can make our world a safer and more ethical place to work and thrive. Attend the University of Mary for your degree in cybersecurity. Learn more at umary.edu/CSA.
Here's a question for you. Why is it that some people aren't as stressed out about the future as you'd think they'd be? Answer: they're probably among the millions of Americans who have prepared themselves with emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. If the worst ever happens, literally millions of American families are already protected from dealing with empty store shelves. Is yours? If not, go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now and grab some emergency food kits. At least one for each member of your family. These kits give you a wide variety of delicious meals that average over 2,000 calories per day. Everything stays fresh for up to 25 years in storage. Order your kits now by going to MyPatriotSupply.com. Your order will ship fast and arrive discreetly in unmarked boxes. Listen, this is something you need to jump on now, before the next news headline stuns the world. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hey, it's Kevin Flynn and Alex Taylor. Make sure you're listening to the Need to Know Morning Show. Starts at 6 on Wednesday. Kyle and our news team have the election results from Fargo. They were up late.
Ag Director Bridget Riedel gives us the highlights of NDSU's crop and pest report. We'll check in with Brian Cronk of Collins & Cronk and see if we can make sense of these crazy markets. And you can win donuts from Sandy's, Taylor's TiVo's rolling.
And Hallstrom's back with short attention span radio. All that, the sports and more, starting at 6. Kevin Flynn and Alex Taylor. Need to Know Morning Show on AM 1100 and 92.3 FM, The Flag.
Welcome back, folks. Your post-June 2022 election coverage continues here on The Flag and WDAY. I want to thank you for joining us. Hour number 2 of our coverage. Going to head right over now to Flag Family Media President Steve Hallstrom. We have our first round of numbers in, at least when it comes to statewide precincts reporting. Steve, what do you got for us?
The scoreboard's starting to hop just a little bit, Kyle. There's not a whole lot of drama in some of these statewide races, but it is interesting to see some of the storylines and what kind of opposition vote maybe you might be getting. So we'll start with the U.S. Senator primaries, and it's on the Republican side, John Hoeven going against Riley Kuntz. Hoeven, the incumbent, getting right now 78.5% of the vote to Kuntz's 20.8, 20 precincts out of 398 reporting. So still very early, but about an 80-20 split there. On the Democrat side, Katrina Christensen with about the same kind of a lead over Michael Steele on the Democrat side, 77.8 to 22.1. The other race that has a little bit of local interest as well, Michael Howe, state representative out of Castleton, is running for Secretary of State, and he's in a primary with Marvin Lepp, a fellow Republican. And right now, Howe has that lead about 69% to 31% there as well. So there's a lot of races where people are running unopposed. For instance, Drew Wrigley, Republican Attorney General, no opposition there. And on the Democrat side, Tim Lamb, the Democrat, no opposition there. So they will obviously advance as well. But those are a couple races where there might be some interesting numbers at the end of the night. We might be able to draw some conclusions. But right now we have, a pretty partial results, and we'll be getting more as this next hour, things will start heating up. And by 9 o'clock, we may start to see some local numbers turn in as well, Kyle.
Definitely keep an eye, of course, on the statewide election coverage now. Still waiting for some of those local numbers, Steve, as you mentioned. Had a chance this past hour to catch up with a few of the candidates, both in the mayoral race here in the city of Fargo as well as the city commission race. And again, just reiterating, folks, these are record numbers as far as the number of candidates. When you talk about for Fargo mayor, 7 candidates on that ballot, 15 for city commission, only 3 total spots between the two open. A lot of folks to try and sift through there. Also, we talked about it as well, the school board. Big topic of conversation. How is that going to pan out tonight? Waiting for some more of those local results to file in, as Steve mentioned. Hopefully within the next hour or so, we can kind of get some of those and sort of get an idea about how this is all going to shape out. Coming up this hour as well on our special election coverage tonight's here on WDAY and the Flag simulcast on both of our wonderful stations. Going to catch up with Denise Kolpak, Fargo City Commission candidate. She'll be with live with our Ty Schonert coming up at about 8:15. Also, Fargo mayoral candidate Shannon Roars-Jones going to talk with our Tom Tucker a little bit later on this hour as well. We'll hear again from our Bonnie Amistadi talking to some more of you and the voters out there a little bit later this hour as well. Steve, one of the statewide races we talked about is Senator Hoeven. This is the only race where we have 2 kind of on each side. We talked about it before. Kind of interesting to see how close that's going to be when it comes to him and Kuntz as far as back and forth with that Republican primary race. If it maybe lights a fire a little bit for Senator Hoeven to feel a little more pressure when it comes to trying to get that spot back, maybe if he wins today back in November as well.
I think if Kuntz can mount anything more than, say, 25%, I think that will be a statement made, even though Hoeven will still win in a landslide. Nobody seems to think that John Hoeven is in any real trouble, but John Hoeven is one of the people that some, even in national politics, has labeled as the Rhino, Republican in name only. That he's been one of those people too eager to go along and get along with the Washington, D.C. establishment. Rick Becker mounted a challenge to him at the nominating convention, and Hoeven ended up winning that after a little bit of drama early on. And when Rick Becker decided not to go to the primary and challenge forward there, saying he wanted the unity within the party, that kind of led you to believe that the primary was going to be relatively drama-free as well. And while the name Riley Kuntz doesn't mean a lot to a lot of North Dakotans, there are a number of people who tonight on the Republican side are going to vote for whoever was running against John Hoeven tonight. Will that be 20%, 25, 30, anything like that. Who knows? Again, we don't think that there will be a lot of drama late in this race, but I wouldn't be surprised to see those numbers 20, 25%, where people say, we just want people to know that we're kind of tired of the same old, and we want people to go to Washington, D.C. and kick and scream a little bit more than what Kevin Cramer and John Hoeven have done. At least that's what you hear from people. So be interesting to see how those numbers change. I imagine the early results we're getting are some far west precincts, which are in the Western time zone, where maybe polls closed a little bit early, an hour earlier than when we went on with our coverage. And the Western part of the state tends to vote more conservative. So I feel like if Kuntz is going to mount anything of a challenge tonight, he's going to have to be really strong out west, because as you get further east, it tends to get a little bit more moderate, where John Hoeven is expected to do fairly well. And Bismarck, again, is an area where John Hoeven will do well also. It's the small town ranchers, farmers, small business people that I think might have something to say about this one tonight. We'll see what happens.
I think, too, a number to look at when you look at the total number of votes for the two primaries, seeing how many people voted in the Democratic primary as well as the Republican primary, you're going to be able to kind of tell how that's shaking out a little bit more. You look right now, it's obviously very early, right, Steve? Still a lot of time to go here, but 6,261 votes for the Republican side of this, only about 1,900 for the Democratic side. So seeing how that evens out as well. Are we going to see numbers kind of close together? Is there going to be vastly more Republican voters? Again, we are technically a red state. Yeah. So I'm curious to see how that shakes out too, because again, right now, Katrina Christensen with a decent lead over Michael Steele, but is it going to matter in the grand scheme of things when you're looking at the total number of voters in each party and how that's going to play out in the actual general election?
You know, Kyle, that's one thing that stood out to me on the ballot today. You could choose to vote for the Republican side or the Democrat side, and once you started on one, you had to stay on that side. You couldn't go back and forth. That's what the primary is all about. But it was, to me, just kind of a reality check when I looked at the Democrat side, and I tend to follow news across North Dakota. I generally know a lot of the names, and I didn't recognize any of the names on the Democrat side. I just didn't. And, other than the announcement that Katrina Christensen was going to run, Steele was going to run, you'd seen him that way, but your Max Schneiders are not in this. Your Kylie Oversons are not in this. The names where you would say, oh, okay, this is a person that could win this primary, blow away the field in the primary, and go on to November and mount a real challenge to some of these people. The state of the Democrat Party in North Dakota, I don't know how the leadership of the Democrat Party is going to try to energize its base this year with the names. And these are, I'm sure, wonderful, talented, smart people, but we just don't know them. And you're going to need to have something of that kind of name recognition to be able to say, okay, we got a shot to do something in November. I just don't know how, as a Democrat, you see the names here and you see the names on the Republican side that are so entrenched, Armstrongs and Hovens and so forth, and feel like, yes, this is our year.
Definitely an uphill battle, I would say, for the Democratic side of the aisle when it comes to some of these major races here in North Dakota, because of also the name recognition too. You talk about the Kelly Armstrongs, you talk about the Senator Hovens, obviously Kevin Cramer not in this group this year. Obviously, it'll be a few years down the road if he decides to run again. Just really tough to take some of those big names out. They've been around for a while. Talking about Hoven being a former governor as well, having that kind of backing through the state, of course. It's going to be difficult for really anybody to try and challenge these kind of names when it comes to either primaries or the general election.
Well, how far we've come from 2 years ago when Heidi Heitkamp was the runaway winner on the Democrat side. And we said, oh boy, here's going to be a battle. Can't wait for this heavyweight tussle between Cramer and Heitkamp when it goes to November. And there's just nothing like that here right now. And so I think that's a big challenge for the Democrat Party, is try to find out how to get some names that have some, like a Tim Mahoney, for instance. Now, he may not be the perfect candidate. He may have no aspirations to run for statewide office and be a congressman, but Tim Mahoney is a staunch Democrat, unapologetic Democrat. And he's a kind of a Democrat that could do something in North Dakota, because I think even for those of us that would lean more conservative, you look at Mahoney and say, he's been a pretty good mayor, all things considered. And he's a guy that if it was a Tim Mahoney winning a primary tonight and getting ready to go up against Kelly Armstrong or John Hoven, you'd say, okay, here, pop your popcorn. Here's something to watch as it goes on. But yeah, there's no Heidi Heitkamps on this ballot.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that I've heard too, just speaking in general with someone like Mayor Mahoney. The job he's done here in the city of Fargo has propelled them to get some of that name recognition, to have some of that pull one of the reasons why, again, he seems very calm and cool and collected when it comes to this race. There are some serious candidates taking him on this year. He's not running unopposed like last time. He has some serious challengers, but even talking to him Monday, just very, hey, I'm running on my record. People know what I stand for. They know what I do. And that kind of mindset that what he's brought to the city of Fargo has really brought a calm for himself when it comes to this race. And it shows in his interviews. It shows the way he talks, the way he carries himself. It's one of the reasons why a lot of folks, whether you are Republican or Democrat, as you mentioned, Steve, kind of feel like, hey, he can do the job. He does reach across the aisle a little bit from that standpoint of just wanting to try and be a good mayor, as whatever your definition of that is.
Yeah, well, even we've got some people that are in the state house or state senate on the Democrat side that have done well in Fargo. And if those kind of names, in Fargo, let me pick a Tim Mathern. It's a name a lot of people know. And he's a guy that has a few laps around the track of the state legislature. If he would get into one of these races, there would be a name you could say, okay, heard about this guy. He's done some things. He has some recognition in the biggest city in North Dakota. Maybe there's a shot. Erin Oban is not running this year out of Bismarck. And she's been active in the state legislature as well. She's a name that at least people know. And I feel like if you're on the Democrat side and you're trying to get candidates that can mount a challenge, find some of those people that are willing to go up. Now, it's going to be an uphill battle because it's North Dakota, but at least would give reason for Democrats to be excited. And I don't know that you see that in this ballot.
Definitely something to keep an eye on as far as as more votes come in and if there is some change possibly happening. Some new leadership kind of on both sides of the outcoming this November too. So curious to see how it all plays out in the statewide election again here in North Dakota. We'll keep updating you guys on the results as they come in. Time now to head back out into the field. Again, our reporter Ty Schonert is live near downtown Fargo with Fargo City Commission candidate Denise Kolpak. Ty, welcome back to the program. Thanks so much. Take it away, bud.
Thank you, Kyle. We are sitting here in Tailgaters in Fargo. And so how are you doing? We just joined you in this party here.
We
and
did.
There's a lot of people here for you.
There are, and they've been coming and going. And I'm just so glad we can be here. I wanted to do it somewhere that's close to my neighborhood and in my neighborhood, the Jefferson neighborhood. And they were gracious enough to let us come here and be here. And it's been a wonderful spot.
I also saw the giant sign outside too. So it's nice to have support, right?
Very, very nice. Yes.
And so I wanted to talk about we're going to talk about how the theme I'm going with is if you're elected, because I feel like that's a good thing to ask and how to kind of roll with these things. And so if you're elected, and I was kind of going through your website and I was seeing all the talking points you had, and one of them was smart growth. And I'm interested to learn what that means from you. And I want to hear what that means, because with other candidates like Mahoney, for example, who's the mayor candidate, but he talks about smart growth and sustainability being a key issue of his. What does smart growth mean to you?
Yeah, so it starts with the implementation of the core neighborhood plan. As I said, I live in the Jefferson neighborhood, and as Fargo continues to grow and the diversion is completed and we get hemmed in the south, what are we going to do about infill? And how are we going to make sure that we have affordable housing? And I think some of those solutions exist in how we implement the core neighborhood program. Also, how do we utilize some of the commercial incentives that we have in place and have been so successful in both the Renaissance Zone, TIFs, pilots, in the residential areas, and be creative about that to be our solution for affordable housing.
Now, you said the I word, which is incentives. Now, depending on who you ask in Fargo, that's either a good or a bad or a dirty word. And with the Gehrig soon to leave the commission, I wanted to hear what your stances on incentives were. What are your thoughts on that?
So I sat down with a lot of developers and builders and had this conversation, as well as every city department, and did my homework. Incentives have been very successful for Fargo. Here's one example. The Renaissance Zone has increased net property value downtown by $550 million, which eventually will be giving property tax back to the city of Fargo.
Mm-hmm.
That's an incredible ROI. The TIFs have grown by $390 million net property value since 1981 until today. And sure, there's a period where they're not paying back, or there's a window. But once the TIFs are paid out and we start collecting on that property tax, that's an incredible ROI for the city of Fargo. Now, having said that, can we expand that across Fargo? I absolutely think we can.
Interesting. And so I also, going on their website again, I also see that Fargo should be kept special. And I thought that was unique, and I wanted to hear what you meant by that. And so what makes Fargo special? I want to hear that from you.
The people, I can tell you after meeting with all of the city department leaders, for instance, the compassion and the commitment to really keep Fargo special by serving the people, by serving people as customers, by going to work every day and really loving what they do and committing to the citizens. Let's start there. And I can tell you that's genuine and that's real. I think the leadership and how we approach managing the city of Fargo is special. I think the city commission structure is a special structure, and I support it. At-large commissioners help mitigate pitting ward against ward, and I think you're always making decisions that are in the best interest of Fargo, and I would continue to do that.
On the topic of ward systems, are you in support of a more generalized ward system in general, or?
I actually support the commission structure at large. Again, to my point about not pitting ward against ward, I do support adding 2 more commissioners as Fargo grows.
Understood. Okay. And on the topic of just keeping people together, keeping people in line, and moreover, not trying to speak over each other. One of the things I've heard you say over and over and over and over again is decorum, and making sure we're all respectful to each other and be nice to each other and reasonable. And I want to hear what your takes are on just decorum in the Fargo City Commission. Are we speaking over each other too much? Are we not being respectful to each other? Or are the commissioners not being respectful to each other? What are your takes on decorum?
I can tell you I have a reputation for always being professional, and I would bring that same approach to the City Commission as a commissioner. I think Fargo deserves that, and its citizens deserve that. I can tell you after sitting down with all the city departments, as well as some of the commission committees, when the decorum isn't there and it starts intimidating both people coming to testify in front of a committee meeting, for instance, or the city employees standing up there giving information at a commission meeting, and they start to get nervous about having to present something. That's not fair to the city of Fargo, that they should be demoralized because they're afraid of some bad behavior up there. So I would definitely bring decorum and professionalism to the position. And again, I believe the citizens of Fargo deserve that.
Would you push Mahoney to enforce decorum, bring the gavel down, as it said?
There's a code of conduct that every commissioner agrees to when they agree to serve on the city commission, and I do think that the mayor could be more consistent with holding commissioners to account when it comes to the code of conduct.
So I promise you a light conversation, and we're going pretty heavy into stuff.
Light.
I apologize. And so let's talk about, what are you excited for when it comes to the election? Because it's already wrapped up. The polls have already closed, and it's almost at this point an hour and 20 in. And I wanted to hear your general thoughts and excitement on how things are going so far for you.
I'm so excited to have gone through this journey. I really didn't know what to expect. I worked very hard, but I didn't, for instance, expect to become close to some of the other candidates. And it's across all races because you end up following each other around in these forums, right? So that was a surprise. The city employees are very impressive. I learned a lot about the city, and I everything about it was invigorating and inspiring, and I'm really looking forward to the results tonight.
I wanted to thank you very much for joining me here. We're at Tailgaters, live at the Tailgaters. Join me with me at Denise Kolpak. Thank you very much, and have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Ty, thanks so much. I appreciate your report there with Denise Kolpak, Fargo City Commission candidate. Going to switch gears, Steve. Going to head out to Lindenwood Park. Again, our senior reporter, Tom Tucker, is live with Fargo mayoral candidate Shannon Roars-Jones. Got some daughters playing a doubleheader for softball tonight. She managed to stop by with us. Tom, take it away.
Kyle, thanks. We are here with Shannon Roars-Jones. We are enjoying the softball game. Shannon, my apologies. Did you say your daughter's team is up right now in the second game of this doubleheader?
I think they're up by a couple. There's nowhere to see the score, so you have to try and pay attention.
Did they win the first one?
They did.
Oh, well, good.
Yeah.
Good to have a winner in the family.
Hopefully at least one tonight.
Yeah, at least one tonight. And hopefully, if you get your way, it'll be two winners in the family tonight. How are you feeling now at this point, now that the campaigning is over and the votes are being counted?
You know, as long as the campaign is over, it's a good night. Hopefully we come out with a win, but either way, it's not going to change my service to the citizens of the city of Fargo.
Yeah. You are a state representative, serving at least a portion of Fargo. It's been an interesting campaign, some ups, some downs, some bumps, some bruises. Looking back, what are your thoughts? What is your assessment with regard to what you've experienced over the past several weeks?
You know, I think we ran a really good campaign. We got out and talked to a lot of people, learned a lot of things. I'm excited to implement some of the things that I learned throughout my discussions with some of our city department leaders. But, I wish some of the things had been different, but all in all, I'm pleased with the work that we did, and I hope we come out on top.
Yeah, I heard you in an interview just a day or two ago talking about how the campaign seemed to focus on some of the controversy surrounding the apartment development with Roars Construction, your frustration with that. with the idea that maybe the issues and the ideologies maybe weren't focused on enough. What are some of the issues and maybe ideologies with regard to maybe some of your own priorities do you think maybe haven't been talked about that you'd like to express even now at this point after the fact?
Well, I mean, things related to the project in North Fargo, I think that a lot of the coverage, especially by the local newspaper, was only focused on the negative aspects, and they chose not to cover when we had positive news to share. But as far as, the rest of things and my ideology is, all of that is in the past, and it's not going to impact my decision making going forward. I'm committed to working with civility with whomever I serve with on the city commission. And so this is not going to continue to be something that I hold over anyone or try and exact any sort of retribution for what I consider poor behavior in the past.
You're running against some pretty strong candidates, certainly the incumbent, Mayor Mahoney, seeking re-election. Certainly he'll draw a good percentage of the vote, most likely. Dakota seems to have made some inroads in this community with his incessant campaigning, going door to door and such, and it seems as though we're hearing his name quite a bit. What will be the key for you to win tonight?
Getting the most votes.
Oh, come on now.
I mean, it's always the key. I think it's really just people who understand me and what I've worked for in the past, getting out and taking the time to vote. I recognize that everybody is busy in their days with their families and their work, and hopefully people understand the value of taking the time out of their busy schedule to vote so that we can have positive change for the city.
If you are successful, if you do win, what's the first priority for you once you're sworn in, and how do you go about addressing it?
Well, it's budget time. And so the first thing we'll have to do is take a look at what the current mayor has started to outline for the budget and see if there's any things that need to be changed with that. I think the equally important will be evaluating what's happening currently in the Fargo Police Department. I have not had a chance to date to connect with our current chief. And so I want to sit down and have some conversations with him, go through and understand what has happened as a part of this 360-degree evaluation, and see what, if any, changes need to be made.
Any other thoughts that you'd like to express tonight that we haven't touched upon that you want the public to know about, that you want voters to be aware of?
No, I just really want to thank all of the people who took their time out to support me throughout the race, to take their time to vote. I've had a lot of notes of encouragement today, texts and messages, and it really is heartening after what I think has been a difficult campaign. And so I thank everyone for their support, and I look forward to the opportunity to work on behalf of Fargo in the future.
Learned something interesting about you tonight. Your oldest daughter of 3, you tell me, is now in basic training in the Army. That is pretty cool and pretty interesting. You must be proud of her as her mom. What does it feel like for you to know that your daughter is pursuing serving our country in this way?
I'm very proud of her, and especially proud that she made this decision. She's 17, so she'll come back and finish her senior year of high school. And I think that it's remarkable that she has the maturity to recognize the value in starting this early and really getting some progress before she even graduates from high school.
Not that this is really officially part of your campaign, but it has come up in conversation during the campaign, and that is the condo development with regard to Rohr's construction. What's the latest on that project, and when will it be moving forward? What are some of the details on that for folks who are still curious about that now at this point?
We've submitted the application for the building permit. The city is in the process of reviewing that. That's about all I know at this time. I know construction has been working more on that, and we're looking forward to breaking ground on that as soon as we get the building permit. But right now, the ball is in the city's court.
Okay, and of course, those who know you also know you're a state representative serving in Bismarck as well, which, as you remind us, is a part-time job, and currently the mayor of Fargo is a part-time job as well. Thoughts with regard to how and why and if and what you might be able to do to juggle both of those if you are successful tonight?
Well, like you said, they're both part-time jobs. If the citizens of the city of Fargo want the mayor to be a full-time position, that will be their decision to make through a vote, because they're ultimately the ones who are responsible for funding that position. And I don't want to spend their money to increase my wages, to increase, my obligations without I resign my seat as a legislator. As it is right now, I have several months to understand the role and the responsibility of mayor and see if it's something that can be managed with others. When people say, how can you do that? I like to say, people ask me the same thing when I started law school with 2 daughters, and I graduated law school with 3 daughters. So I figure out how to prioritize things when I need to.
All right, terrific. Fargo mayoral candidate and State Representative Shannon Morris-Jones. Thanks so much for the visit tonight. Wish you all the best and moving forward tonight. And good luck with the rest of the ball game. We hope your daughter prevails.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope she does too.
Tom, thanks so much again. Live out at Lindenwood Park, catching up with Fargo mayoral candidate Shannon Morris-Jones. Quickly over to Steve Hallstrom, some updates on the statewide numbers in the election.
Yeah, some more statewide numbers in. Now we've got 47 of the 398 precincts statewide reporting John Hoeven in the Republican primary for U.S. Senator with a 79.6 to 19.7 lead over Riley Kuhn. So a comfortable lead there. That lead has grown since our last check earlier. Katuna Christensen is still enjoying a big lead over Michael Steele on the Democrat side. They're 75.3 to 24.6. And Michael Howe, Marvin Lepp in a Republican primary for Secretary of State. Howe at 68.7% to Marvin Lepp's 31.1. So still a comfortable lead there for Mike Howe.
Steve, thanks so much. More of your best June 2022 election coverage coming up next, folks. Stay with us.
Farming can be a frustrating business at times. Even when commodity prices are looking pretty good, a storm can roll through and ruin your ability to make a profit. Thankfully, you can protect yourself with a hail insurance policy through Egg Country Farm Credit Services. Our insurance specialist will work with you to find the right coverage for your acres. To get started, turn to the experts in every field by contacting your local Egg Country office.
It's time for my dad, Trent Loose, and today's Loose Tales.
Clearly, the challenges in front of us are plenty. I don't think there's anything bigger than the indoctrination that is taking place with our school kids. The public education must be fixed now. The president of the Manning School in North Dakota, Marty Beard, standing by. We're going to pontificate this one. First, I want to remind you about Lone Creek Cattle Company, the certified Piedmontese system. Did you see the Ironman competition in Des Moines this past weekend? It was the certified Piedmontese Ironman. We need more Great Plains cattlemen to do the supply. Get more details about supplying Great Plains beef sired by Piedmontese bulls at LoneCreekCattleCo.com. All right, Marty, this education thing, I don't think schools are bamboozled as much as they simply are afraid to lose the federal funding.
Money.
It's all about extortion. And when you're not doing what's best for the kid, whether it be nutritionally, whether it be educationally, or whether it be health, you're not fulfilling your duty as a public servant. So while I agree with your overall context, it's fear for losing funding. And here's what I want. I want one school district, and I think it'll be in Nebraska, but I'm going to issue this as a challenge. I want one school district that's going to contact me and say, Trent, we're going to be the first one to take a stand and say, you can stick it, federal government, USDA, your school lunch program. We're going to self-fund. We're going to find food locally. We're going to feed these kids properly. We're going to educate them properly. I want one school that's going to tell this federal government to go where the sun doesn't shine. TrentLuce@gmail.com.
I hope it happens, but I can tell you from my experience, and then on the school board for close to 20 years, my little school out here will be closed. And it's probably going to happen anyway, the way this is going. But without that federal money, even as much as we get from North Dakota, we're dependent on rural education grants.
Why? Why do you need to be dependent on a federal grant?
Because we have been, back to my story, we've been bamboozled and led to believe that, oh, this is good for the kids. These REAP grants, they're good for kids. And if you don't accept them, you're not doing your kids justice. There are actually, well, put it to you this way, Trent, all of our teachers have to go to all of these
continuing education.
In continuing education, and I can't remember the exact word that they go to, but in service. There you go. And then the kids are not going to school on that day, or some of them get a substitute, but they are taking these teachers, and then they come back to school boards and go, well, we have to do this and this and this and this. And I'm like, no, we don't. But we keep jumping through the hoops. And you know what? I wish we could, but that will close our school. And if that's what it takes, so be it. If that's the route we're going, so be it.
And I assure you, there's one school out there that's going to contact me that's going to say, we're going to tell the federal government to take it where the sun doesn't shine. We're going to educate these kids right. Get a hold of me, TrentLoose@gmail.com. Loose Tales, be gentle, stay firm.
Welcome back in, folks. Your special June 2022 election coverage here on the Flag and WDAY, of course. News Director Kyle Cornell, joined by Flag Family Media President Steve Hallstrom. Going to head over to the newsline now, Steve. I want to welcome in to our coverage current Fargo School Board President Rebecca Knutson. She joins us live from her home in North Fargo. Rebecca, thanks so much for giving us some of your time.
I mean, I just kind of always feel like, well.
Oh, can she, Spence, can she hear me at all? Or? Oh, okay, we'll get back to Rebecca in just a few short minutes there. At home with the family, Steve, obviously big night for her. School board president, having an opportunity to kind of see what the future landscape for her is. A couple terms in the school board. We talked about it. One of the more interesting races because there's just a lot of unknowns when it comes to who is really going to come out on top in the school board race.
You know, I've got to think that for candidates like Rebecca, that she's got to feel in some way like, I want my message to get out about what I stand for with the schools, what I'm all about, what I want to do in the future. It seems like so much of this race is focused on, are we going to have masks in the classroom ever again? And certainly there's a group of candidates that is in this race largely because of the masking issue that happened within Fargo Public Schools. And so I'm just interested to hear from her. What is it that you feel like might get lost in all that noise as far as issues that are important? And what do you want to do going forward? And I am interested to hear that from her because having not had a chance to visit with her myself, I know you have, and I have a number of others have as well. But it seems like that's the one issue that kind of sucks all the oxygen out of the room. And oh, by the way, there's a lot more to talk about when it comes to education and whether our kids are going to have masks on in the school or not.
I think it's one of the things too, because there's been such an emphasis. You mentioned the recall effort in the Fargo schools, and I kind of took center stage for a lot of issues over the past 6-8 months or so when it came to talking about the school board. It was more about, are they going to be able to keep their spots until June?
Yeah.
Some of the folks that were possibly up for recall. Now it's a different ballgame, of course. It's an actual election. So a lot of the focus, again, has been on some of those candidates, whether it's the FEA endorsed candidates, whether it's the group of five you mentioned earlier that include the folks that were involved in the recall. So less of maybe attention on her as the school board president, as far as what her platform is and what it would be. Curious to know where she thinks she's at right now when it comes to the parents and the stakeholders in the Fargo School District, because as the leader of that board, you're kind of the face. You're kind of the person that really kind of moves the ship back and forth, even though it is a group of 9 that run the entire board together.
And we know that every day within our school system, there are great things happening. Kids are learning and growing, developing, becoming little people. And that's important too. And so the accomplishments that anybody who's on the school board can talk about are certainly ones that make a lot of sense and have a lot of value to a lot of people in the community as well. So every day there's good things happening, and I'm sure those are some of the things that she would want to highlight as well. And we hope to catch up with her fairly soon to be able to do that.
Yeah, again, with family, enjoying the night, just trying to, I'm sure, just take a deep breath when you have that many candidates running, and there's still some open spots. 1/3 of the candidates for the Fargo School Board tonight will be school board members. The question is just which 5, because it could be a mixed match, of course, of the different groups we've talked about. It can be the incumbents plus 1 new member as well. We know that Jennifer Benson, of course, vacating her spot, moving into the city commission race, which is a whole nother ballgame when you're talking about that race too. 3 less spots and a lot more just kind of question marks about who could really stand out. I think that's one of the things when you have that many candidates and you're looking at who can really bring that and separate themselves, how that's going to work.
All right. I believe that we've reestablished contact with Rebecca Knutson. First, I want to give an updated scoreboard, if you will. 54 precincts now across the state having reported. John Hoven with a lead still at about 79% to Riley Kuntz at 20%. So, now we're sitting somewhere around 60 out of 400. So we're getting to that 15% mark or so. So it looks like those numbers are going to start to to really cement in. Katrina Christensen, 75.8% to Michael Steele, 24% in the Democrat primary for United States Senator. And the other race that has some local significance as well, Michael Howe on the Republican side going for the Secretary of State's position against Marvin Lepp, also a Republican running in that primary. Michael Howe, state Republican or state representative from Castleton, has 68.3% of the vote as compared to Lepp's 31.4%. No local races to report yet. None of those numbers in. And if you're on the Minnesota side, apologies. Your big day is coming up in August. There's just not much happening on the Minnesota side. It's really a North Dakota show tonight.
Yeah, and of course, August 9th is the primary for Minnesota. And then, of course, November, we all get the same day coming up there as well. So everyone gets included there. Going to head over to the newsline now. I believe we have got our connection back with Fargo School Board President, currently Rebecca Knudsen. She joins us live from her home in North Fargo. Rebecca, thanks so much for giving us some of your time tonight.
Hi, yeah, thank you. No problem. Happy to talk.
It's great to catch up with you again, Rebecca. So let's talk about just the overall feelings kind of tonight. The polls, of course, closed now for a little over an hour and a half. You had a chance to maybe decompress a little bit with family. How you feeling as maybe the votes start pouring here in the next hour or so?
Yeah, everyone's sitting around the computer or on their phones wondering when some results are going to come in. And so I don't know, they'll either trickle in or there'll be a bunch that come in all at once. So it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out this evening. And I have family and friends over, and so we're having a nice time catching up and just visiting and waiting.
Hi, Rebecca. Steve Hallstrom here. My question for you is, as you look back at your most recent term and being the president of the school board, tell us what you're most proud of. What do you think has happened under your leadership and your membership on the school board that you're proud of, that you take into this campaign and say, this is something I feel good about as I run for another term?
There are a few areas. Thank you for the question. One certainly is making it through the last couple of years. And by that, I mean kids being in school mostly, after we moved through parts of COVID and working to provide a safe and a healthy work environment for our staff, and then that same healthy environment for our students to be able to do their work. Just making it through that time is really something, I think, to celebrate and to acknowledge that we had a community, we as part of, the whole globe really fighting this pandemic, pulled together and worked together and supported each other through that. And so it was a challenging time, no doubt. There were people that did not, share some of the decisions that the board made. And so we just needing to work through that. And I hope that we're all at a healthier spot now as a result of working together. That's one. The other would be a negotiation cycle that went really well. We were able to get to a 2-year negotiated agreement, and we put some processes in place to even work with the Fargo Education Association in a more in-depth manner than we have before. And so I'm very proud and happy to be part of a board that has done this work.
Rebecca, you mentioned obviously the FEA and their involvement, of course, when it comes to negotiating for teacher contracts, and they put their endorsements out, and you, along with the other incumbents, not on that list. You mentioned taking pride, though, in working with teachers. Your thoughts on that whole situation, and unfortunately not being part of that, but still having, I would assume, a pretty good relationship with the teachers in the district.
Oh, yes, really. I do. And, I get asked that question a lot. Why didn't you receive the endorsement? And I guess the best person or the best group to answer that would be the Fargo Education Association. I was not surprised because sometimes I've received the endorsement and sometimes I haven't. I was a little disappointed, I would say, because we really did, like I said, put some practices into place that to strengthen our negotiations processes from moving forward. And then also having, good conversations with members of the Education Association where they were reiterating to me the positiveness that happened from negotiations. So I feel like one of the quotes that I remember after the Education Association made their endorsement announcement, there was a quote in the forum that went something like this, and it said, basically, don't take this as we are dissatisfied with all incumbents on the board, that it's been a relatively good working process. And so in the end, the Education Association, if they choose to endorse, they're going to endorse their candidates. I have good relationships with many teachers and staff across the district, and I'm confident in the work that I've done, and I'm looking forward to hopefully the opportunity to continue on and just make improvements as we go.
Rebecca, I want to ask you, I asked you earlier about what you're most proud of. I also want to ask you that through all of those COVID decisions, which we know were not easy choices for anyone to make, but is there anything, if you could go back and do it again, that you would do differently?
In terms of, in terms of how the decision was, there could be so many, I guess, different ways to take a look at that. I believe that the decisions we made were the ones that we needed to make at the time we did with the information that we had. We, of course, were called earlier on in the process through the state. We needed to, be able to make some decisions in terms of how the district was going to operate. I'm really confident in the way that we did our work. That doesn't mean that there can't always be room for improvement with, like communication and dialogue and engagement with individuals in our community. I think that that's something that we can always work on. And we're talking about education. We're never going to be done. We're never going to be at the point where we say, okay, this is perfect and we don't need to work on it anymore. So my point is that there's always room for improvement. And I look to be able to grow as a board member.
Rebecca, you've been on the board for a couple terms now, of course, seeking re-election again tonight, one of 15 total candidates in this race. Talk to me about the change you've noticed when it comes to coverage of the board itself. There's been a lot of peak interest, of course, over the past number of years compared to maybe, 5-10 years ago. There seems to be just a ton more interest. We've talked about it too. One of the most compelling races here locally, maybe even across the state, is the Fargo School Board race because of how much press has been surrounding with it. I'm curious to know your thoughts on the biggest change you've noticed over the handful of years here, especially the last couple when it came to the different spotlight being shed on Fargo schools.
Yeah. Well, and it's not only on Fargo schools, it's all across the nation. Anyone that is, really in tune to listening to what's going on for school boards across the nation. There are individuals and groups that, are starting to question, I guess, some of the work that public schools do, I think, in terms of defining what public education looks like, or maybe redefining what public education looks like and not being satisfied right now with some of how it looks. And so that is what's going on across the nation, and some of that comes to Fargo. And so really the change has been as I think back, in the last couple of years. And so this will be my third time on the board if I'm reelected. So I've served for 8 years. The first 6 years looked much different than the last couple of years. And I think that it's all tied into what's going on all across the nation. And there are individuals in our community that are picking up on that and want to be a part of it. And it doesn't necessarily matter if I agree or if I don't agree, because my job as a board member is to represent the citizens of our Fargo school district, the citizens and the students. And so no matter if it's something I agree with or not, I need to be able to communicate and engage with those individuals.
Definitely. Rebecca, before we let you go, and I really appreciate you making us some time for us tonight here on our coverage on WDAY and the Flag. Any last words before we let you go?
Thank you so much for your call. I bet you're going to have a lengthy evening in front of you talking to many candidates. So drink some caffeine or something, whatever helps you keep moving. And I just appreciate your time and thank you so much. for the
Thank you
attention.
so much, Rebecca. Again, really appreciate you joining us here tonight. And of course, best of luck as we start getting these results in. For our current Fargo School Board President, Rebecca Knutson, here with us on, again, WDAY Radio on the Flag, our June 2022 special election
Thanks, Rebecca.
coverage. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much again, Rebecca. 8:48 here on, again, our special election coverage. Steve, got some number updates possibly?
Yeah,
or-
well, before we do that, I want to say thanks to everybody watching on the video stream tonight. Great to have you not only listening on WDAY and the Flag, but also watching. And it's a fun part of the evolution of our business that it's not just to listen to anymore, but not that Kyle and I present a whole lot of excitements and watching two guys in sport coats talking about politics.
Hey, speak
but
for yourself. I'm wearing a suit.
there you go. You're looking good tonight. We did have a question that came in on our stream, and thank you to Tom, who's watching us on the WDAY Facebook page. And Tom asked, do the candidates have to keep track of expenditures on their campaigns? If so, do you have those numbers? Just curious. Thanks for the coverage. Great job, guys. Tom, thanks for the kind words. Second of all, the city and county candidates do not have to track expenditures. So, the school boards and the mayor's races and the county commissioners, they do not have to keep track of a campaign expenditures. So on most of the races we're talking about tonight, there's not much. You'll hear a lot more about that when we get into the November general and that campaign going on later into the year with the statewide campaigns and so forth. So, but great question, Tom. Thanks for asking.
Steve, want to do a quick news break really quick here. I wouldn't be me without doing a news break, right? For, of course, our news department. Finding out more about the situation in Horace. We'd heard something had happened earlier today. Well, some more information coming to light, not necessarily election related. Apparently, the Cass County Sheriff's Office saying around 3:45 this afternoon, members of the Metro Area Street Crimes Unit, the Cass County Drug Task Force, and the Cass County Sheriff's Office worked in collaboration to arrest 25-year-old Kira Connerly Burton II out of Bakersfield, California, on felony murder warrants. So this is what happened in Horace earlier today. We thought maybe it was election related. Turns out maybe Deanne was just going to the polls in Horace just to check on how things were going. So this is one of the police activity we've heard earlier in Horace today. This seems to be the situation. Again, the warrant was based out of Kern County in California. The arrest took place, of course, in Horace. Burton was transported to the Cass County Jail and is awaiting extradition. Again, an extradition hearing. He has no local charges at this time, but was picked up on a warrant in Horace.
So the homicide took place in California.
Yes.
He came to Horace thinking he could escape the long arm of the law, but it was a little too long for him.
Picked the wrong guy.
Or
and,
her, right? Kira was the name?
It's a man. It's a male,
okay.
yeah. Kira Connerly Burton II. So again, a 25-year-old male out of, Bakersfield, California. So, yeah, wrong county with Sheriff Jesse Johnner and those in charge over here.
Tell you what, we've
rough.
got fantastic law enforcement in this community. And when they keep one part of the world safe, the whole world's a little safer.
Well, speaking of folks that do a great job, our Bonnie Amistadi, again, another great conversation she had with some of the, locals here in Fargo, talking about, again, just their process at the polls. Worried about maybe some confusion when it came to, popular voting, or we call it, again, approval voting here in the city of Fargo, and if there was any issues with that. Again, had a chance to catch with a bunch of Fargo voters, earlier today. Spencer, if we can, let's take a listen.
Jason Laub.
Okay, Jason, what brought you out to today's ballot box? I guess you do vote in all the elections, or?
Yes. Yeah, I vote in all the elections.
Any particular races that really you wanted to make sure that your vote was heard?
Yeah, mayor and city commission.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about all the candidates running this year?
I think there's some very good ones, and probably some ones I'd rather not see in the seat.
Mm-hmm. And do you come to the meetings, or do you follow the meetings, or did you do a lot of reading or listening to hear the interviews with the different candidates to do your homework on them?
I did follow the meetings as well as read the election the campaign materials that they put out. And yeah.
What are your biggest concerns for the city moving forward?
Honestly, a little bit more of a progressive agenda. Making sure everybody is included and represented in the city.
Work in the downtown area, it appears. Yeah. So big concerns with the downtown area for you personally as well?
Not so much, I guess.
Just the overall city.
Overall, yeah. Yeah, I think downtown's doing pretty well for itself. So
Colin, what did you think of today's process? Any confusion or anything like that?
Not at all. Very smooth, very quick.
How much homework was involved in deciding who you were going to vote for? There was a lot of candidates for the different races.
There were a lot of candidates. Where I work, we often get posters and stuff. And there was this one lady who brought in posters that had this website you could go to that would have all the information for all of the candidates for everything, and just kind of see what's tailored towards your own views. So
you did take your time and looked over the different candidates for the different races.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which races were you most interested in?
Mayor, I would say.
Mayor?
Yeah.
And there was certain candidates that aligned more with your views
Mhm.
than the
Oh, yeah.
others.
Oh, yeah.
Mohammed Osman.
And you brought a young person to the polls with you, showing him how to vote someday.
Yes, this is my son. He's 10 years old. He will be 11 by December.
I'm already 11. He's already 11, Dad. Come on.
Yeah.
And are you pretty good about voting in elections, or what brought you to the polls today?
Unfortunately, a lot of people don't vote. So, probably 10. In Fargo, I'll probably say only 1% of the population votes. So regardless, I just want to do my part, but I wish a lot of people could vote. So at least we have more say when it comes to the election.
You bet, right? If you don't vote, you don't have a
We don't
voice.
vote, but at the end of the day, and this is just a problem with the whole country. It's less people vote, and at the end of the day, that's why we have all this problem, because it's a certain group of people that will vote at the end of the day. So same problem, same issue every year. But I wish a lot of people will vote, so people will understand that they say will be counted. But if only certain, I'll probably say both parties, only the base will vote at the end of the day, and some young guys will do voting probably during the general elections. So which is unfortunate. Yeah.
How much homework went involved? Because there's a lot of candidates in the race. Did you have to spend a lot of time researching the different candidates?
Yes, I did a little bit of research. It's a city election, but it becomes so many policies to get involved in running the city. So, and especially when it comes to the special these big companies are given more tax breaks compared to the other little ones.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of I'll probably say special interests involved, or a lot of interest with the city commissioners, whereby some people got their own buildings in downtown, and at the end of the day get tax breaks and all that stuff. But I wish the mayor should take serious this job. He needs to be a full time, not a part time. The city is getting bigger and bigger, so we need a lot of work.
Seth Morgan.
All right, what brought you out to the polls today?
Decided I needed to vote for city election.
All right, the biggest race, mayor, city commission then, or school board, or?
Just try to get out and let my voice be heard.
Yeah, what'd you think of all the candidates this year? You did a lot of homework. You listening to WDAY radio, were you, to all the interviews we had?
Yeah, I listened to quite a few. So a lot of people, a lot of candidates. Good to see the involvement and people wanting to help better the community. So.
Yeah, what do you think are the biggest issues moving forward for the city of Fargo?
Special assessments was a big one. And then I think school board stuff. Just making sure we're teaching the right thing to our kids.
Yeah, that's a big one. There's two different opinions on that one.
Absolutely. So.
And all the candidates didn't bother you at all. You were tuned in and paying attention to the different races.
I think a lot of candidates is good at a lot of diversified opinions. I think unopposed races are no fun, and it's good to have the contrast and the ability to really pick what aligns with you. So
you gonna run someday?
Maybe.
Thank you, Seth. I appreciate it. Thanks for listening too.
Again, Arbani Amistadi out and about, catching up with the voters here in Fargo, of course, throughout the day today. Steve, again, a lot of educated folks out there making decisions. That's good news for our future in the city.
I love it. And Bonnie caught somebody who's thinking about maybe throwing their hat in the ring someday. So that's fantastic. Yeah. So one of the gentlemen that she interviewed talked about only 1% of the people come out to vote. And it does feel like that sometimes. Right now, the numbers tell us that statewide turnout has been about 4.2%. There are 671,000 eligible voters across North Dakota. And to this point, about 28,600 have been reported. Now, more than that obviously have voted, but to this point, 4.2% is the latest number that we have on that. Checking some of the races, we still are awaiting our first numbers on the local races. So no local numbers in yet. We have been watching some of the statewide races, and I see that the news networks now are calling the Republican and the Democrat primary races for U.S. Senator. So John Hoeven right now, 78.7% of the vote. Riley Kuntz, Hoeven the incumbent, by the way. Kuntz the challenger at 20.54%. And on the Democrat side, Katrina Christensen has maintained a very static kind of a lead, 76% to 23.8% over Michael Steele. And so it will be Katrina Christensen against Michael Steele going into November. Now, you might wonder how many Republicans have voted today, how many Democrats have voted. And to this point, 20,446 Republicans have had their votes counted on the Secretary of State website. Democrats, 5,191. So it's 20 to 5. So it looks like about 4 to 1, which is probably about the makeup of the state, maybe 4-1 Democrat versus Republican. So at face value, Kyle, I don't see anything where you'd say, okay, the Republicans are really making a stand. They're coming out, in big numbers, or Democrats big compared to maybe what the normal split might be. The last number I'll give you is the one we're watching, where Castleton State Representative Michael Howe running for Secretary of State against Marvin Lepp in the Republican primary. Howe leads that one 68.4% to 31.4%. And so Howe's got a big lead on that one. It looks unlikely to change much, especially Howe being from the eastern side of the state. As more of the precincts report on the eastern side of the state, he should continue to enjoy that kind of a lead, you would think. But again, we've been surprised on these things. Other than that, just a lot of unopposed people running without opposition. Tax commissioner, Supreme Court justice. We got some public service commissioners, ag commissioner, Doug Goring running again as a Republican. So not a whole lot of drama tonight on the statewide races, but a couple of interesting notes.
I think it's a good barometer too. You talk about those races where there is not an actual candidate to run against. You talk about the Republicans and Democrats in the primary, like for instance, Attorney General. You mentioned the again, no other people running in those primaries. Drew Wrigley running unopposed on the Republican side, Timothy Lamb running on the Democratic side, and seeing the vote differential to this point is kind of it's almost eye-popping and shocking. You mentioned 4-1 as far as voters, but actually seeing it on paper now, it's like, wow, I mean, this is kind of a preview maybe of what you could see possibly coming up in the November election as well. So it's kind of good to take these numbers in, and it'll be a barometer for some of these candidates too when they kind of look forward to November as well. So again, folks, coming up at the top of the hour here, I want to thank you so much for stopping by. More next hour, including Fargo Mayor Tim Mahoney. Stay with us.
Community-focused, conservative-minded. This is AM 1100 and 92.3 FM, WZFG, Dilworth, Fargo, Moorhead, USA.
Time now for Focus on the Field Ag News, brought to you by Summit Carbon Solutions.
The U.S. Department of Transportation has awarded $6.7 million to the North Dakota Department of Transportation to replace 14.5 miles of aging rail on the Red River Valley Western Railroad near Oaks. This funding was made available through the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Grant Program to ensure rail transportation remains safe and reliable. This grant will help rehabilitate aging rail and ensure that farmers can continue to get their products to market safely and efficiently. Red River Valley and Western Railroad is proud to provide local freight rail service to many rural communities, and this will benefit them with the rail replacement project and support their long-term objective of safe and reliable freight rail transportation services for agricultural shippers.
That's today's Focus on the Field Ag Minute with Ag Director Bridget Riedel, brought to you by Summit Carbon Solutions. Tune in for Ag News Minutes each weekday on the Flag.
I'm North Dakota Soybean Council Director Rob Rose of Wimbledon. NDSU Extension Weed Specialist Dr. Joe Eichele reminds soybean farmers the importance of pre-plant and pre-emergent herbicides. The North Dakota Weed Control Guide contains guidelines for effective and successful weed management, including rotating herbicides with different mechanisms of action. The most important strategies for effective weed management are: don't forget the pre, apply effective pre-emergence herbicides at full rates and include herbicides of multiple mechanisms of action. Pre-emergent herbicides will reduce weed emergence and allow flexibility in post-emergent herbicide application timing. Residual pre-herbicides applied to soil and an early post-emergent timing will suppress weed emergency through canopy closure. Use pre-emergent herbicides that will effectively control problem weeds. For more information, contact your local extension agent.
At Bethany Retirement Living, every day is beautiful. Our compassionate staff provides your loved ones with the care they deserve, no matter what stage of life they're in. We offer a variety of senior care services with a wide range of amenities, from our spacious resident rooms, chapel, and fitness center to our coffee shop, hair salon, movie theater, and even a beautiful outdoor courtyard. Come soak up the sunshine and find out why life is better at Bethany. Reside, relax, rehab. Bethany Retirement Living.
Tioga Chamber of Commerce is proud to sponsor programming on WZFG AM 1100, 92.3 FM, Red River Valley. Tioga is an active community that offers great activities for families like Freedom Fest, Drone Camp for Kids, Robot Camp for Kids, Farm Festival, and Pumpkin Fest. We have a vibrant downtown Main Street and a brand new community center with new library, indoor play area, and outdoor ice skating rink. Tioga's average yearly household income is over $73,000 a year and supports nearly 140 businesses. We welcome new business and industries with active community groups that support business environment. Tioga is a driver of innovation and local education with technologies like drones, 3D printers, electronics, coding opportunities to prepare students for success well into the 21st century. If you're looking for opportunity, please visit us in Tioga and experience a different point of view. Or for more information, visit www.tiogand.org. That's tiogand.org. We want you to consider Tioga, North Dakota for your business or a place to raise your family and realize your dreams.
Every year in the U.S., nearly 300 children 17 and under unintentionally shoot themselves or someone else with a firearm.
Nearly 500 more die from suicide by gun.
Responsible firearm storage can prevent tragedies like this.
We can protect kids using these smart steps.
Secure all guns in your homes and vehicles.
Model responsible behaviors around firearms.
Ask about unsecured firearms in other homes.
Recognize the risk of teen suicide.
Tell your peers to be smart.
Welcome back, folks. Hour number 3 already of our election coverage is flying by. Again, News Director Kyle Cornell with you here. Live streaming on StreamYard, of course, on our social media platforms, WDAY and The Flag, joined by Flag Family Media President Steve Hallstrom. Of course, our reporters Ty Schonert and Tom Tucker in the field talking with the candidates. Bonnie and Mastati talking with you. Today, Spencer behind the board, Dustin as well, and Matt Lean behind the scenes working through getting all of our coverage. Also, Chris Larson handling our streaming duties as well today. All hands on deck for you, the voters here in Fargo and Cass County. And Steve, to this point, a lot of the statewide races getting some plug and play here. Some local races when it comes down to judicial, the judicial department, I should say, kind of coming to a head a little bit now, and some votes making their way in.
Yeah, starting to get some reports here from the district court judges, and a lot of them were running unopposed. But there is a District 4, which is one that is notable to us here in the metro area. And right now, we have 12 precincts partially reporting, no precincts fully reporting. So these are early returns. But an early statement from Connie Cleveland at 39.2% of the vote. Blake Hankey, who is second place at 32.6%. And then you got a pretty significant drop-off between the next candidate, which is David Chapman at 14.7% and Jay Greenwood at 13.1%. And Kyle, I believe I heard you mention earlier that this will be the top two advancing to November. And so it looks like right now there's a pretty big early spread, but again, it is very early in this process yet. Statistically, there's not much to hang our hat on yet, but things looking good for the candidates Cleveland and Hankey so far. And we've been tracking some of the statewide numbers too. I don't know that there's a lot of drama that we're going to be seeing here in any of these races. John Hoeven with a big win, already been declared the winner in that by the major news network, 78% to 21% over Riley Kuntz, the Republican challenger there to the incumbent Hoeven in the Republican primary. On the Democrat side, Katrina Christensen has been a 75-25 leader over Michael Steele in the Democrat senator primary, and that's been very consistent from the first returns that we've seen. And we got 71 now of almost 400 precincts that are fully reporting. So we're starting to see some statistical certainty there. So it certainly looks like we've got winners there, and we know it's going to be Christensen against Hoeven in November. And then one race, too, for Secretary of State. The Republican primary has more than one candidate, which is the exception rather than the rule tonight. Michael Howe out of Castleton, 65.8% over Marvin Lepp at 33.9%. So Howe has maintained that kind of 2-to-1 lead through most of the night. That lead has shrunk just a bit here in the last 15, 20 minutes or so, but still a comfortable lead right now for Mike Howe.
I want to remind you folks, too, the judge for the district court, number 4, East Central, that's the one we talked about with, again, Blake Hankey, Connie Cleveland. That is the 3-county area of Trail, Steele, and Cass counties as far as where they will be doing their judgeship if they would get elected. You mentioned, Steve, the top 2 will move on to the November general election there. So we will keep, of course, an eye on that. That's a big deal for our area as far as judgeship there. Only one where we're going to see some pushback, 4 different candidates vying for that spot. Of course, coming up in this hour, going to speak with Fargo Mayor Tim Mahoney. Our Ty Schonert is live at his election campaign party headquarters. We'll talk with the mayor about his race again, his candidacy to this point, how he's feeling as the votes start to make their way in relatively soon here. Also, we've got a slew of candidates over at the Grotto in South Fargo, not too far away from our Flag family headquarters here. Our Tom Tucker, we talked about the group of five for the Fargo School Board that were kind of labeled the A+ ads group. All five are in attendance there, so we're going to catch up with them. Also, two of the city commission candidates, Jody Plessity and Jennifer Benson, there as well. So we will catch up with them all later on this hour as well.
That's been a really interesting, I don't know what you want to call it, but just a factor to watch in this, how those five have banded together. Kind of the anti-establishment candidates, I think all five of them would probably tell you that they want the schools to look at students' health in a different way when it comes to COVID response, and feel like the parents did not have enough of a say in those decisions. And so they've kind of banded together in a way that we typically don't see school board candidates come together. There are 5 open spots. There were 5 candidates, and they, from the very beginning, tied themselves together, different campaign events, different social media messages that were put out. And so it's kind of a posse that's riding together, and we're going to see. This is going to be a really interesting storyline to watch tonight if they have some success. And a couple of them, at least a couple, were tied to the recall effort that did not go well procedurally. And that petition was really thrown out before it had a chance to take a lot of hold. So it'll be interesting to see if voters remember that, if they cared about that, or if that didn't really matter to them. So a lot of things yet to unfold here. And as we're into the 9 o'clock hour, we expect in the next hour or so, we should start to see some local returns coming in.
Of course, those 5 candidates we mentioned too in the Fargo School Board that kind of did branch off into their own little section as far as the politicking and campaigning went over the past number of months. Devin Stachinsky, of course. We had David Paulson, one of the incumbents, as part of that group. Kristen Charbonneau, Allie Olenberger, and Alexis Scott, all currently in South Fargo. So we'll get a chance to catch up with them a little bit later on this hour. Also going to hear again from some more of you, the voters here in Fargo. Bonnie Amistadi out at the polls throughout the day today. Had a great chance to catch up with you, the voter, talking about the struggles, concerns you had with voting, maybe the biggest issues you noticed with Fargo that had influenced your vote as well, because like we talked about, so many different candidates who covered so many different topics. A lot of folks, they had a lot of options, they had a lot of choices, and you really had to really dive deep and really do your homework if you wanted to figure out who would be the best served for you to serve Fargo, whether it be a commissioner, whether it be the next mayor of Fargo, whether it is on the school board, how important that is, of course, in our area too. A lot of different movers and shakers in those spots, Steve, especially in this last election cycle.
Indeed. It's every cycle is its own story. And certainly this one is interesting. The approval voting has also added another kind of chapter to this storybook. And it's no longer vote for the one person, or in the case of the school board, the 5 that you like. Well, a school board's not part of this, but mayor and city commission certainly are. And West Fargo, too, we have to mention that there's a school board race going on there, too. Fargo is sucking a lot of the oxygen out of the room tonight just because there's a lot of contested races there. And in West Fargo, Bernie Dardis will win re-election as mayor for his second term. And there's 2 city commission candidates that are running, and they are the only ones that are running, for election there. And so you've got a lot of things that have been settled already in West Fargo. Robin Anderson, Brad Olson will be in the city commission there. And of course, as we mentioned, one of them running again. The other one is will be a new face there, as one of the incumbents decided to step aside.
Yeah, Robin Anderson going to be a new city commissioner in the city of West Fargo, taking the reins there with that, Steve. And yeah, the school board in West Fargo is an interesting topic, as we talked about all the turmoil and conversation within the Fargo public school district. In West Fargo, not as much. A lot of support out there. I think the one thing I took from all the different interviews we had, because we did get a chance to talk to every single candidate, when it came to the West Fargo school board, was the main issue maybe being just how the message has been relayed to the community. Maybe there's more better avenues of communication, whether that be posting the full school board meetings for other folks. They can, again, not necessarily disagree with the direction, just more about, hey, we want to know more about what's going on. And can we make it more accessible for parents who maybe can't make that school board meeting? They don't want to just look at the minutes on the website afterwards. They want to see the actual meeting take place, or be able to have it on the background and listen while they're doing other things with their kids, or they just can't make it.
It feels to me, Kyle, and I could be wrong on this, or I could be have an opinion different than what most of the people in West Fargo felt, because I'm not a West Fargo resident myself. But it felt to me like the West Fargo School Board, and from the superintendent through the board, had a lighter touch on COVID than Fargo did. There was not as much hands-on here are the rules, and we're going to do it this way. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but I feel like West Fargo maybe, allowed a little more flexibility on some masking things in their approach. And because of that, things never got as contentious. Certainly there were some fiery school board meetings, no doubt about that, but it never took off. And maybe the part that's changed it is that on the Fargo side, you had this group of 5 that we've been talking about that has said, heck no, we're not going to take this anymore, and was very vocal about what they felt should or shouldn't happen. And were at the school board meetings, making their voice heard, and decided then to, organize into this petition committee. So maybe that's just the outside perception. And if you got a comment on that, you can certainly give us a call or a message on the live stream if you're watching us there tonight. 271-1100, our numbers in the studio tonight. But in West Fargo, maybe there's a comment that you'd like to make about how things were handled by the school board, and maybe that's why the situation has not seemed as incendiary as it's been maybe in Fargo.
And just talking with some of the candidates too, obviously when you're running for a school board, you have to have love for the district. You have to, for the most part, usually have some sort of connection there, whether you went to the school district, you went to the schools, you have kids possibly in the district now. Most candidates obviously do. The love for the West Fargo School District, we noticed with the candidates this time around, be it incumbents or not, is prevalent a lot when it came to our conversation. The want to keep improving, keep getting better, not satisfied with just having more students now than Fargo schools, continuing to grow obviously into the Horace neighborhood, new elementary school coming in the next handful of years as well on the south side of the city. The want to continue to keep improving seems to be the central focus of a lot of those candidates, and obviously the communication aspect of that as well. As your community continues to grow, you want to keep everybody informed. So I'm curious to see how that plays out tonight as well. Right now, folks, coming up on 9:15, it's time to head back out again into our live coverage. Our Ty Schonert live right now at the Hilton Garden Inn in South Fargo, catching up with Fargo Mayor Tim Mahoney. Ty, take it away.
Thank you, Kyle. I'm standing outside in the Hilton Garden with Dr. Mayor Tim Mahoney. How are you feeling tonight, by the way?
Oh, it's been great. A lot of people went out and vote. We're going to have the city of Fargo make a decision. Always like to get finally to the election day.
We were talking a little bit outside of this, and you've been through this a couple of times, a few election cycles. Is there anything special about the one that's happening right now?
Well, why is it that everybody wants to run for an office in Fargo? You and I are talking about that. I got 15 in the commission race. I got all these people in the board of education. I mean, how many people do we have to have? We had 7 started at the mayor, and now I have 6. But it's just amazing that people have that much interest in our community and our city. West Fargo, Bernie Dardis ran unopposed. I mean, and they had not a lot of candidates to come out there. So I encourage that people want to be part of our government, part of our city. It's fantastic that people have wanted to get involved. I've enjoyed it because I've learned some things that people criticize us for. Yeah, I'm going to work on those things because a lot of times we don't communicate as much as we should to tell them the good things the city is doing.
And I was talking with Arlette Preston earlier tonight, and the one thing she talked with me off air about is that, yeah, I really do like election cycles because, oh yeah, I do like that idea that candidate brought up. Maybe we can incorporate that in Fargo. And I was wondering, has there been any of those light bulb moments in previous years that have kind of sparked the interest to kind of work around that you didn't necessarily have yourself?
Well, we came out with Fargo One, and that was an app, so where you could take a picture of a pothole and send it in. The team could look after it, and that's really been very fruitful in the community. Is it's an easy way to reach out and tell us what you're looking at, what you're thinking of. The other thing is sometimes you'll come up with recycling, and came up with recycling, and at first recycling was thought to be too expensive. $3 a month, that came out just perfect, and it was ability to do that, and it saved us so much in recycling and in our landfill. So it's really fun to watch some ideas come about, evolve, and able to do.
I wanted to jump back to the number of candidates we have because we have 6 active candidates running for your position. You're one of them, I suppose. And I wanted to hear what's the criticisms you're getting from their arguments. They're running to take your seat. They're also running against each other. But in a good faith comparison, what do you think they're trying to change about Fargo that you're not necessarily trying to do?
I think sometimes some of them don't necessarily understand the complexity of the city, how it runs, what we do and what we don't do, where our responsibilities are in our infrastructure, water, wastewater, the different issues that you do in utilities. And you really have to watch carefully in those areas because you don't want to get them off balance and have a taxpayer pay higher rates or higher cost to them. So a lot of times somebody comes up with an idea and you say, yeah, we've looked at that before, but it'd be way too expensive. It'd cost most homeowners $20 a month more. So it's always, you look at some of those ideas, has it been tried or not tried? And so when I bring it, when it comes up, okay, what are they maybe in carrying the concerns of the citizens? What is a major quote concern that they might have? And that's what I'm looking for, different ideas, different voices that are out there that maybe haven't been heard. So that's what I'm looking at.
One of the things I've heard probably most vocally is specials. And I'm sure you've heard a lot of complaints recently about a lot of people talking about specials and what they are and what they do. And obviously there's two versions of specials. The ones that people complain about are the ones where they get the bill. And I was wondering, we've talked at length about specials multiple times. Is there anything that we can tell voters who've already voted, who, if you're still staying in the seat, is there anything that can be done about specials in the future?
Specials had an 18-month study in which we took 22 out of the 26 recommendations, all of which drove down prices for the consumer and the resident person. Specials are a very safe way of financing infrastructure, and in our new areas, that's what happens. We had an outside firm come and do a study on that to say, are they the thing you need to do? You can change the name. You can call it impact fee. You can call it infrastructure fee. It's a term on every election people will bring up because they don't like specials. But the reality is that's a way of putting in your infrastructure, and it has been successful in the community of Fargo. We've grown 20% in the last 10 years, and people are buying houses. 460 houses went out last year. The things we can do in impact is on flood control. We can get rid of flood insurance. We can get rid of flood-proofing basements. We can get rid of low marring. Those types of things will help drive down the cost for the consumer. So you need to look at the areas that we can do that. If the Prairie Dog Fund comes in this year, if you have to have your street done and you're in an older neighborhood, City of Fargo pays 70% of that cost. You pay 30%. $54,000 home is knocked down to $12,000 as the cost. $54,000 would be the cost without us helping. $12,000 what they pay over 25 years.
Right.
So what we do is we're constantly looking for ways to help. If the Prairie Dog Fund comes in, we'll pay 80% of your cost. You'll pay 20%. I think that's a pretty good deal for the community. And people just have to kind of sit down and look and churn through that a little bit. But it's great for political fodder. People want to talk about it all the time. You have to have a revenue source getting rid of specials.
And the money will, the cause to get the money will always exist. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to do infrastructure some way. So you're going to have, here's what you have to think of as a consumer. You're either going to have one developer come in, build all the houses in one development. They're going to put all the development in, all the houses, all the things you want. Or you're going to have a development come in, you can have multiple choices of builder, you have multiple choices of what type of home you want, you have multiple choices you want. We've had two developments that have been done, developer put them in. Lot prices on the one was $250,000. Lot prices on the other was $200,000. And if we compared that to other lots in the community, the same price, but it would be $100,000 for the, $150 for the land and $100 in specials. You're still paying the same amount for your lot. So it's just a matter of how you pay it. And in some ways, you can have it outside your mortgage, so you might be able to buy a better or bigger home compared to a smaller home because the specials are on the side.
I think another thing that I've heard too is community members saying, help me understand why it takes so much of the money that they perceive that they're losing, that they're literally losing from their pocketbooks. And I think that's one thing that is interesting to hear too, is that people want to hear more about communication. They want to hear from the commission themselves, hey, this is why we're voting this way. This is why we're improving this incentive. This is why we are voting to move Ubers down the street instead of outside in front of bars. And what are your thoughts on communication? How has the commission been doing in regards to communication?
I think, Ty, that's a great question, but I think part of it's on you because you guys in the media really help us get the story out. So to me, sometimes there's something comes up the commission, but if the media doesn't pick up, we can't put that out there. For instance, in bars, when you have a lot of people emptying out in the streets and they're trying to get a ride or trying to get an Uber, it doesn't happen. And then they start jostling with each other and then we start having fights. So what we're trying to do is not have fights downtown. And we bring a lot of police presence downtown. But if we get people moving away from the bars to the Uber or the cab or wherever they want to get, they can get where they want to get faster, and it's safer for everybody involved. We're constantly looking for ways, how do we, in a crowd, do we make it so we have less conflict?
And I think it's a good idea to continue the conversations. We try our best, obviously. Yes. We listen to a lot of the city commission meetings, and we're trying our best as well. And what we've heard as well is that a lot of the things that get attention as well, which aren't necessarily the most positive things, like decorum is a conversation that's been brought up numerous times throughout this election cycle. Depending on who you're talking to, it's either this is fine or I would really like to see more change come. You hit the gavel more is kind of one of the phrases I've heard.
Yep.
And what are your thoughts on decorum in the city commission so far? Do you think it needs improvement? Do you think it's fine as it is, or kind of neutral on the stance?
Well, basically, people are trying to find an issue for the election in some ways. You don't usually gavel unless you gavel your members down. If you have to gavel your members down, you have to think of the consequences of that. If Dave Pepcorn is in a full rant, it's not easy sometimes to bring him back from that. But what we're going to start in July is we're going to have a rediscussion of the decorum in the chambers, because I've heard enough people complain about it. And to go down with all the commissioners, sit down and say, look, here's what's going to happen here. Let's discuss the issues. If you get a little bit heated, I will call a 5-minute recess, because I'm not going to allow it to get so heated we're doing different variety of hand signals and other things in the community. And let's argue the facts, argue the issues that are around whatever thing comes before us, and let's try to act as gentlemen in the issues of how the commission city is run. And people like that. They like a well-run city. They like things debated in a good fashion, and then come to good solutions.
In good faith. And that's kind of what I wanted to hear more from the commissioners and the mayor as well. And so, wrapping up here, because we're going to be wrapping up real quick, is there anything that you want people who are listening right now to kind of focus on, pay attention to when it comes to the final hours of election counting?
Well, the only thing I can say, whether election comes my way or not, is that think of how you can help the city out. We have a great opportunity as our community to become a community that's envy of the world, of just how we manage our city, how we manage people coming in our community, how we can make it a great city, and how we can, in smart growth, continue to grow the city in a manner which really works out well for us. And that, again, will continue to attract people, and we'll be the epicenter of many ways in the Midwest.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Mayor Tim Mahoney. We are standing at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fargo right now. A lot of words to put together.
Yes.
We'll come back to you guys soon.
Thank you.
Kyle Cornell, see you soon.
Ty, man, thanks so much. Mayor Mahoney, thank you for giving us some of your time this evening, too. We'll check back in with Ty, the mayor, hopefully next hour when some more numbers come in and see where he's at when it comes to the polling. We'll head back to Ty in a little bit. Right now, we want to head over to the news line. Steve, got a question in. Mike, you are on our special election conference. What's on your mind, man?
Yes, sir. I was voting at the Fargo Dome tonight, and I was surprised outside, not right at the door, but a little bit farther to the east, there was somebody collecting signatures for a petition. And I was surprised. I didn't think they could be that close to a voting site.
Yeah, good question. We took a look at what the rules are, and I went to a website called ncsl.org, National Conference of State Legislatures, and it has a list of all 50 states and what they call electioneering prohibitions. So there are some things you can and can't do, obviously, and petitioning at a polling place is one of those things that is regulated. And the rule for North Dakota is that you can petition as long as you're 100 feet from the entrance to the room containing the polling place. So at the Fargo Dome, were they upstairs in some of the meeting rooms? Were they in the main lobby? Where were they at?
Outside. They were outside by the east parking lot.
Okay, where were you voting though? Yeah, where were you voting? Were you voting in the lobby of the Fargo Dome or upstairs in one of the conference?
Upstairs.
Okay.
Upstairs by the team or by the football offices.
Yep. Okay. I know that area well. Yep. So from there to the entrance is probably 50 to 75 feet. And so as long as they were another 25 to 50 feet away from that, which it sounds like they might have been, they could very well have been in compliance with that. That likely is the recreational marijuana petition that's going to go on. Dave Owen is a fairly experienced man on the political process. It would surprise me. I'm assuming, I shouldn't assume, but I'm guessing he was part of that effort, and I'm guessing he studied those rules fairly well to know what they could do. So if they were 25 to 50 feet away from the main entrance where you walked into the Fargo Dome, it sounds to me like they might have been in compliance on that.
That just seems odd that they would allow that on a polling day. It just, I've never seen that happen that way, but hey, if they're in compliance, you're in compliance. I just thought I'd call and ask.
Yeah, well, thank you for the question. When the call came in and Spencer, our producer, told us this is a question, I'm like, that's a good question because you've heard 50 feet, 100 feet, and every state has it a little bit differently. But I see a number of states have 100 feet from the entrance to the room containing the polling place. So the fact that you were in an upstairs room means they didn't have to be as far away from the main entrance to the Fargo Dome as likely they have been. So I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the code by letter, but from what I'm reading here, it looks like from the situation you're explaining that they probably did it all right.
Well, I thank you for checking.
You got it. Thank you for calling, and thank you for listening to our coverage tonight.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
Thank you so much, Mike. Appreciate the call in, Steve. Thank you for getting that answer for us in here.
The internet's a wonderful thing. You sound really smart when you've got a good web browser working for you. I'll just mention, Kyle, still no local results in. We're waiting. We were sort of expecting between 9:30 and 10, we would start to see some coming in. And Kyle, you mentioned earlier there was a law enforcement situation in Horace. earlier today, and you wouldn't think that would impact results coming in. You just never quite know. But as of right now, the only thing really that we've seen is some of the statewide races that we've been talking about quite a bit over the last hour. They're basically all decided right now. Hoeven advances in the Republican primary for U.S. Senator over Riley Kuntz. Right now, 78% to 21. Katrina Christensen, 75 to 24 in the Democrat primary for U.S. Senator. And the other one that there was a little bit of competition, Secretary of State. On the Republican side, Michael Howe from Castleton, 66% to Marvin Lepps, 33. And there's about 125 precincts now across the state that have fully reported. So we're getting to that area where we're now about maybe a third of the way in statewide. But locally, again, we're on the eastern side of it, and we're still waiting for answers there. We'll talk about the judgeship, too, because that's another race that we've been watching here. And early on, Connie Cleveland and Blake Hankey in District 4 separated themselves, and there has not been much change to that, just slight percentage changes, but 12 out of 51 precincts fully reporting, so about 25% of the precincts are fully in now in those three counties. Kyle, you talked about that earlier. Trail, Cass, and
it would be
Steele County.
Yes.
So Connie Cleveland, 37.4, Blake Hankey, 32.8, and then there's a fair fall off between them and the number 3, David Chapman, at 16.1. So those are the results or the updates that we have for you at this moment.
Yeah, talking with Blake Hankey at one point and David Chapman today too. Basically, they play rock, paper, scissors as far as the district candidates to see who does what county and everything too. So, fun fact for you.
There you go. I did not know.
It's a lot of just where you're comfortable. They kind of go in a little rotation there, but interesting race to see. That's really one of our closest ones right now. You talk about just maybe a little under 100 votes separating Connie Cleveland and Blake Hankey. So we'll keep an eye, of course, on that. Plenty more on the way here in the bottom half of the hour here on our special election coverage on WDAY and the Flag. We've got 7 candidates. 7 coming up next on our program. You don't want to go anywhere. You're going to hear from a bunch. Stay with us.
Did you ever wake up in the morning and wonder,
where's my lottery ticket? Or wait, did I get one?
Well, then it's time you tried Pick and Click with the North Dakota Lottery. With Pick and Click Online Play, never worry about a lost ticket or miss a drawing again. Tickets are automatically checked and you're notified of any winnings.
Woohoo! I won! What a game changer.
Visit lottery.md.gov to get started with Pick and Click today. The North Dakota Lottery. Imagine the possibilities.
This week, Greta Van Susteren is back on cable news. On Tuesday, Greta's new show launches on Newsmax, America's largest growing cable news channel. Each night, Greta is proving that people want real news without the media spin. Her show is called The Record with Greta Van Susteren, and everyone is talking about it. Tune in at 5 p.m. Central as Greta broadcasts from Washington with the real news, giving you the facts you need to know. She's asking the tough questions the big media won't. Find out why millions are making the switch to Newsmax. It's on all major cable systems and streaming platforms. Make the switch and watch Greta Van Susteren tonight. Check out your program guide or get info on her great new show. Just text the word Greta to 39747. That's Greta, 39747. Switch to Newsmax today. It's real news for real people. Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
5X480. Dayton B100 V-Belt, one of the many parts Grainger carries. It's also the item that helped Rob carry the day. The job was on hold, deadline fast approaching, but a quick search on Grainger.com and Rob found his part. And with same-day pickup at his local branch, he and his crew got the job done, safely and on time. Get supplies and solutions for every industry with real-time product availability. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's a message just for the attorneys out there. So you passed the bar, joined a firm, or even built your own. Now are you finding out that you're doing more administration than actual law practice? Lexicon can help. Lexicon is a legal technology provider with over a decade of experience streamlining administrative tasks like timekeeping, billing, and more, so you can focus on maximizing billable hours and increasing client satisfaction. Call 855-4-LEXICON or visit lexiconservices.com/go to learn more.
Here's a question for you. Why is it that some people aren't as stressed out about the future as you'd think they'd be? Answer: They're probably among the millions of Americans who have prepared themselves with emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. If the worst ever happens, literally millions of American families are already protected from dealing with empty store shelves. Is yours? If not, go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now and grab some emergency food kits, at least one for each member of your family. These kits give you a wide variety of delicious meals that average over 2,000 calories per day. Everything stays fresh for up to 25 years in storage. Order your kits now by going to MyPatriotSupply.com. Your order will ship fast and arrive discreetly in unmarked boxes. Listen, this is something you need to jump on now, before the next news headline stuns the world. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt on the next Hugh Hewitt Show. Congressman Mike Gallagher of the House Armed Services Committee, Admiral James Stavridis, former Allied Supreme Commander of NATO, and more. Bring us up to date on what is actually happening along the apparently static front in the Donbass in Ukraine, and what America ought to be doing about the Ukrainian resistance, and are we sending enough fast enough to Ukraine? That's all on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
Listen for Hugh Hewitt with an encore overnights and live weekday mornings at 5 here on The Flag.
All right, folks, your special election coverage here on WDAY and The Flag continuing. Myself, News Director Kyle Cornell, with Flag Family Media. President Steve Hallstrom joins me live in our headquarters here in South Fargo, of course. Steve, we want to head over to the news line. We've been waiting patiently. She's had a very long day. Unfortunately, still kind of just getting started. I hate to break it to her a little bit now, but heading over, talking with the Cass County Election Coordinator, Deanne Buckhouse. She joins us live here now on our special election coverage. Deanne, I hope you got a little bit of break, maybe a drive in between some of these locations to take a breath.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh,
not as long as it takes to get to Horace.
Oh man! So I guess Deanne, walk me through the process of this point today. I know it's a little past 9:30 here, still waiting for some results locally to come down. But I imagine just the process of getting all the votes in here locally has been a journey today, to say the least.
Yeah, we have obviously all of the machines from early voting last week, as well as election day this week, to close down and run reports on. And those reports, because with the new equipment, they take a long time and a lot of paper.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at about an hour and a half to run those reports. So I'm thinking we should start seeing, some of the polling locations come in. I know we've heard from a few of them that they are wrapping things up and just about ready to come in with their ballots and their program cards and everything. So, we should be wrapping things up hopefully within the next. I'd love to say before the 10 o'clock news is over, we're all done. We only have 9 locations that we're waiting for, or 10. So we should, we're in good shape there. So.
Deanne, Steve Hallstrom here. Again, thanks for your time tonight. We know there's a lot going on. Give us a feel for the process, how we're going to know the results are final. Those of us that are watching on browsers from the Secretary of State website are watching as a precincts report. I know in the past we've had all the precincts go in, but then you dump in the mail-in ballots after that, and you have to wait until, there's a check mark by certain names before you know for sure what the final results look like. How will this unfold here tonight for those who are watching on the website to find the final results?
Sure. We can load, because they run as vote centers, we can load pretty much, any results that we have ready, for starting at 7 o'clock. So if the absentees are done, we can load those in right away and do an upload to the Secretary of State's office.
Are they?
We don't have to wait.
Have they been tabulated so far? The mail-in ballots?
I know they're done. I don't know if they have loaded anything. I just got back to the courthouse now from one of the polling locations, and so we'll see where we're at. But if there's anything there, yet. There should be very shortly.
And how do we know when the
and-
results are final on the website, Deanne? What is the thing that we're looking for so that we know the results are final?
Typically, because we have to indicate when we are finished for the night, that all of the results are in pre-canvassing. And so, it typically says unofficial results. And then it should say all precincts fully reported.
So once we see all the precincts fully reporting, that tells us that all the precincts are in and all the absentee or mail-in ballots are calculated and added in as well.
Yep. And
Okay.
early voting. Yep.
Very good, Deanne. Well, hey, listen, I appreciate you making time for us tonight. I know Steve has one more question for you really quick.
Yeah,
here.
just what do we know about turnout and what we've seen today? The lines look long where I was at and looked like a couple of the places as well today too. What do we know about some of the turnout and demographics of the voting today?
We didn't, unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of time to look at so much of the demographics. But turnout was, about what we'd expect for a midterm primary. We're right around, we're kind of predicting right around that 20,000 mark. I think we're, probably in that range, in that ballpark. Because we had almost 10,000 just from absentee and early voting as of the other day. So we should be pretty close to that, but turnout was good. Busier in some locations, obviously, than others. West Acres, Atonement, Doubletree, they were, Fargo Dome, they were all busy. Pretty much steady all day, and there was the Civic Center who, it was kind of slow. So it just was kind of hit or miss. We tried to get the word out through our wait time app to encourage people to go, maybe someplace that wasn't quite as busy. But no one ever stood in line that long anyway, in the grand scheme of things. So.
And Deanne, you said 20,000 is what we're maybe expecting. How many eligible voters? And so we're just kind of wondering what percent of the eligible voters might have come out today or filed early.
Well, and you're looking at for Cass County, I'm trying to remember the census numbers and I can't right off the top of my head, but we usually run about 100,000 over 18 population.
Okay. Eligible about 100,000 and turnout might be about 20. So 20%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Presidential general, we'll see 80,000.
Sure.
So it just depends on what's driving them out. Whether people are, unfortunately, our turnout just isn't as significant for a primary, which I think is sad, but it is the way it is. So.
Yeah. Well, Deanne, again, I want to thank you so much for taking time with us tonight, fitting us into your busy schedule. Hopefully we can make it a quick night for you now as you wrap things up. I always appreciate the time. And again, we'll talk again soon, Deanne. Thanks so much.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
Again, Cass County Election Coordinator Deanne Buckhouse with us here on WDAY and the Flag Simulcast, our special election coverage. Steve, yeah, I'll have to take in there. We're kind of getting closer now, apparently, to some of these numbers filing through. And interesting, 20% of the eligible voters around there voting in the county. Kind of a number to think about.
I thought it would be a little higher.
Yeah,
just with as much, and Fargo especially, with as much drama with school board and mayor and city commission and as many candidates from as many different backgrounds as we're in. I thought maybe we'd have a little higher, but she said 20% is what we typically get, and it looks like that's about where we're going to be tonight. I hadn't remembered that 80% is what we typically get for a general.
Yeah.
So that's a big number. So obviously there's, and we won't have we'll have in November, we won't have a presidential general.
Wait a few more years for that. Yeah,
a couple more years. Yeah.
But on Minnesota side, they'll have obviously Governor Tim Walz running for re-election over there. So that'll be one of the races we'll keep an eye on. Right now, Mr. Hallstrom, we want to head back out. Again, our special election coverage on the road, on the ground, out in South Fargo at the Grottos. Our Tom Tucker catching up. He's got a bunch of candidates in one spot. Tom wrangled them up into one area. Take it away, Mr. Tucker.
Hey, Kyle. Hey, Steve. Great job tonight. Boy, we've got 7 candidates lined up here. for the Fargo City Commission and the Fargo School Board. They're all smiling in great moods. Big crowd out here supporting these candidates, and they're all looking forward to hearing numbers and results. My first guest here is Jennifer Benson, retiring school board member, now aiming to join the Fargo City Commission. Jennifer, how are you feeling at this point?
Well, honestly, I mean, with this amount of support out here, I'm feeling great. I am excited about this opportunity. I'm excited to get to work. So we're just anxiously awaiting the results.
All right, first order for business for you if you are successful.
Well, it sounds like I still have a couple more school board meetings to overlap, and so I'll have 2 positions to fulfill over the next few weeks. But just really to dive in and get started.
All right, Jennifer Benson, thanks so much for the time tonight. We appreciate it. Next up is Jody Plessity, a political newcomer in Fargo and also running for Fargo City Commission. Jody, how are you feeling tonight? What's going through your head, your heart, and your mind?
Wow, honestly, we were just talking about how fantastic this evening is. We're outside here at the grotto, and just to be surrounded by these awesome people and all these new friends I've met, I'm very honored, to have even been able to go through this experience, to be honest with you.
Yeah. One thing with your campaign we've noted in the newsroom, it seems like you have been everywhere. Talk about that.
What do you mean everywhere? Well, I'm campaigning, right? I guess I'm.
Well, more so than the other candidates. I mean, your name is everywhere, and it seems like you've been popping up everywhere in person as well.
Yeah, well, that's good. I like to get out and interact with the community. I'm an eye-to-eye person. I like to sit down and talk to people and shake their hand, and I think that really says a lot about my character, and that's just the type of person I am. So.
All right, Jody Plessity, thanks so much for the time tonight. We appreciate it, and all the best moving forward.
Thanks. Let's get those numbers in.
All right, Alexis Scott for the Fargo School Board, part of a group of candidates looking to make significant changes on the school board based on some frustrations with things over the past year or so. Alexis, thanks for joining me tonight. What are you thinking tonight? What are you feeling?
I will echo some of the city commission candidates as well. The outpouring of support through, text messages, pictures, and showing up in person here has been immense. And it makes us, at least for myself, feel that what we're doing and the direction we're headed and the things that we've stood for a long time as candidates is really reinforced by this. And it makes me really proud of what we've done.
Part of your like-minded candidates here have received the label of extremist in some of the local media coverage. Your thought with regard to being labeled in that way?
Well, I guess, yeah, if you believe that trusting parents to take ownership over their decisions for their children, and that you don't believe that parents should be involved in things or things like that. I mean, yeah, if that's the route that people go with that, then I guess call me an extremist if it makes you feel better. But I will always fight for parents to have the say in any decisions with their children. I will always fight for strong, transparent partnerships between schools and the parents and the kids. And I stand by that at every point.
All right, Alexis Scott, thanks so much for taking the time tonight. We appreciate it, and all the best to you going forward as well.
Appreciate it. Can't wait for the numbers.
All right, Allie Olenberger is also waiting for the numbers. She, too, is running for Fargo School Board, a political newcomer, National Guard veteran, and a tech executive with Microsoft here in town. Allie, nice to see you tonight. Long, hard-fought campaign as well, some ups and downs. You've been beaten up a little bit, as all candidates have. Thoughts and feelings with where you're at tonight?
I am just beyond grateful. This has been an opportunity that I never thought that I would have in my life, and the outpouring support from our community has been amazing. I have connected with so many new people that I have now in my life that I call my close dear friends that I never would have had if it wasn't for this experience. So, at the end of the day, I'm grateful, I'm blessed, and supported.
You're expressing a little emotion now. I can hear it in your voice and see it in your eyes. How and why is that the case?
Well, I'm just an emotional sap. Sorry, my son gets that from me too. But it's hard to put words into the feeling of this long, hard-fought battle. I mean, it's just been something where it's so personal. These are our children. I didn't have children, lightly. It wasn't a decision that I just said, yeah, I'm just gonna have kids today, right? I mean, these are my children, and these are the children that they're my kids. There's nothing more personal than that.
It's nice to see emotion in local politics, and nice to see a parent being concerned and wanting to be involved. Allie Olenberger, thanks so much for taking the time tonight. We wish you all the best moving forward.
Hey, thank you so much, Tom, and thank you to the whole team at Flag Family Media. You guys have been absolutely amazing with all of your guys' coverage, and honest integrity and journalism has been immense from you guys. So thanks for all of that, and let's get some numbers, Fargo. Come on.
All right, thanks for the kind word, Allie. We certainly do appreciate that. Next up is Kristen Charbonneau. Kristen, a political newcomer as well, a mother as well, with young children in the district. Talk about what has motivated you to get in this race, along with how you're feeling tonight.
I would say the biggest thing that has motivated me is just parent involvement and parents being involved in having a voice in their students' education, and also my personal and professional experience and feeling like I have a lot to offer the district.
Mm-hmm. You were part of the effort to recall some of the current board members, none of whom are here this evening. Talk about that process and that desire for the change that you would like to see on the board, and maybe some of the changes that you would like to see.
But I think the primary thing is that parents need to be the ones that are making the decisions for their students. And so I don't feel like the district has been, all school board members have been respecting that. So I'm just really excited to see the numbers and hope that we get to change that.
All right, Kristen Charbonneau, thanks so much for the time tonight, and wish you all the best moving forward as well.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. All right, joining me now is incumbent Fargo School Board Representative David Paulson. David, you've been around a while. You've been at this for a while. Running election is nothing new for you, but still, how are you feeling tonight? What are your thoughts at this point?
It's been really good. I am so pleased with the people that I've associated with in this run. I'll tell you, if any or all of them are elected, the board is going to benefit. I've never seen 4 people work harder and be more dedicated to the Fargo school system. I'm proud to know them all.
Past year or two been tough with some of the COVID related challenges. For you, what are some of the lessons learned? Maybe some of the things that could have been done differently? Maybe some of the things that should stay the same?
I don't think the current board learned much because we didn't listen to parents. We weren't listening to our teachers. I think that we have to be, I hate the word transparency because everybody uses it and for everything, but we just did not do a good job of letting parents parent and teachers teach this last year. And I think it really affected our proficiency, everything. It wasn't a good year, and we can do so much better because we're a great district. We really are.
Other thoughts in closing tonight?
I had a great interview with Kyle. It was a pleasure talking to Scott. You guys have been so good and so fair and so honest. I really appreciate that because it's the people just want to hear the truth, and I think that's what you've been hearing from all of those of us associated here tonight. We've been telling you the truth. We've been telling you what we think should happen and what we will work for. And they're not simply campaign promises. That's what these people are going to really go out and work hard every day for.
All right, David Paulson, the Fargo School Board member, thanks for your time. Thanks for your service, and thanks for the visit tonight. I appreciate it. All right, finally joining me is Devin Zachinsky. He is one of the incumbent school board members running as well. Devin, you're kind of an old hand at this by now as well, a grizzled veteran, I guess we could say. What are your thoughts and feelings with regard to where we're at on election night here tonight?
I've been having a blast through the entire thing, and I'm not worried at all about the events of tonight because, as I've stated continuously, I'm not going away. There's work to be done, whether I'm on the school board or not. There's plenty to be done, and it takes the right amount of it takes the right type of people to get it accomplished.
What is some of that work that still needs to be accomplished?
Well, when you look at some of even at the school board meeting tonight, which I was at, there was concern even among sitting board members that the governance committee is going to possibly end up with a supermajority of board members, which, granted their rules say they can't speak on behalf of the board, but they still gatekeep, and it's a problem. Well, that needs to get dealt with even outside of the board. So, like I said, there's lots of work to be done yet. Even if we're depending on how tonight goes, there's still work to be done.
Other thoughts in closing that you'd like to express?
I'd like to thank everybody that I've met because I really enjoy meeting new people. And like I said, this has been an absolute blast. I've enjoyed the entire thing. I have no jitters about tonight. I'm just enjoying myself.
Yeah, it certainly seems like you are with a smile on your face. Fargo School Board Member Devin Stachinsky, thanks so much for taking the time tonight. Wish you all the best moving forward. Thank you for your service as well to the community.
Thanks for talking with us.
You got it. All right, Kyle and Steve, that's going to do it for us here from the Grotto in Fargo. Big crowd, the supporters here, and certainly the candidates awaiting numbers and results, as we all are. So it looks like the wait continues. Back to you guys in studio.
Tom, great job. Canada Palooza down in South Fargo getting 7. They're rapid fire back and forth.
Somebody get Tom a beverage at the Grotto there. His vocal cords got to be a little parched after that little expedition there. So that was good stuff, though. Lots of, and we appreciate Canada's kind words. And Kyle, you and the news team have done a fantastic job interviewing all those folks, and multiple times, some of them too. So,
well, I appreciate the kind words, of course, from Mr. Paulson. And we're just looking forward to see how this all turns out tonight with all the different results. Speaking from one of our senior reporters to another one of our valued members of the news team, everybody is Bonnie Amistadi. Great conversations with folks and voters like you out in the city of Fargo, talking about your experience today voting at different locations here in the city. Let's take a listen.
Daniel. All right. Do you always vote in elections, or what brought you to the ballot box today?
No, I always vote.
Yeah.
So it's important. Local elections are probably more important than the federal. So.
A lot of candidates out there on the ballot. How much homework was involved here in deciding who you were going to vote for?
It was a lot more this year. I actually went to the websites. There were a couple that were sponsored by some groups. Vote 411, and just doing regular research and seeing commercials and then looking up who they were. So.
Yeah, was it pretty cut and dry as to who you decided were your favorite picks to vote for?
Yes, thankfully, like the people that put up their information, they were pretty straightforward on their opinions, and you could tell if you agree with them or not. So it made it pretty simple.
What are your biggest concerns, or what do you think are the biggest concerns for Fargo moving forward?
My personal concern is mental health and providing resources for that. And of course, inflation, jobs, and things of that nature. We're a great community, but there's some holes we have that really need to get filled.
You bet. Any concern with so many people on the ballot this year? Or?
No, not at all. Actually, one thing I would like to see for those that don't get elected, the topics and things that they brought up, to see how many people actually voted for them. And if they don't win, are we still going to address their issues that clearly people voted for?
Well, that's the thing, too. I mean, there's a lot of, and I've heard a lot of the interviews. We've at WDAY radio interviewed all the candidates multiple times, a lot of different issues. And that's the thing. Maybe the person doesn't win, but doesn't mean that some of the topics that were brought up weren't great topics.
Right, because I'm originally from New York. So I'm from a very, very large city and a very diverse community. So a lot of times you can get honed into one set of thinking, but Fargo is very diverse, even for being a small town. And so there's a lot of things that people are concerned about that maybe not the full majority may be aware of, but we are here and we are a part of the community. So we want everybody to feel welcome.
How long have you been here and how do you like it?
I've been here 8 years, and parents asked me, am I ever coming back home? The answer is no. I love it here. My family's here, and we're raising a great family and creating a great life.
Awesome. Daniel, thank you so much. I appreciate it. What brought you out to vote today, sir?
Okay, I'm like 67 years old, and this gets more satisfying every time that I vote.
Why is that?
You just appreciate the long-term consequences. You're not dealing with one-issue wonders. I would prefer people who have a larger vision, not just one focus. And they're all noble in their own way, but you have to see a bigger picture, not just a group or a cause, but you have to understand all the people and the personalities involved that can affect it. And they're voting anonymously. Those are the same people that you're talking to, whether they're your people or not.
Did you think the ballot this year definitely took a lot of research on a voter's behalf? There's so many candidates to choose from this year.
I did see that. I have always done a little research amongst it, especially when it gets confusing. So again, I don't want to elect someone who's serving one cause or one party. I want somebody who sees a bigger picture and a longer term, which is less colorful and exciting than a flash in the pan or having logos and icons and flags behind you and things like that.
But that's very wise. That's very wise to vote that way.
And so this was more of a challenge, but and it might be part of my experience, but I also absolutely write down, like for the school board, because they all couch themselves in many marketing phrases, almost always the same ones, but they have specific agendas sometimes. So sometimes it's a matter of winnowing out the people I'm not going to vote for. If you look at the list in my pocket, you'll see a list of names. 7 or 8 of them have lines through them, do not vote for. Not that I hate them personally.
What brought you out to vote today? And it looks like you're doing some homework ahead of time.
I did homework ahead of time. I brought a list so I'd know exactly who I was voting for and who I was definitely not voting for. And yes, I'm talking about the school board race.
Okay, so that I heard from another woman earlier too. The school board race is really the race that she wanted to make sure her voice was heard on. You were the same?
Yes. I hope we agreed on that because I definitely think that the school board and our schools and our children's education needs protecting because they are our future.
Yeah, and there was a lot of candidates. Was it easy for you to eliminate some and say these are for sure the ones that I was going to vote for?
I have a little slip of paper that had all of the votes I wanted to do on it. I prepared that last night so I could zip in and zip out.
And you're hopeful that other people paid as much of attention and did as much research as you did into the candidates.
Exactly so.
Yeah, and in terms of for the city moving forward, what do you think our biggest concerns are?
Oh boy.
Or what are you most concerned about?
Affordable housing and living for people living in the core city. I live kind of on the south side, but in an older neighborhood, and I think that the people who work downtown should be able to live downtown.
In our Bonnie Amistadi, great coverage talking with you, the Fargo voter today. I want to thank Bonnie so much for her effort throughout, going to different polling locations. Steve, still trying to keep an eye on these numbers.
Yeah, we're hitting the refresh button every 10 seconds. Still nothing on the city races. And we're not alone in wondering when we're going to see something. The statewide races we've been talking about, John Hoeven advances pretty easily, and he will take on Katrina Christensen in the November general. She beat Michael Steele handily tonight for the U.S. Senator. So those are a couple of main headlines that we've been watching tonight.
More coming up next hour. Stay with us, folks.
Community focused, conservative minded. This is AM 1100 and 92.3 FM, WZFG, Dilworth, Fargo, Moorhead, USA.
This is Outdoor Issues with Neil Roberts and North Dakota Game and Fish outreach biologist Greg Gullickson.
Last week, we talked about leaving baby wildlife alone, and it's important to stay away from adult wildlife as well. Greg, tell us about why that's so vital.
You know, and I think the take-home message from last week was just simply don't touch baby wildlife. Leave them alone. But also with adult wildlife, citizens should steer clear of adult wildlife, such as deer, turkeys, geese, or moose that might wander into urban areas. And oftentimes they're defending their young. I know I've been around some geese that have been pretty aggressive, and moose will definitely give you that sign when they put up those hackles on their back that they are probably going to do what they can to defend their wildlife. And crowding stresses those animals and can lead to a potentially dangerous situation. If you happen to have an urban situation, many of our local police departments with their animal control officers are able to assist, or simply call the North Dakota Game and Fish.
All right. Thanks, Greg. And hey, we'll have more on wildlife when we come back.
At Trinity Health, we're dedicated to helping people do more. We're here with exceptional physicians and specialists committed to your well-being. We deliver the latest advances in cancer, heart, orthopedic, neurosurgical, and women's medicine. In emergencies, our Level 2 Trauma Center is ready with life-saving care. Together, we're doing more, so you can enjoy all the promise of a lifetime lived well. Trinity Health, making more possible. To learn more, visit makingmorepossible.com.
The COVID-19 vaccine is the best way to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Unsure of where to go to receive your COVID-19 vaccine or booster? It's as simple as going to vaccine.gov and selecting your zip code to locate the nearest vaccination clinic. The best way to get back to life as you knew it is to get your COVID-19 vaccination and booster. For information, visit ndcpd.org/vaccine confidence. That's ndcpd.org/ www.ccpg.org/vaccine confidence.
Talking wildlife out and about on Outdoor Issues today. And Greg, seems to be an uptick of deer vehicle collisions this time of year as well. Is that true?
Yeah, we do generally have two spikes, and one is this time of the year, and the other one is usually for deer in November when those deer are on rut and really not paying too much attention to what's going on around them. Oftentimes, these young animals are dispersing from their home ranges, from their wintering grounds, and with deer, they're definitely more active this time of the year, and the potential for deer car collisions does increase, especially when they're caring for their young. And for my brothers on their motorcycles, especially be vigilant at sunrise and sunset.
All right, good advice, Greg, and that puts a wrap on this report. If you missed one, check us on the website, outdoorissues.com. Until next time, I'm Neil Roberts.
You've been listening to Outdoor Issues, brought to you in part by the North Dakota Center for Persons with Disabilities, by Trinity Health, making more possible, and enjoy a home-cooked meal at Homesteaders in Minot.
5X480, Dayton B100 V-Belt, one of the many parts Grainger carries. It's also the item that helped Rob carry the day. The job was on hold, deadline fast approaching, but a quick search on Grainger.com and Rob found his part. And with same-day pickup at his local branch, he and his crew got the job done, safely and on time. Get supplies and solutions for every industry with real-time product availability. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's a message just for the attorneys out there. So you passed the bar, joined a firm, or even built your own. Now are you finding out that you're doing more administration than actual law practice? Lexicon can help. Lexicon is a legal technology provider with over a decade of experience streamlining administrative tasks like timekeeping, billing, and more, so you can focus on maximizing billable hours and increasing client satisfaction. Call 855-4-LEXICON or visit lexiconservices.com/go to learn more.
Welcome back, folks, here on The Flag and WDAY. Live coverage also being streamed on our social media platforms and on our websites, WDAYradionow.com and AM1100theflag.com. Another hour of election coverage here, special election June coverage for you. Again, still waiting for the numbers, Steve, to come in to this point here locally. Just trying to work through some of this. Obviously, statewide numbers have been coming in fairly quickly. We've had those pretty consistently throughout the majority of our coverage tonight, but still waiting for all the local races here in Fargo and West Fargo to come to a head.
53.7% of the precincts across the state have reported, but not in the metro area where we are waiting for our first numbers. We've been talking about the storylines all night long. There's a million of them. We're going to have at least one new Fargo City Commissioner, and we could have a new Fargo mayor. It could be a woman or a minority candidate for the first time. So we're waiting for all those things to unfold. But right now, we are waiting. No information in. We talked to Dan Buckhouse earlier tonight and asked a little bit about when we might see something in. And she thought hopefully by 10:30, we would have some final numbers. And so we're waiting for that. We've been talking, too, about the statewide races. Those have been settled here for a little while. John Hoeven advances. Katrina Christensen advances on the U.S. Senate for Republican and Democrat, respectively, and a lot of people running unopposed. One other race with some local interest, Michael Howe, state representative out of Castleton, running for Secretary of State. He wins the Republican primary, 66-33% over Marvin Lepp, and he will advance to the general election, and he will take on Jeffrey Powell, who won the Democrat Democrat primary, running unopposed tonight. So again, we are still waiting for those local numbers. We thought we might have something in by now. We do not, but we're expecting any minute we could start to see some numbers, and we'll jump in right away when we do.
Well, speaking of the local races, including City Commission, I want to head over to our news line now. I want to welcome into the program City Commission candidate Al Carlson. He joins us live here on our special election coverage. Al, thanks so much for giving us some of your evening, sir. Appreciate it.
You bet. It's always fun to sit and wait. I've been through a number of these, and it seems to be kind of a pattern that it's always wait, and then it all of a sudden comes in a big hurry. So,
I was joking with Steve. Yeah, we're probably expecting a big dump of different letters and numbers here coming up here shortly. But you told us off the air here for a second that taking a different kind of approach though to this, just not really paying attention, trying to disconnect a little bit from this whole thing.
You know, it doesn't do any good to sit and worry about the results. You know, the people are the deciding factor. We did all the work, had a good game plan, tried to get our message out, and now, you know, whatever the people decide, they decide, and we'll, you know, I was always taught a long time ago, you're supposed to be gracious as a winner and you're supposed to be more gracious as a loser. So either way, I think that it's a good thing a lot of people were in the race. I think a lot of people had different ideas on things, and we're going to see what the people think about it in the end. And, everybody, you always, as a candidate, hope for the best results. You want to win. But if you don't, the sun's still going to come up in the east tomorrow morning. So we'll just take it as it comes, and hopefully it'll be pretty soon.
Al, Steve Hallstrom here. You, as you mentioned, been through this a number of times. You've served in some very lofty positions in state legislature, former House Majority Leader. Now you're interested in kind of a different race. Tell people why you're excited about this opportunity. A lot of people would say, I've been there, done that. I've kind of had my moment in the sun, but you wanted to get back in the game. Why?
Fargo's my home. I've been here, and I did a lot to help build this community in 40 years of building. I take a great deal of pride in it, and I now have the time. I'm retired from the building business. I don't have to take that trek to Bismarck anymore, and I'm looking forward to having the time to make Fargo a better place. You always people say how come and why. You think you can do a job and you can make a difference, and that's exactly why I got in the race.
Is there one message you wanted to get out in this campaign? Is there one kind of defining piece of your campaign, one piece of your platform that you really wanted to drive home to people? You did it. I think you got your message out a number of different ways. We saw some of the billboards where Ella Carlson works hard, wants a government that respects people, all those things. But what's the one thing you really tried to drive home in your campaign that you thought could be a difference maker?
I think that the biggest thing in the end is that I have the leadership skills and the ability to dig through the issues, but also the fact that I have a relationship with the state and with a lot of the agencies make a huge difference. Because Fargo, a lot of issues that came up during the campaign, Steve, were issues that the city is not responsible for, like workforce development or like providing daycare services for people. But there is a partnership that we can forge and make it better for our citizens with the state and with the county. And I think that's the bridge that I can build. And that's probably the strongest point that I have, is that I have the ability to put those things together and make it better for Fargo.
Yeah, how difficult was it to stand out? We obviously have a very documented history here in North Dakota as far as what you've done in the legislature and having that rep for you. Again, multiple decades, obviously serving there. With 15 total candidates in this race, did you find it more difficult maybe to get more of your word out? Obviously, you have your platform, everyone does, but was it maybe a bit more challenging from that aspect?
It was the approval voting makes it very difficult, because when people can vote for all the people they like, you have no idea. Like if somebody asked me, how do you think it's going? I said, I could be any place from first to eighth or somewhere in between, because you just don't know. So it is hard to get your message out. What you want to do is to have a message, not just a picture on a billboard. And you want to make sure that you're talking things that make sense, that you know how to balance a budget, that you know how important it is to have transparency, that you know that the zero-based budgeting and working with the other political subdivisions to keep down property tax. You have to have a message. And we tried to sell that message and get that message out, and hopefully we did.
Al, what's the biggest issue or biggest concern that you think should face the Fargo City Commission? What is that? Is there one thing where if you had to put some at the top of the list, where you'd say, this is the problem we need to solve, this is the issue we need to wrestle with, this is the thing we need to deal with, what would you put in that slot?
Well, I guess, everybody talked about special assessments, but I don't think that's the top one. It's a nuisance. I think public safety, and how we relate to our citizens and how our citizens feel safe in our community is really important. And I think that's crucial along the way, whether it be in our schools or our parks or just on our streets. You've seen quite a change in the crime over the years, and it's time that we make sure that we properly support those law enforcement officers, that we do get some mental health individuals involved, because a lot of these things involve mental health, and to partner with the state and the county and make sure that we have a unified effort to make this the safest city around.
Al, before we let you go, and I really appreciate your time again tonight, sir. Any closing thoughts you want to share with the citizens of Fargo as we get closer to these numbers hopefully coming out?
Just bring the numbers on. We'll see how they fall.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
You know,
Fargo City Commission candidate Al Carlson here with us on our special election coverage on the flag and WDAY. Sir, thank you so much. Hoping to hear and find out some more results here soon.
You bet. Thanks.
Again, yeah, just a different kind of candidate. We talk about some having no experience. Al obviously been in the public spotlight and the political spotlight for a number of years.
Yeah.
So kind of switching you mentioned directions as far as where he's trying to go, really focusing on the city of Fargo locally.
Yeah, and I think he hit on something that a lot of us who have lived here for a while are noticing. It is not the safe local neighborhood community that it used to be. And, some of that is outside of the control of the government. Government can only do so much. But I think the people of the city need to know that their elected leaders care about that. And these days, when you say, I'm interested in public safety and supporting law enforcement, that not everybody agrees with that. And but I think here in this part of the world, we still do. And so I think for Al to say this is kind of the number one thing, I think that's a really good point, because generally elections come down to the economy and safety. If people feel like they're safe and they've got a way to make a way for their family and they can put food on the table, things are going to be generally pretty good. If you don't know that you can go outside without being fearful for something, which is not what we are here, but we've certainly seen the trends grow as far as criminal activity in our area. And it's, property crimes, it's assault, it's everything that we're seeing. And for him to highlight that as sort of the one thing that we really need to be thinking and talking about, that's going to resonate with a lot of people in this town.
Definitely. It's been kind of one of those, we talk about the different sidebars of the campaigns for a lot of candidates, and public safety has been a near top priority for many of them. One of them being, again, Shannon Wars-Jones. She talked about it multiple times throughout her campaign, that's really focusing on that relationship with the police chief too, and Dave Zabolski, and how that kind of trickles down to his staff, the officers there, and numbers that you want to see rise instead of falling at higher rates maybe we're used to. Definitely going to be a topic of conversation for the months ahead as we continue to grow.
Absolutely.
It definitely does. Right now, folks, at 10:14 here, your special election coverage on WDAY and the flag. Time to head back into South Fargo, Hilton Garden Inn. Waiting by with our Ty Schonert, going to catch up now with Mayor Tim Mahoney once again. Ty, the mayor, kind of waiting on pins and needles to see what's coming down here.
That's right, Kyle. We're standing here in the Hilton Garden Inn in Fargo, and what's happening with the election coverage right now in terms of results? Do we know anything when it comes to Fargo elections?
Well, what I've heard is the rumor is they're now working their way through the absentee ballot, so we should have a result probably in the next 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, and is that confident yes, or is that like a maybe, hopefully 15 minutes?
That's a confident yes. The way the team usually works is those all are tallied at the district site, wherever they are, where the voting sites are. This is all computerized. It's much different than it was before we did a hand count. So I would just hope that we would get to see it the next 15, 20 minutes.
You got a lot of loyal supporters behind us too, sitting in that room waiting for these election results as well. A lot of family members, a lot of friends, family, like I said earlier. And I'm excited to see where this goes, because it's a late election call. This is the latest it's been for a long time, as far as I'm aware. Is that kind of in the ballpark?
Well, this is one of the latest ones I've seen. Typically, we're done by 9:30. Get the 10 o'clock news. Everybody's happy. We get to see what happened, and then we get to get the inside scoops. So yeah, it's pins and needles. I hope we get to it pretty soon here.
It's weird to see the kind of like the tense, and you can see the tenseness in the, for lack of a better word, in the air. And it's interesting to see people kind of like waiting by, seeing these election results, because we're seeing across North Dakota as well, some coming in, and even like general elections, like with Hovens came in, for example. He's going to be running against Christensen in the general. And in Fargo, we're just not seeing the same, not necessarily expediency, because there's a lot of people here, but it's weird to see that we're not quite up to the same pace with them quite now.
Yeah, I'm probably going to ask a few questions about it after this over, because obviously I'm the guy that's part of that subject. But if it's because more people voted today, I'm happy about that. And I'm looking for the silent majority, the people that don't necessarily say the things or say what they want, but are pleased with what the leadership is now, and hopefully are behind that leader. So a better vote, that means they're interested in city government. That means they're interested in things going on. And Steve was talking recently just about safety in the community,
Yeah.
a high priority for all the candidates. So if we listen to all the candidates and the commission candidates, they all get that. And that is a community that we have to keep safe, that you can raise your family, be comfortable.
And so let's kind of talk about that. So let's talk about some of you've been here for a long time, like I said, and especially in our previous conversation, you've been here for a little bit. And I wanted to kind of have you give the opportunity to talk to people out there about some of the challenges that you've experienced as a mayor of Fargo or a politician in Fargo in general.
Well, we've had a variety of crises in our community. We went through the COVID, we've gone through flood fights, we had the race riots, the different things that the community started to face because we're getting to be a metro area. We have a variety of different concerns, people in the community, and different things that are going on. And all of that needs attention. So in order to be a community that we all get along, tolerate each other, work well together, we as a community have to work at that. And sometimes people talk about crime. When we had a flood fight, you used to have neighborhoods that would go around and they would do different things to help in the neighborhood to make sure, know your neighbor, know what's going on, know their schedule a little bit. You see suspicious activities go on, don't be afraid to call. So maybe we have to revitalize some of that. Is what is the public as part of crime prevention? What is the public as part of helping us and our police force do a great job? So I think we're going to re-explore those areas because we are getting into some of the neighborhoods and we need to get that right.
And I think you've seen some of that reactivate too because of the city application app where you can call in minor crimes like a theft in a car or someone who stole something from a store that wasn't worth more than I think it was $100 or something like that.
That's right.
So these programs exist and they do exist, but do you think there should be more of a focus on public or a private person helping citizens?
I think we have to look at how our neighbors can help each other in those particular areas. For instance, there was robbery in my neighborhood recently. There was a truck that was parked in front of it. The neighbors did not recognize the truck, recognize people coming out of the truck. And we may have to be more cautious about what's going on, make phone calls when we other times probably would not have. So pay attention to your neighbor and make sure you're a good neighbor to them.
Refocusing back on elections again, I'm excited to hear hopefully we have something in the next 20 minutes. I'll be waiting patiently along with everyone else out there who's watching us as well. And I wish you the best of luck as always.
Well, thank you.
Because we've talked to a lot of candidates throughout this whole election season and throughout this whole cycle. And it sounds like at the very bare minimum, they really do want someone who at least does something good for Fargo. They want someone who improves the city. And I think that's a common goal that we all can get behind. And I hope that that trend moves forward. We all can get behind something to benefit Fargo. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that you want to have a leader that says, I focused on Fargo and how to make it better for its residents. And that oftentimes you need to do some extra work to figure it out where to go. You need to get input from the neighborhoods. You need to get input from your staff and try to figure out the best course of action to go forward.
I want to thank you for your time. Dr. Mayor Tim Mahoney standing by with us, waiting on election results. We're at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fargo, waiting patiently for the results. Back to you, Kyle.
Todd, thanks so much, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, us too.
Up. Yeah. Hey, we're sitting on pins and needles. Hey, speaking of sitting on pins and needles right now, heading over to our news line, going to catch up again with Fargo mayoral candidate Shannon Roars-Jones. She's waiting patiently by. Shannon, first off, we got to ask, because we talked to you earlier, please tell me the daughter won the softball game. Come on now.
Not the second game. The first game, but not the second game. So it was good. They split with, they played the same team twice, and you win one, you lose one.
We'll tell you what, we'll take a split. That's not too bad.
Yeah. Well, it was a beautiful night. You can't lose when you have a night as nice as tonight was, because I thought we were going to be out there cooking and that we were in the shade. We had a little breeze. It was perfect night.
Well, I'll tell you what, we like to say the same for getting the results into this point, but we haven't locally yet. Surprised, maybe we haven't seen the numbers come into the polls yet here?
I'm not. This seems to be the MO for elections in Cass County. I know with my last election, we had some early numbers, I think, when they dropped in mail-in ballots, but then we had to wait like 3 hours for the rest of the numbers. So, my last election, it seemed like I was losing for about 3 hours, and then everything came out all right.
Definitely. So it's the wait and see approach. I feel like everyone's kind of just taken right now, right? Because we're all just sitting around.
Yeah, that's why it was nice to have my daughter's softball game. One, just to go and watch it, but two, it was kind of a nice distraction. Now, just hanging out with some family members and waiting to see what happens.
Talk about the process of election night, because you've dealt with this now when it comes to the House multiple times. You've been elected and reelected there. Is it the similar kind of approach you mentioned, just trying to find a way to distract yourself when everything's going on so you can just fill some time and wait for these votes to come in?
That's what I did most of the day. You know, I worked for just a little bit this morning. I went to ribbon cutting for the F5 project's brand new facility downtown, dropped off some things, and then I went, I got a massage. I went and voted, you know, just all of the things that you can do. Grab lunch with some friends, you know, fill your time, keep your mind off of worrying about what's going to happen. And it's worked pretty well for me. I don't stress out too much. You prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
Tell you what, I thought we were busy today doing some stuff. You knocked out a lot of things off your checklist.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's always something to do, right?
Oh, exactly right. So, well, Shannon, we don't want to keep you too long. We appreciate you calling in for us to give us an update on the situation, and hopefully we start seeing some numbers pop in soon. Thanks again so much.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, Kyle.
Awesome. Fargo mayoral candidate there, Shannon Morris-Jones, joining us, Steve, live here in election coverage, moving closer to the bottom of the hour here. Still waiting for some of these numbers locally to pop in. We know, again, statewide, a lot of these races, for the most part, have been called. Obviously, watching the judicial, again, judge for District Court 4, the East Central Judicial District, still that being one of the local races that is seeing some movement there. Still not much, though, recently. It's kind of been stalled out, but still just about 80 votes or so separating Connie Cleveland and Blake Hankey in that race. Really the only kind of area race we've seen to this point here in the FM Metro that's getting some traction as far as numbers to this point.
Yeah, there has not been much. As you're right about that. We've seen a lot of numbers statewide as those precincts have come in, but as you mentioned, we're just waiting for what's going to happen here locally, and we keep hitting the refresh button on that, like a lot of people are right about now. I mean, you know, we kind of get excited, Kyle, just because it's what we do on these nights, and you kind of get geared up all day long. You're like, yeah, you know, getting ready for can you imagine being a candidate, though?
I was going to bring that up.
Their heart and soul, putting a lot of their money into too. I mean, it's not cheap to buy billboards. I know we buy them here. So it's not cheap to buy that connected TV. It's not cheap. And there's a lot of money that gets spent by people. So you got your time, your money, your energy. And I don't think you get into politics too if you don't have a little bit of an ego. Maybe not just that, you know, I'm not talking about egomania, but you get a lot. There's a lot of pride in there too.
Yeah,
and so, you know, if you're going to be out there and push yourself out like that, you don't want to lose. And those people are generally pretty competitive. They don't like to lose. They got a little bit of a, you know, healthy ego, and, you know, it's tough. There's the time you put in, the money you put in, and now you're waiting to see. And, you know, there's a lot of people that feel like, you know, I was running the wrong time. The right opponent just came by, or the wrong opponent came by and got lightning in a bottle, and it wasn't my night. And now you're out, and then you got to try to figure out if you're going to get back in or not. So it's, when you're a mayor or city commissioner, I mean, that's a fairly big part of who you are. You don't just throw that away.
And that's the thing too with this race, especially the local cases here, or local races, when you talk about school board, you talk about commission, so many candidates that all made great points and all had pretty good followings. So it's nerve-wracking too, because normally you can say we can look at a sheet for election coverage, kind of like you mentioned earlier with the state, when it comes to different candidates. Okay, we know 4-to-1 Republican voting ratio to Democrat. We can kind of tell which races are going to go certain ways. Maybe certain candidates have name recognition. Not to say that nobody in Fargo doesn't have that name recognition. There's obviously some things we do know, maybe more than others. But at the same point, seeing this come down, just waiting for this kind of result when you have so many candidates that really think they have a shot. There's a lot of candidates from the school board to the commission to even the mayor's race that think they really have an opportunity to get one of these spots, to get elected. It's crazy. I do not want to put myself in the shoes of any of them right now, especially because when they're seeing all the different numbers come down from across the state and not seeing anything come down locally, it's got to be nerve-wracking to just be sitting on pins and needles waiting for these numbers to come in.
Yeah, and you know, there's some candidates, I'm sure, that are running tonight for different things that have high hopes in politics, want to advance and become a big name, maybe even in the state, the region, the country, who knows. But a lot of the people running tonight are just regular folks, moms and dads and people from the community that just want to run for school board, that just care about our kids' education, or want to make their city better, or want to be on the park board and make sure that there's good recreational opportunities. So this is politics at its finest, I believe, these nights, these primary nights, because it's not the primary for the city elections and for the park board and school board. This is the general election. This is the big night. And this is where I think politics is at its purest, when you've got people that are just running to make a difference in the community. And it's not about that everybody knows your name. It's about everybody knows your city's name, or that they know that your city's got good parks, or whatever that might be. So this is a special night for a lot of people. And I do not envy the folks that are sitting and waiting like we are we're excited. We're anticipating, but I can't imagine their emotions.
I imagine too, our reporters out there, Ty and Tom, they've managed to talk to a bunch of different candidates tonight. They're kind of getting the emotions put on them too, just having those conversations, like being able to take that in as a reporter.
Yeah.
I've been on both sides
I've
of
been
this
there
now.
too.
Yeah, being able to be out and interview certain candidates when the time comes for these elections, whether it's statewide or it's local or regional, and then being now behind the mic here, just kind of being able to hear and feel the emotion. One of the people that Tom talked to down at the Grotto, we got 7 candidates down there, 5 from the school board, 2 from city commission. Just getting emotional about the process. A lot of work, especially when you talk about school board, to talk about, wanting to do this for your kids, wanting to try and make a better life for them when it comes to schooling, when it comes to that shaping of their lives. I mean, it can get super emotional when you put all that work into
no
this.
question.
Yeah.
I've been around candidates who just lost and poured everything they had into it, and they're just crushed. And you say, you want to talk? Can I get a couple of words from you? And it's all they can do to muster. And usually they're very classy at those times, but that's a hard feeling. As I mentioned, those people they put everything into it, and they want to win badly. And when you don't, it hurts. And Al Carlson has been through these battles before, and I know he's saying all the right things, but there's a lot of pride that he's got on the line tonight too. So don't let him fool you. This will hurt if it doesn't go his way tonight. Probably be okay either way, but he's run a good hard campaign and invested a lot in it, and it'll sting if it doesn't go his way.
I think you can say that for pretty much every candidate right now, especially because we talked about how close these races are. Still waiting for the local numbers, Steve, to come in. Again, we mentioned right now 64% of the precincts in the state have reported 255 of the 398, roughly 400 or so, but still waiting for our local numbers to come in here.
Well, let's give an update on our statewide races here, just to give you up-to-date results here. We now have about 2/3 of the state that's fully reported. And U.S. Senator in the Republican primary, John Hoeven, wins over Riley Kuhn, 77-21. I'll be interested to hear some experienced political voices weigh in on the 21% for Riley Kuhn. It's almost 22. Riley Kuhn is someone that not many people know, and everybody knows John Hoeven. And while 77-21 is still a pretty good whooping, you got to wonder if the 21% doesn't say something about this is just Republicans voting now. And, whatever that is, 1 out of 5 Republicans says, I'd like something different there. I think that's interesting. Katrina Christensen will oppose John Hoeven in the November general election. She won the Democrat primary today, basically 75-25 over Michael Steele. A lot of people ran unopposed. Michael Howe is the winner in the Secretary of State Republican primary, 66% to 33% over Marvin Lepp. So, and Michael will have a fantastic chance to win in the general election in November. He'll be opposed by Jeffrey Powell, who ran unopposed there. And then other than that, Drew Wrigley, Doug Goring, Julie Fedorchik, a lot of familiar names ran unopposed there. In the District 4 court judge, that's one we've been watching too, and those numbers have not changed in a long time. We have 17 precincts of the 51 fully reporting. My guess is none of the Cass County precincts have, but Connie Cleveland continues to maintain a lead. She and Blake Hankey looks like will advance there, 37-32 for Cleveland and Hankey, and then a big drop off into third place, David Chapman in third right now at 16%. So those numbers could still change, definitely, but we'll be back with more right after this.
For me to be more for the community, I call home. I'm a better neighbor because my service has taught me how important it is to be a team player. My training helps me in my classes when I give attention to detail to the task at hand. My service also allows me to be there for my community in ways others can't. I help my hometown recover after nature strikes. My service in the Army National Guard allows me to keep my country and those I care about safe from threats. I also work with a network of professionals that help me succeed. Also, the Army National Guard's education benefits make getting a higher education a reality. Being an Army National Guard soldier makes living and serving in my community more rewarding every day. Learn more about how you too can live and serve part-time close to home by visiting NationalGuard.com.
Sponsored by the North Dakota Army National Guard. Aired by the North Dakota Broadcasters Association at this station.
Cybersecurity professionals safeguard our lives and businesses from malicious attacks. At the University of Mary, we educate those ready to face these challenges in our local communities and across the globe. Through our cybersecurity administration degree, which can be completed on campus or online, you can make our world a safer and more ethical place to work and thrive. Attend the University of Mary for your degree in cybersecurity. Learn more at umary.edu/CSA.
Welcome to Soybean Minute, your source for timely soybean news.
I'm North Dakota Soybean Council Director Mike Slosher of Edgeley. The North Dakota Soybean Council reminds soybean farmers to use soy biodiesel to pump up your bottom line. Biodiesel is high-quality, clean-burning, renewable fuel produced from domestic resources like soybeans. Biodiesel blends up to 20% can be used in any diesel engine. Biodiesel can offer a number of performance benefits to your diesel engine, including improved fuel lubricity, prevention of premature wear and tear, protection against fuel injector and injection pump failure, less equipment downtime, lower maintenance costs, and most importantly, the biodiesel industry contributes $1 or more to the value of a bushel of soybeans. Farmers are encouraged to ask for and use soy biodiesel in diesel equipment. To learn more about biodiesel and North Dakota Soybean Council's biodiesel rebate for farmers, visit ndsoybean.org. They're your soybeans, put them to work for you.
This message is brought to you by the North Dakota Soybean Council and the Soybean Checkoff.
Jerry Breyer is here, the generous one from Gold Silver Exchange Grand Forks. Let's talk about why precious metals are so very valuable right now.
Well, many financial advisors are recommending that we buy gold and silver now. And with all the advertising you see on TV with the gold and silver, we can match and beat any of those prices. We recommend you load up on silver and gold while there's a good supply. At some point, the supply is going to get very short. And if you're not here early, you may have to be on a waiting list for some time, like we were the last time in 2011 and 12.
Call Jerry and his team. They can be trusted. You don't want to be dealing with somebody you don't know over the phone from a TV commercial. Give them a call, 701-746-9952, or online too at Gold Silver Exchange. Tell them Scott sent you to Gold Silver Exchange Grand Forks.
Every year in the U.S., nearly 300 children 17 and under unintentionally shoot themselves or someone else with a firearm.
Nearly 500 more die from suicide by gun.
Responsible firearm storage can prevent tragedies like this.
We can protect kids using these smart steps.
Secure all guns in your homes and vehicles.
Model responsible behaviors around firearms.
Ask about unsecured firearms in other homes.
Recognize the risk of teen suicide.
Tell your peers to be smart.
Welcome back, folks. Again, it is your special election coverage here on WDAY and the Flag, June 2022 primaries, and in the elections here in Fargo and West Fargo. Steve, the numbers, they're in.
Yeah, well, we are waiting confirmation to find out if these are final, because all of the Fargo City School Board are showing 0 precincts fully reporting, but all 23 partially. So we're attempting to clarify that, but we've learned a lot of the story for sure here in just the last couple of minutes. Tim Mahoney, it appears, is on the brink of winning re-election. He is almost a 2-to-1 favorite over anybody else. Mahoney at 40.9%, the incumbent mayor. Arlette Preston in second, 22.5%. Shannon Roars-Jones in third at 13.1% there. And then is Hakun Dabar in fourth at 12.01%. Mike Borgi at 4.76%. Sherry Furco, 4.05%. Destin Elliott, 2.42%. So Mahoney appears at this point, again, waiting for confirmation if these are final numbers or if there's maybe mail-in ballots that have yet to be dumped in. We don't know that. Attempting to get confirmation. Let's go to Fargo School Board, another one that was very closely watched. It looks like the group of 5 that we've been talking about have all come up short. Melissa Birkland, 11.6% in first. Katie Christensen, 10.4% in second. Greg Clark, 9.7% in third. Naomi Day, 8.84% in fourth. And number 5, and that's an important number because 5 will be seated on the school board, 8.36% for Robin Nelson. In sixth place right now, Rebecca Knudsen. That would be a big story. She's the current school board president. At this point, it looks like she may be on the outside looking in. Again, just partial results, nothing confirmed to be fully. And then Lynn Telford at 6.3%. In number, what are we, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th place, David Paulson At 5.7, Kristen Charbonneau at 9. 5.52, Allie Olenberger, 10. 5.11, Alexis Scott, 4.56. I guess we're down to 12 now. Brian Nelson at 4.25. Devin Stachinsky in 14th place at 4.17. Katie Kelch, 3.4. Zach Eckel, 3.4 to finish it out. That will be a lot will be discussed about that. All right, let's go to Fargo City Parks. Vicky Dawson. This is 3 that advanced. Vicky Dawson, Joe Deutsch, and Aaron Hill are leading at this point. And a fairly comfortable margin between 3rd and 4th there. Jackie Dotson-Rod in 4th at 14.47%. Aaron Hill in 3rd at 18.49%. Jim Free in 5th at 13.3%. Let's take a look now at the Cass County Commission races. Tony Grinberg in a very thin margin over Ben Hansen, 50.7% to 48.9%.
Now, I want to remind you too, Steve, these are primaries for the Cass County commissioner seats. These
they will advance out.
Yeah,
okay.
This is again just the 2 candidates in each spot. The county election, same thing goes for sheriff and other commissioners. This is almost like a barometer for these candidates to see how they're going to fare in the November election. So these are not final votes for the Cass County Commission side of things. But this is a good barometer of where they're at, and really kind of a couple close races here for commission seats.
Yeah, and all these races look fairly close. District 4, Adam Martin, Dwayne Breitling are close. And something else is happening, Kyle. Tell me what you want.
Well, we're going to head to the phone lines now, Steve. Deanne, again, Buckhouse joining us here on WDAY and the Flagler Special Election coverage. Deanne, thank you again for giving us some of your time. It looks like some numbers are out, huh?
Yeah, we've got they're just loading the last 3 that have come in, and we're waiting for the last vote center to bring their stuff in. So we're in pretty good shape. We should be wrapping up hopefully shortly.
So we don't have anything showing up on the website is not final yet, Deanne. And of all the ballots to come in yet, do we have enough? Like, what's the scale? Could some of these races still be changed with the standings based on what we have yet to come in, or have we got 95% of the ballots in? What do we know?
No, I think we're probably at maybe 75%.
Okay, that's a big number.
Because I know one of those large.
That's an important number.
One of those large precincts or large vote centers, which is Atonement. They had the highest voter turnout today. She's just loading those now, so we haven't uploaded those. And the Fargo Dome, which is another one of the big voter turnout sites. So, the numbers could jump. You're talking, probably close to another almost 4,000 voters by the time we get these last precincts or these last vote centers uploaded.
Yeah, well, based on what you told us earlier, if we're expecting somewhere around maybe 20,000 people to come out, if I just look at the Fargo mayor balloting, we've only got about 10,600 votes counted. So now incumbent Mayor Mahoney has a big lead. His race may be one that stands when more ballots are loaded in, but there are others that, Fargo School Board, for instance, Rebecca Knutson right now in 6th place would be on the outside looking in, but she's only 6 votes behind Robin Nelson. And so that could easily change too. So we've still got some more theater left before the night is done.
Yep.
Okay. And we should still be looking to see the precincts when they fully report, when it shows on the website that they're fully reported. That will be our indication that the voting is final, correct?
Right.
Okay.
That we have uploaded all of the precincts for the night.
Great.
Deanne, listen, thank you so much again for making time for us tonight. Appreciate all the work you and your staff have done, and looking forward to the final results coming down here shortly.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you so much, Deanne. We are actually going to head back out now to the Hilton Garden Inn. Again, the race not exactly called yet, pretty close though. Going to head over to Ty Schonert, catching up with Mayor Tim Mahoney. Some good news coming down as far as the lead. Looks like it may be almost a sure thing. Ty, catch us up with the mayor, see what's going on.
That's correct, Kyle. We're standing here at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fargo, and we're looking at the numbers right now. They're obviously not official yet. However, it's still pretty overwhelming, the amount of people who voted for you. 4,300 estimated votes right now. How do you feel knowing that you, at this point, it looks like you have 40% of the vote?
I'm very excited, very pleased with that. It means people are out there voting, like what I'm doing, and like the record of what I've been on.
So would you consider this a mandate? You have 40% of the population who voted for you. What are your thoughts on the amount of people who gave you their vote?
I'm always a little bit careful about mandated city of 125,000 when our voting turnouts are so small. But of the people that care and wanted to go out and vote, it is helpful to do that. It gives you ability then to make some changes in the community and do some things you may have to do, knowing that the public is supporting you.
And I'm excited to see that the turnout, like you said, was a little low, but the amount of people who, even if it's one of the words I'm looking for are the vote may not be official yet, but the amount of people you lead over or the amount of votes you have that lead over seems pretty substantial. And if I'd be surprised personally if this was over, if it was flipped and Arlette Preston, who's the second person, were to be the mayor. But that's my opinion, I suppose. What are your thoughts on this election so far and how it's turned out? It's a late election. It's a late right now, and the results just came in. Does that surprise you at all?
The length of time it took to get the results in was a little disconcerting, but knowing that everybody wanted to get out there and vote and they had to get their vote counted, that happened. It'd be hard to overcome a 40% lead over 21%. So I would say I'm pretty comfortable that this will be a holdout.
Again, with a bunch of asterisks in the air right now, the vote isn't official, but at the same time, moving to commissioner vote as well, it's surprising there as well because we have Denise Kolpak and Dave Pepcorn who look to be the two leading contestants. And are you excited to work with a new individual on the commission?
I think Denise Kolpak was a good candidate. She came to the city offices and worked and talked to all my department heads. We had many good visits about where her thoughts would be and where she wants to go. Dave Pepcorn, of course, however, we worked with him. And so I'm excited to see how Denise will turn out, how she'll be as a future commissioner.
Any parting thoughts for the public?
Thank you for your support. I'm very pleased about this and how it's turned out, and I'll keep doing a great job for you.
Thank you very much. This is Dr. Mayor Tim Mahoney speaking at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fargo. Back to you, Kyle.
Todd, thanks so much. Appreciate, again, all the coverage tonight. Heading out to talking to Dr. Mayor Tim Mahoney. Looks like Mr. Hallstrom, will be the continuous mayor here in the city.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for that number to change. That's a pretty comfortable lead. The Fargo City Commission numbers, Mayor Mahoney just alluded to those a minute ago. Denise Kolpak right now leading the way, 14.8%. Dave Pepcorn, 11.3%. I think that's an interesting storyline too. Anna Johnson, who, there were a few people that got out there with, some name recognition. And she's kind of a newcomer to the party in third right now. She would be on the outside looking in. There are only two commissioners that will advance out of that. Jody Plessy in fourth at 9.1, Al Carlson in fifth at 8.95. So the difference is that's a fairly decent margin for Pepcorn at number 2 versus Johnson at 3. That's about 348 votes altogether. But as we heard, we've got 25% probably of the votes still yet is to be counted. Still, those trends this deep in the game don't generally change a lot. So we will see what happens there. But close race between third and fourth. Matura Lear is in 6th place right now. Ahmad Sheel in 7th at 7%. You got a lot of 7s and 6s. Jennifer Benson would be in the 8th slot at 6.95% there. Those are the ones that have been campaigning, I think, fairly actively, I would say, on Fargo City Commission. So we should also mention we have a school board in West Fargo. That's kind of the one race in West Fargo. Similar story in West Fargo. No precincts fully reporting yet, but all of them partially reporting. Jim Jonas, incumbent, gets his way back at 17.4%. Jim is also running for another office. Kyle, help me on this one too.
He is running for the, I believe, the State House.
State House.
Taking over a spot for Kim Koppelman.
There you go. Yeah. Yep, that's right. Yeah. So popular in the school board race, leading number 1 position at 17.4%, Jessica Jones. This is 4 would advance now. Jessica Jones in second, 16.5. Jessica Jackson, 16.4. And then John Erickson, 14.9 in 4th place. And then Mark Staples, about 100 votes behind Erickson for 5th place right now. Kyle, you've got some other news coming in over where you're at.
So we're going to try and get in touch with Tom Tucker again now. It's at the Grotto. Still some candidates out there hanging out. Tom's going to be calling in now, so we'll get to him here momentarily. Some of those candidates that are close, we talked about in this race currently. The group of five we kind of mentioned. You talk about again some of those people. David Paulson, one of the current incumbents. You talk about again Ali Olenberger, Alexis Scott, Devin Stachinsky, of course, a couple others out there as well. City Commission candidates too. Jennifer Benson and Jody Plessity out at the Grotto as well. So I'm going to try and get in touch with Tom here shortly and see if we can connect with some more of those candidates, kind of see where they're feeling right now.
We've got an update too in the District 4 court judge race. We now have 17 precincts fully reporting, and that story has changed a bit. Although it may not matter in the long run. Connie Cleveland continues to lead with 40.7% of the vote. David Chapman has passed Blake Hankey to get into second place at 23.2%. Hankey at 18.5% right now. But that's a big lead for Connie Cleveland with 17, basically a third of the precincts fully in. That's a big margin. It looks like Connie Cleveland will advance out of that race.
And again, remember, it's the top two in this race for the District 4 court judge. The top two in this race will advance to the general coming up in November. So right now, as it stands, Steve, it would be Connie Cleveland and David Chapman.
Thanks for continuing to remind me on those that are two advancing out of that. Yes, thanks.
It's
Kyle.
crazy to remember because this is such a big election for the city, but also it's a primary too when it comes to the state and the county as well. So got to make sure we keep our ducks in a row when it comes to that. Want to head back over to the news line. Tom Tucker going to join us now live in South Fargo again at the Grotto, catching up with some candidates. Tom, not the greatest news for some out there, but still some votes to be tallied.
Well, we're still waiting for information, as you are, and Alexis Scott is just telling us here right now that more numbers are coming in. She's looking at her phone as we speak. While she does that, let's check in with Ali Olenberger, one of the candidates running for Fargo School Board. Ali, been a long night so far. How you doing? What are you thinking? What are you feeling at this point?
I feel like we need some efficiencies in ballot counting in Fargo. This late night has passed a lot of these people's bedtimes. I'm a night owl by trade, so I'm still up for hours at this point. But yeah, we need some numbers coming in here, and this is a long night for all of us. So
yeah, certainly long night after a long, hard-fought campaign. If in fact you do claim a victory here tonight, what will it mean for you, and what are you looking forward most to doing?
It means that it's validation on my ideas and my beliefs. I mean, this is something where you put yourself out there. You put yourself out there for, back of better terms, judgment by all. And it means that people say, you know what, we agree with what she has to say, and we're behind her, and we want her to be on the school board making decisions for our kids. So that's what it means for me.
When we spoke earlier tonight, you expressed some true and sincere emotion. And to see that in a political race is quite refreshing. But you talked about how much this simply means to you, that you simply care certainly about your own children and kids in general. Other thoughts that you would like to express to those who have supported you in this race?
Just my utter sincere gratitude, whether that was financial contributions, whether that was sharing social media posts, whether that was door knocking, prayers. It takes a team, it takes a village, and there is well over 100 people that have helped us to get to this point tonight. And I could not be here, standing here talking to you, Tom, if it wasn't for those hundreds of people that have been behind me in this whole race. And I am just completely and utterly grateful for all of their support.
Fantastic. Ali Olenberger, thanks so much for sharing your thoughts tonight. We appreciate it. We wish you all the best moving forward in the race as well.
Hey, thanks again, Tom.
All right, moving to another Fargo School Board candidate. We have Kristen Charbonneau joining me now, a political newcomer as well, also a mom with kids in the district. How are you doing tonight? A long night for you as well. How are you holding up, and what's the key to get through the wait for you?
I'm just excited to see the numbers and enjoying spending this time with people that I've been running with and people that have supported me, and just celebrating the end of the campaign.
You are part of what I guess we could describe as perhaps a squad of like-minded folks here wanting to get on the school board. You had some frustrations and concerns with the school board over the past year or so. And maybe thoughts on the direction you would like to take the board if, in fact, you are victorious.
I think the main thing is for the board to listen to parents and what the parents see as needs, and also the teachers supporting the teachers. I think there's been a real lack of that in recent years, and that's my main focus.
All right, Kristen Charbonneau, thanks so much for taking the time tonight. Wish you all the best moving forward, and all the best certainly here tonight.
Thank you.
All right, Alexis Scott, another one of the folks out here looking to become a new member of the Fargo School Board as well. Kind of a long night for you, but yet you're still smiling and you appear to be enjoying yourself with some of your like-minded colleagues and friends here. What are you thinking? What are you feeling at this point?
I mean, this, no matter what, is very validating to see just the preliminary numbers coming in and almost 3,000 votes to your name. I mean, who says that they run in an election ever in their lives? A very, very small percentage of people ever do and take the initiative to have the courage to step up and do things like this. So I think that this is just really a bucket list item in my life that I'm remembering at the end of the day that I have purpose and passion behind, but that I'm just grateful that we've made it to this point and recognizing all the support that we've had so far.
All right, terrific. Alexa Scott, thanks so much for taking the time tonight, sharing your thoughts. Wish you all the best moving forward. We do have other candidates here as well, Jody Plessity, Jennifer Benson as well, and Devin Statinsky. My director is telling me now to wrap it up. I think we have some news to be updated on back in the studio. So Kyle and Steve, back to you guys at Election Central.
Tom, thanks so much again for all the coverage, my friend. Appreciate it and all the work you've done tonight. Steve, continuing to get some more numbers in when it comes to the election here locally in Cass County and Fargo.
Yeah, nothing final yet. There are still votes that are being loaded in, but we've had some pretty key updates here. And some of those races have changed, in some cases fairly dramatically. One of those is not the Fargo mayor's race, however. Tim Mahoney with a big lead, still 2-1 over Arlette Preston. Mahoney with almost 41% of the vote. Arlette Preston at 20.7%. Shannon Roars-Jones has climbed closer to Preston at 15.6%. Hakun Debar at 10.8 in fourth place. Taking a look at Fargo City Commission, Denise Kolpak and Dave Pepcorn have significant leads. Kolpak at 13.9%, Pepcorn 12.6%. Al Carlson has climbed up to third, so he's narrowed the gap, and he is within about 800 votes of Pepcorn. That's a lot of votes to overcome at this point, however. 10.2%. Jody Plessity in fourth at 10.1%. Then Anna Johnson, who was running third, has dropped to fifth at 8.7%. Jennifer Benson at 7.9%. Matura Lear at 6.9% would be kind of rounding out the others that are sort of within shouting distance of the leaderboard, if you will. Fargo School Board, Melissa Birkland, Katie Christensen, Greg Clark, Nyamo Day, and Robin Nelson continue to be the leaders and the top five. Those would be the five school board members if these numbers hold. Now, Rebecca Knutson, current school board president, is about 29 votes short of fifth place, where Robin Nelson is. Then Allie Ohlenberger right behind her at 6.9%. David Paulson at 6.7%. Kristen Charbonneau 6.6%. Alexa Scott 6.1%. Come right after that. So that group that Tom was with just a little bit ago, they are still about 400 votes, pretty much all of them, except Ohlenberger's a little closer to being in the top five there as well. Fargo Park Board, we've got updates there as well. Vote for 3, Vicky Dawson, Joe Deutsch, Aaron Hill still are 1, 2, and 3 there. Hill at 18%. Jim Free in fourth place. He's moved up a spot now at 14.7%. He's about 900 votes behind. That's going to be a tough gap for him to make up. Cass County Commissioners, as Kyle said, everybody advances out of that, so we won't spend too much time there. If you're interested, the Jesse John or Matthew King race for sheriff, John are at 86.7%, Matthew King at 13.0%. So they'll both advance, but Jesse John are with a huge lead in that one right there. Publication of minutes. Should the Fargo School Board minutes be published? Everybody wants that, so that's going to win big. West Fargo, we've talked a little bit about the mayor, Bernie Dardis, wins there, running unopposed. School board, an updated number count there. Jim Jonas, Jessica Jones, Jessica Jackson, John Erickson, still 1 through 4. Mark Staples close behind John Erickson for the 4th and 5th spot right there.
One big note there too, Steve, as well. Jessica Jones, not an incumbent, and she's actually second in the votes right now being tallied. So that's big for West Fargo schools. Mark Staples came in 2021, served only 1 year, filled in a role. But right now on the outside looking in as we continue to gain these votes. So that's one possible change in the West Fargo school district. Maybe something we didn't really expect to see coming into election night.
Yeah. So again, no results are final yet. There are still votes to be added in. that we don't have yet. No precincts are fully reporting, so we do not have final results. Although I think, Kyle, as we take a look through the races, it's a pretty clear indication right now. Tim Mahoney, a 2-1 advantage over anybody else. He will be the next mayor, defending his incumbency there. When it comes to the school board, there's still some drama there because 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all within about 400 votes. And especially with 4 and 5, Day and Nelson. So Nelson in 5th, she would be the 5th of the 5, 3409 in votes. Rebecca Knudsen, current school board president, 3380. So that's a 29 vote difference. So we could have something in play there. And then Olenberger about 300 votes behind there.
Yeah, if you're anywhere 4 through 9 there, if you're Nahum All Day, if you're Robin Nelson, Rebecca Knudsen, Allie Olenberger, David Paulson, or Kristen Charbonneau, outside chance for Alexis Scott maybe in that spot as well. You're still watching this closely. You're hoping to see a bit of a bump up here. It's getting kind of late in the game. We're keeping an eye on it, but all within a puncher's chance there to take that 4 and 5 spot. The top 3, for the most part, seem like they're kind of separating maybe a little bit more up in the race for the school board. Also, Steve, want to mention too, this is kind of one of the more predictable things we saw, term limits for the city of Fargo. This, of course,
yes,
part of this, very likely going to pass. It looks like about 80% of voters, again, 12,000 on there, around almost 10,000 votes saying, yes, they want term limits. That was probably one of the more concrete things we could have expected to see happen through this process.
Yeah, and Kyle, do you recall what the specifics were on the verbiage on that? Was it you can serve 2 terms as mayor, 2 terms as city commissioner?
I think it's, I believe, 3 or 4 terms in commission, and then the mayor will be, I believe, 2 to 3 terms as well. I would have to check that, double checking on that. But there had been term limits in question, of course. That's when Mayor Mahoney, of course, petitioned to get another one. I think it's 4 total terms in the city commission. Now, the mayor is a city commissioner, so that is where you'd be limited there. So you can only run 4 times. So
city commissioners limited to 3 terms, but could serve another 4 years if elected mayor.
So there you go. So that's the 4 total. 3 as a commissioner, 1 as a mayor, even though mayor is technically part of the city commission. That looks like it's going to pass.
That's the verbiage there. I want to thank credit where credit's due. Thanks to the forum for they have written the article for their online edition already talking about that. So that is the story there. City commissioners limited to 3 terms, which is the current way it is. There's a 3-term limit, but if you're elected mayor, you could serve another 4 years.
So what happened was too, Steve, that the term limits expired on election day today, and this is now almost like a reestablishment of what was there. Yeah, now there's more concrete laws and rules for this. Again, a lot of stuff still coming in, folks. Nothing is officially final yet. Still some votes partially across the area making their way in. We're going to keep you guys updated, of course. Our reporters, Ty and Tom, still on location throughout the city of Fargo to get some reaction when these results do go final. As Steve mentioned right now, the only real concrete candidate we have right now maybe that has won this is Mayor Mahoney. He has such a giant lead in this race that it's has been called by multiple different news agencies around our area. So looking to confirm that as well on a few other different races, of course, as we continue with the night along here. I want to thank you guys so much for joining us here on WDAY and the Flag. We're going to stay with us here in the 11 o'clock hour as we continue to finalize these results here. Myself, News Director Kyle Cornell with Flag Family Media, President Steve Hallstrom with us, as well as Ty Schonert, Tom Tucker out in the field. Thank you, folks, so much. More of your June 2022 special election coverage coming up. Stay with us.
Minded. This is AM 1100 and 92.3 FM, WZFG, Dilworth, Fargo, Moorhead, USA.
This week, Greta Van Susteren is back on cable news. On Tuesday, Greta's new show launches on Newsmax, America's largest growing cable news channel. Each night, Greta is proving that people want real news without the media spin. Her show is called The Record with Greta Van Susteren, and everyone is talking about it. Tune in at 5 p.m. Central as Greta broadcasts from Washington with the real news, giving you the facts you need to know. She's asking the tough questions the big media won't. Find out why millions are making the switch to Newsmax. It's on all major cable systems and streaming platforms. Make the switch and watch Greta Van Susteren tonight. Check out your program guide or get info on her great new show. Just text the word Greta to 39747. That's Greta 39747. Switch to Newsmax today. It's real news for real people. Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply. Jerry Breyer is here, the generous one from Gold Silver Exchange Grand Forks. Let's talk about why precious metals are so very valuable right now.
Well, many financial advisors are recommending that we buy gold and silver now. And with all the advertising you see on TV with the gold and silver, we can match and beat any of those prices. We recommend you load up on silver and gold while there's a good supply. At some point, the supply is going to get very short. And if you're not here early, you may have to be on a waiting list for some time, like we were the last time in 2011 and 12.
Call Jerry and his team. They can be trusted. You don't want to be dealing with somebody you don't know over the phone, from a TV commercial. Give them a call, 701-746-9952, or online too at Gold Silver Exchange. Tell them Scott sent you to Gold Silver Exchange Grand Forks.
Tioga Chamber of Commerce is proud to sponsor programming on WZFG AM 1100, 92.3 FM, Red River Valley. Tioga is an active community that offers great activities for families like Freedom Fest, Drone Camp for Kids, Robot Camp for Kids, Farm Festival, and Pumpkin Fest. We have a vibrant downtown Main Street and a brand new community center with new library, indoor play area, and outdoor ice skating rink. Tioga's average yearly household income is over $73,000 a year and supports nearly 140 businesses. We welcome new business and industries with active community groups that support business environment. Tioga is a driver of innovation and local education with technologies like drones, 3D printers, electronics, coding opportunities to prepare students for success well into the 21st century. If you're looking for opportunity, please visit us in Tioga and experience a different point of view. Or for more information, visit www.tiogand.org. That's tiogand.org. We want you to consider Tioga, North Dakota for your business or a place to raise your family and realize your dreams.
You know the excitement, the fun, the tradition of Medora. Big Deals has the biggest deals for Medora right now. Save on the Pitchfork Fondue, the scenic Bully Pulpit golfing, the amazing Medora musical, and your stay at the Badlands Motel. The best deals of the year on the fabulous Medora are on right now at Big Deals. Just go to am1100theflag.com. Save now on Big Deals and get your big deals for Medora. Save now at Big Deals.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt on the next Hugh Hewitt Show. Congressman Mike Gallagher of the House Armed Services Committee, Admiral James Stavridis, former Allied Supreme Commander of NATO, and more. Bring us up to date on what is actually happening along the apparently static front in the Donbass in Ukraine, and what America ought to be doing about the Ukrainian resistance, and are we sending enough fast enough to Ukraine? That's all on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
Listen for Hugh Hewitt with an encore overnights and live weekday mornings at 5 here on The Flag.
Welcome back, folks. Hour number 4 of our special election coverage here on the Flag and WDAY. The June 2022 elections here in the city of Fargo. Again, the primary election as well. So happy you're along with us as we continue to get more of the votes in. Nothing technically official yet, Steve, but we're getting closer and closer to wrapping up this local election cycle. Some surprises, some maybe not so much. Looking at the numbers, let's give an update to the folks who are just joining us now. Maybe they caught some of our coverage throughout the night, where we are at when it comes to the city of Fargo.
In the old days, Kyle, we used to be able to do some simple math and figure out how many votes, how many people have voted, because you just add it up. For mayor, you vote for one. And so you just add up and you say, okay, well, here's the number. But with the approval voting, now you can vote for multiple people. And chances are many people did. That mayor's race looks to be all but done. Tim Mahoney, if this was, if CNN or CBS News was, working this election, they would have called it statistically. It's not final yet, but it's pretty final. A city commission race as well. We're talking about Denise Kolpak, the number one vote getter, 13.9% of the vote. Dave Pepcorn, 12.63%. And then it goes down to Al Carlson at 10.2%. That's about 800 vote swing. And we don't have final numbers, but we believe that most of the votes are in based on what Deanne Buckhouse has been telling us, the election coordinator. So it looks as though we've got our two people that are going to be heading back and heading to, in Kolpak's situation, heading to the Fargo City Commission there. Fargo School Board. We have, there's a very tight race. They're taking 5. And right now in 5th place, Robin Nelson has 3,409 votes. Rebecca Knudsen, 3,380. So they continue to be separated by just 29. That's the one area where I think, Kyle, we could have a change to a material change to who gets in and who doesn't. We'll have to keep watching to see how that one plays out. West Fargo School Board is another one where we could have a change, but that's getting kind of late in the game when you take a look at the numbers as well. Jim Jonas, Jessica Jones, Jessica Jackson, and John Erickson right now are 1 through 4, and those are the 4 spots. Mark Staples in 5th is about 105 votes behind with, we believe quite a significant majority of the votes in right now. So those are the ones that we are watching to see if there could be a change. All the other races we've been talking about tonight seem to be pretty much settled.
So going to try and get in touch right now with one of those candidates on the Fargo School Board. Going to try and reach out to Robin Nelson. She is on the brink right now as far as where she can go. I haven't had a chance to talk to her yet tonight, so we're going to try and get her on the line. But Steve, you mentioned that's kind of the race we're looking at right now. There's a little bit of wiggle room there maybe in that we talked about maybe the 4 through 6, 7, 8 spot. It's tight in there as well, even with Niam All Day and Robin Nelson only being separated by a handful of votes. I think about 12 or 13, 14 votes somewhere in there. So they could flip-flop as well maybe at some point. Robin, the only incumbent that would be reelected if the votes stand as we speak right now. Now, the 4 candidates that are 1 through 4 currently, all FEA endorsed.
I tell you what, that's a powerful union.
Tell you what, yeah.
They basically pick the winners. And it's interesting that they weren't the incumbents. I think that I don't know enough about this process and about how the union works to know exactly how to explain all this. But Kyle, think about what you just said there. The 4 top candidates are the ones that were basically anointed, if you will, by the union, and none of them are incumbents, and they all won over incumbents. And typically an incumbent name means something. Robin Nelson is close, but she's not in the top 4. That's interesting. Someone who knows this game very well is going to have some observations or theories on that. But I'll just say this, that union is a powerful force in this because they got their people out.
Well, the only one that was not in that top, again, 4 to 5, it was Lynn Telford. She fell a little bit down the list here.
That's an interesting piece too, why she was so far back, 6%, where the others were, well above 7, close to 8.
Steve, we reached out to Robin. She has multiple duties. She does not just on the school board. She runs the Boys and Girls Club of the Red River Valley. She is going to bed.
Okay.
So, and Robin, we appreciate, of course, talking with you hopefully in the future here, seeing how these results turn out. But she, of course, the current vice president of the Fargo School Board, and she's neck and neck right now with the current president of the Fargo School Board. We talked to Rebecca Knudsen a little bit earlier on in the program, Steve. She had mentioned that this has kind of been a full circle moment for her as far as the campaign, trying to get her name out there, show that what she did was what she thought was in the best interest of the students over the past number of years. She's been on the school board for 8 years now. This is obviously near and dear to her heart as well. And 2 of the leadership positions right now are at 5 and 6. These are the last. This last spot could get very interesting for Fargo schools.
Yeah, I'd be interested in talking with Melissa Birkland, the number 1 vote getter, Fargo School Board. What does she think about her campaign that resonated with voters? I think that would be an interesting conversation to have, and maybe we can get her on the line with and the other 4 too. Like they I would think would have a great deal of gratitude toward the union that was able to get a campaign together. To first of all, you have to if you're going to get all the teachers to come together to have some solidarity here, you're going to have to first communicate, here are the candidates that we have endorsed, and that message has to get through. And then the teachers have to turn out and vote for them, which it certainly looks like they did, because the top 4, like you said, no incumbents, but all 4 were the ones that were selected by the union to as their preferred candidates, and they go 1 through 4. And I just think it's interesting that the current school board president was not recommended by the union, and looks like it's close, but maybe on the outside looking in.
We're gonna head over to the news line now, Steve. We're joined by the current leader in the voting for the Fargo School Board, Melissa Birkland.
Oh, is that how it works? I just ask for stuff and it happens here?
Well, hey,
this
you're
is fantastic.
You're the president, man. That's how we do things.
My gosh. First
Melissa, thank you so much for giving us some of your time today. I imagine a pretty good night to this point for you.
Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure. Yeah, our early results are in, and I'm really grateful so far with what I'm seeing.
So let's talk about this. You're leading the voting right now, 15 total candidates. FEA endorsed. We obviously had a discussion about that too, what that meant to you, of course, through all this process and your history with the Fargo schools. I imagine this has got to be awesome.
Yeah, no, it feels really great. And honestly, I can't stop thinking about my mom. I wish she was sort of here to share this joy with me. But I think, everything that could have gone well for me in this campaign really did. The endorsements were great. The form endorsement was great. I have been walking the streets and neighborhoods of Fargo for the last month and handed out, 3,000 flyers about myself. So this is, I hope, the result of a lot of hard work and a lot of passion that I am, ready to put now towards the school board.
Melissa, Steve Hallstrom here. Certainly, we don't have final numbers yet, but the position you're sitting at leaves you in a very good place. So let me ask you this question. What is it about your candidacy that you think resonated with voters? What message were you able to get out that you think mattered in this campaign?
Yeah, so I guess what when I would talk with people that I didn't know as I was door knocking, I would just introduce myself, say I'm running for the Fargo School Board, give a really short intro about who I am. I grew up here in Fargo. I've attended nothing but public schools. I have kids in the school system. I have family members who've worked in the school system for several decades, and it's a community that I care so deeply about. And public education to me is the best investment that we can make in a community. And so that's what I would explain to voters. And I would tell them I want to be a steward of the system that we have, and I want to improve it. And I also explained that as an attorney, I think I'm going to bring a lot of great decision-making skills, analytical skills. We are often called on to be consensus builders after there's an impasse in a decision, to move something forward. And I think, my legal training is going to be beneficial on the board. I hope it's going to be beneficial on the board. And I would share that with the people that I met, and it would resonate really well. I had a lot of success door knocking and met a lot of great people and had a lot of really great conversations.
What do you think it says, Melissa, about the union that the 4 candidates that were picked or endorsed by the union are the 4 that right now sit 1 through 4?
Yeah, so I mean, the FEA did a tremendous amount of work in interviewing us and having us submit written responses. So I feel like they really did their research about the candidates who were there to support public education and make sure that our educators were being listened to. And then, I think that's really telling, and it shows. And I think that also, I've met several of the candidates through this experience, and those are all of the FEA endorsed candidates that I've spoken with are, working really hard to interact and talk to voters. And so I think it's, for me, it shows that the FEA picked sort of several candidates that were positioned to serve on the school board and positioned to work really hard in their campaign. And I think that, working hard in a campaign can then translate to hitting the ground running once we get seated.
Melissa, I know having the conversation with you earlier in this process that this is extremely personal for you. And we talk about the investment when it comes to especially the school board, especially in today's day and age, all the spotlights that go on school boards, not even just in Fargo, but across the country. And the fact that your mom obviously served as a principal in the district for as long as she did and really gave really her life for public education. What does it mean to you to be in the lead right now, to possibly be the top vote getter and to be able to kind of have this journey come full circle for you in this spot?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely incredible. And it really leaves me speechless. I don't really know if I can properly articulate how deeply meaningful this is to me. And when I talked to you now several weeks ago, and I shared, my mother's, greatest values in life were her family and public education and children. And I feel like if I'm able to serve the public and be a public servant where I am, working to better public education and better the lives of educators and children in our community, I don't think that there's a way to make my mother more proud.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's something that's really kind of going to be my guiding North Star with every decision that I make on the school board.
Melissa, I share your appreciation for the Fargo Public School District. Both my kids went through and we had great experiences with the academics, the activities, the social piece of it. It was a really successful endeavor for our family to do that. But the facts of the matter are that the numbers, as far as our proficiency, still within across the state and certainly in Fargo schools, we're talking about upper 30s, low 40s in math and in reading and English proficiency. How do we do this better so that more kids have that great experience that my kids had, and it sounds like yours did as well?
Yeah, no, I think that's going to be one of the greatest challenges that we tackle, because nobody wants a school district where only, a tiny percentage of the students are succeeding. We want this, public education, the whole point of it is to try to elevate everyone. And so you're absolutely right. I'd be foolish to tell you that I have all the answers and I know exactly what to do and I have a roadmap to fix that. But what I can tell you is that every decision that I make is going to have that in mind, with an end goal of making sure that we're serving all, not just some of the students in our community.
Melissa, I want to thank you again so much for answering the phone. I know it's late. I appreciate that. And again, to this point, I know you're keeping your eyes on the polls. We'll keep our eyes there as well. Thank you so much, and we'll talk soon.
Okay, thanks so much. Great to talk to you again.
Awesome. Again, Melissa Berkland, candidate for the Fargo School Board, right now leading the voting as we move through and get more of the final tallies in. Steve, she currently has a little over 300 vote lead on Katie Christensen for the top spot in the Fargo School Board election. Again, you mentioned 5 total candidates going to get in. As it stands right now, Melissa Berkland, Katie Christensen, Greg Clark, Neamal Day, and Robin Nelson would be the 5 that would go in. We still have some time before the votes do go final.
Yeah, and Berkland is in a great spot, obviously being at the top spot right now, has about a 1,500 vote margin on the person in 6th place, so would appear to be pretty comfortable. So would Katie Christensen, Greg Clark probably as well. Neamal Day, Robin Nelson a little closer to Rebecca Knutson, who sits in 6th place. But those are what the numbers look like. We still do not have final numbers, Kyle. I keep refreshing and looking for those numbers to hit, and we don't have them yet. And so we have had just a very small difference in some of the numbers come in as a few votes here and there hit. But we were told specifically by the what's her title? Deanne
Cass County
Baca.
Election Coordinator.
Okay, the election coordinator, that it is not final until we go 23 of 23 precincts in the city. We don't have that yet. So we do not have final results yet, and we'll stay here until we do.
So again, just recapping, Steve, as well right now, the Fargo mayoral race, Mayor Tim Mahoney, he is leading by a large margin of this, over 9,700 votes. The next closest candidate being Arlette Preston. She is currently sitting at about 4,800 votes. That's near 20% difference right now. Again, we've mentioned before, Steve, that's pretty much the only race we feel real comfortable for the most part calling to this point. Fargo City Commission, we talked about this too. Denise Kolpak, leading vote getter over current Commissioner Dave Pepcorn. Kolpak getting around 6,400 votes, 13.8%. Commissioner Pepcorn getting about 12.6%. It's about 5,800 or so votes. The next closest candidate there, Al Carlson, currently in 3rd place. I had about 4,800. That's about 10.5% almost. Jody
About
Plessy,
1,000 vote difference there. That's going to be a huge number to make up.
Yeah, that's about the second closest race we're talking about, where it's getting kind of to the point now where we're getting close to being able to call that for sure. Steve, you mentioned as well the Fargo School Board. Again, Melissa Berkland currently in that first spot, Katie Christensen, Greg Clark, Neamal Day, all FEA endorsed candidates 1 through 4 there. And current vice president of the school board, Robin Nelson, sits with around 50 or so vote lead over current president of the Fargo School Board, Rebecca Knutson, there in that 6th spot. So Robin Nelson holding on. Again, she's going to bed. I don't blame her for that.
Yeah,
but still.
no, it's probably a good idea. And I think it's interesting too, Kyle. Number 1 and 4 in the Fargo City Commission race are political outsiders. Denise Kolpak, not a politician. Jody Plessy, not a politician. Very good showings for them. I also think the 2 candidates who you and I talked about that we said come from the minority community in our town, and how they did. Matur Alir sits right now 4-6. He's in 7th place with 7% of the vote. 7th out of 16. So will he be disappointed? Certainly. But does he have a lot to be proud of? He absolutely does. Hukun Dabar sits in 4th place, 11.3%. And it's not going to happen for him as it's not going to happen for anybody else besides Tim Mahoney. But those two gentlemen, we talked about it off the top of our show back about 9 hours ago or whenever we started this, that they ran very sophisticated campaigns. They got out and worked, and they talked to people about issues. And I think both of them have a lot to be proud of. And if they choose to continue to be involved in politics going forward, I think they've got a bright future.
It is final, Mr. Hallstrom.
Okay.
The check marks are in. We can officially make the announcements now. The winner of the Fargo mayoral race is Tim Mahoney, pulling in over 40% of the vote. As far as the city commission goes, again, Denise Kolpak pulling in 13.8%, and Dave Pepcorn, current city commissioner, will be back on the city commission, pulling in 12.6% of the votes. Moving over now to the school board. This is also final. The results coming in officially now. Full precincts reporting. Melissa Birkeland, Katie Christensen, Greg Clark, Neamal Day, and Robin Nelson will be your school board candidates moving forward. 5 of the 9 in the city of Fargo. Moving across, we can get into park board now as well here. Still waiting for those to go final. They just did now too, Steve. Vicky Dawson, Joe Deutsch, current park board members, being joined by Fargo Brewing Company owner Aaron Hill. He will now join the Fargo Park Board there as well. And moving into the West Fargo School Board as well. Jim Jonas, Jessica Jones, a newcomer. We have Jessica Jackson as well, and John Erickson getting the nod there. Mark Staples, a current incumbent, will not be on the board moving forward. Jessica Jones taking that spot, finishing 2nd overall in the voting. So the finals coming in.
Yeah, and we had pretty final results even before we had final results, because not much change there.
No.
I think the big storylines, Kyle, as I take a look at it, what a night for Tim Mahoney.
Oh.
And we talked about this off the top of the show. When the incumbent mayor is presiding over a city that's growing, and you can't hang anything on him as an opponent where you say he screwed this up, then you've got a chance for re-election, and he certainly did there. I thought he might come out on top. I'm a little surprised that Shannon Roars-Jones wasn't a little closer. Arlette Preston, a pretty good showing in there as well. I thought Roars-Jones may edge ahead of Preston, but Arlette Preston, as we said, skilled politician, has been around the block a time or two, but a big win today for Tim Mahoney.
And speaking of Mr. Mayor Tim Mahoney, he'll be on WDAY midday tomorrow at 12:05. We're going to have him on the program to talk about his victory again, a resounding one. Talk about 20% difference there in the poll, nearly doubling up Arlette Preston in the voting. I think also the school board for Fargo is in a very interesting way it all shaked out. Still relatively close when it came down to those final votes, but the 4 out of the 5 school board members now that are getting voted in, FEA endorsed. I think that's going to be one of the big topics we kind of see over the next handful of days. That endorsement means a lot, apparently, when it comes to the school board.
No
now
kidding.
That teacher endorsement is huge. It showed now in this. And, of course, Robin Nelson being the one incumbent that gets to go back into the school board, currently serves as the vice president. We'll see if there's a title change there at some point, possibly, too, for Robin. But she also served, I think, at one point as the president, too, of the school board. But only incumbent getting back in.
Yeah, and the other side of that equation is the group of 5 that we kind of came up with that name for them earlier in our broadcast tonight. But David Paulson, Ellie Olenberger, Kristen Charbonneau, Alexa Scott, and Devin Stachinsky, none of the 5 make it into the top 5. And they were hoping it could be a clean sweep there. You take a look at the numbers. The closest was David Paulson, and Ellie Olenberger just a few votes short of him. 3,700 votes. They finished basically 400 votes shy. So a significant margin there, no question about that. Rebecca Knutson, I think that's a story too. The current school board president is out. And so now she's only about 51 votes in the final tally, 51 votes different. So there may be an opportunity for some kind of a recount there if she would choose to do that. But I think that's interesting story. And Olenberger, Charbonneau, Scott, Stachinsky, and Paulson, I think that the story of this election will be they made their voice loud. They made their voice clear what they wanted to do. And they banded together. They did a pretty good job of marketing from what I can tell from what we see around town. Just not enough people responded to their message. And, they ended up several hundred votes short of that, there were a lot of people that were concerned about the issues we talked about with the masking and the health issues in school, but more people decided that they liked more of an independent approach that way. But I think it's interesting too that, some of the incumbents did not make it back after the contentious time they had on the school board.
Well, you mentioned that group of 5 too: Paulson, Olenberger, Charbonneau, and Scott, all finishing next to each other in this race. When we talk about, I believe 7 through, I want to say 10 or 11 there. So they all kind of fell really close together. It seems like they just couldn't get away from each other too when it came to being close with voting there. But one more race too, Steve, locally that has some repercussions. Of course, the general will solve who will take this seat in the judiciary. Of course, the judge for the district court number 4 in the East Central District, of course, serving Trail, Steele, and Cass counties. The 2 finalists that moved through the primary, again, Connie Cleveland, she got 41% of the vote there, and David Chapman, again, a lawyer out of West Fargo, he is moving on as well, got 23.4% of the vote. Again, Connie Cleveland getting nearly 3,000 more votes than Chapman. Blake Hankey, mayor of Harwood, also practices law up here in Fargo. He finished 3rd in that race. And also Jay Greenwood, of course, the 4 candidates, relatively not too big of a gap per se, besides obviously Connie Cleveland in that first spot getting 41% of the vote.
Yep. And that's that. It'll be interesting to learn more about her. Obviously a very successful campaign, and a lot of people turned out. We've talked a lot about the Senate primaries and for Secretary of State. We've talked a lot about that. No numbers have really changed there. Still pretty big wins for the people that won. I think one continuing storyline of that, though, is, what will those who observe this for a living, who are, the real wonky experts, what will they say about Riley Kuntz getting 21% of the vote, a relative unknown in politics, and John Hoeven, an incumbent, getting 78%. Now, at face value, you look at that and you say, well, it's darn near 80-20. So the race wasn't particularly close, but could it have been? This is among just Republicans voting now. And clearly you're seeing that not every Republican agrees with where John Hoeven is on the issues right now, and some wanting a change. So it'll be interesting to see if there's more to that story than meets the eye. Michael Howe, a 2-1 winner over Marvin Lepp, and so Howe will advance out of that to the general election, where he'll have a fantastic opportunity. Pretty much everybody who's a Republican will have a great opportunity to win in November. So those are a couple of the storylines that we talked about. And then you mentioned it earlier too, Kyle. I think the people of Fargo spoke loudly on term limits tonight. 80-20. They say, yes, we want term limits, which is, as you said, an extension of what we do already in the city of Fargo. But that's something people do not want, you being a career politician on the city commission. And I think that's a good thing. And then they also want the minutes of the school board meetings published. So transparency is good in government, as we know, and that's something that will continue to happen there as well.
Definitely a full night of election coverage, folks, coming to a close here on WDAY and the Flag, of course. Steve, it took a bit of time to get some of those votes in, but we did here locally, and we have some clarity now for the direction of Fargo.
And just my closing comment, Kyle, I know there are winners and losers tonight. That's how the game works. But every one of these people, and you can go down to, take a look at Philip Thomas Deary, who came in dead last in the Fargo City Commission race. But 700 people came out and voted for him and said, hey, I want to have that. And all those people got, like Teddy Roosevelt said, they got in the arena and they tried to make a difference. So we salute everybody who ran for office here during this campaign. And everybody's got a lot to be proud of.
Well, I want to thank you, partner, for all the help tonight with all this.
It was fun, man. Yeah. I love it. We'll do it again in about, 6 months?
Yeah, don't remind me. It was a long process. We're happy it's over. Congratulations to the candidates that won tonight, all those who also fought. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
Partly cloudy throughout the